Hopefully, man, nothing comes of this. But we'll see what happens, man. This is fucking. If this actually they got struck, um, yeah, I don't think Trump
Yeah.
will be able to push that one under the rug.
Yeah, he can't, can he? But then the question mark becomes, I thought, like, one of the things I thought was that this was something he'd want anyway, but I guess we just unsure about what what the aim is or whatever on this.
Yeah, I do think he wants to attack again, but probably in the cleanest way possible without soldiers dying. So if they did actually strike a vessel, that might be nuts. But obviously this thing is developing. We're getting updates every other minute or so. And I still haven't seen mainstream report media report on it. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, exactly, exactly. Okay, YouTube is live, but I don't know. Yeah, okay, people are saying it's working. Brilliant. Okay, awesome. So that's sorted. So okay, we're back. We're sorted. Um, okay, we'll continue to give you the news as and when we receive it. Lots of obviously this is quite shocking for us. Not shocking in the sense of I did say that look, there may be something that happens, and if it does, we're gonna restart the space immediately, which we've done. So I guess it wasn't completely shocking because we were thinking that something may happen. But yeah, this is a escalation as per the possibility of something happening. Um, we have We have a statement from the UAE. The UAE has formally condemned the attack by Iran on the ADNOC tanker in the Strait of Hormuz. Remember, this was a UAE tanker, which I was telling Marin about, which happened about 12 hours ago. Uh, Abu Dhabi called it a flagrant violation of UN Security Council 2817 on freedom of navigation. The UAE is demanding Iran halt attacks, commit to an immediate ceasefire, and reopen the strait unconditionally. No injuries were reported. So obviously, the UAE is giving it the big talk about this. So that's interesting. Are you going to stream on TikTok eventually? Yeah, the video bit. Yeah, we are. It's just we got you apparently need to get permission or something, so we applied for it. I don't know if hopefully we get it. If we do, then we will. Um,
Slowly hit up Gary about that on the side.
yeah,
He'll
yeah.
take care of you.
Hopefully, yeah, I've been
Yeah.
asking him.
I won't say too much, but he got you.
Yeah, yeah, I've been asking him, but he's I don't know. We'll see. What else? Okay, so
Well,
here,
I guess slowly.
yeah.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Make no, sorry. Say what you're gonna say, and then I was gonna, if you don't mind, have you kind of recap stuff for my audience.
Yeah, of course. So just to clarify, actually, funny enough, you said that, but it's almost going to be that. It's going to be a clarification. The IRGC at the moment have not claimed they struck the US Navy vessel. The statement literally says they fired two warning shots toward the ship, but cannot comment on whether there was any damage. Okay, so this is CENTCOM is attempting to save face with propaganda, blah blah blah. Okay, so it is what I said. So the IRGC Navy at the moment have said they fired two shots.
Yep.
Actually, let me recap for your entire audience so you know exactly what's going on. So basically, we got reports initially that Iran had fired two missiles and hit a US Navy warship. That was the first piece of news we got. That was from Fars News, which is Iranian media. CENTCOM came out and said, no, this is not true. No missiles were fired. But CENTCOM did not say whether CENTCOM said, no, let me rephrase that. CENTCOM said our ships weren't hit. But what they didn't say was whether missiles were fired or not. Iran's IRGC say that they fired two warning missiles, but they don't say whether they hit the ship as well. So it seems like the IRGC and CENTCOM may not be too far away from what they're saying. Both of them aren't saying or confirming whether, well, CENTCOM's denying the ship was hit. IRGC haven't said whether the ship has been hit yet, but Iranian media is saying a ship was hit. So hopefully that kind of explains the three different narratives on this at the moment.
Okay. So what was the last thing that CENTCOM said? They said that they intercepted it or it didn't hit them.
No,
What was their thing?
they're just saying precisely, specifically that our ship wasn't hit. They're not saying whether the missiles were fired or not.
Gotcha. Okay. Okay. Now, I guess this leads to the second question. Were they warning shots or were they actually real shots?
Very good question. I believe CENTCOM. I believe the. Let me just double check.
Yeah. What did the Iranian media say? Did they say it was like
Oh, Iranian media
a hit?
said.
Iranian media announced that it was warning shots. Fars News an hour ago said that two shots were, launched from Iran, and they hit the American ship, not the warship, not the carrier, but one warship. But then the Navy, Iranian Navy, not IRGC Navy, put out a statement saying that two warning shots have been fired. Details will follow, and the details have not been announced it. They said we don't know anything about casualties or the direct hit, but as soon as we get more information, we will update you. So on that
McMercy,
front, it
question for
wasn't
you.
a carrier.
Yeah,
Yeah, go
that's what
ahead.
I just said.
McMercy,
Yeah.
so McMercy, what you said first, at first it was two missiles, then you said three. Is it
No, it's
two or
two.
three or is it
No,
five?
no, no, two, no,
Two?
two. I
Okay.
said the Fars News Agency said two were hit, but that was probably a mistake because we don't have the definitive answer yet, no confirmed news as for the hits. But then the Navy, Iranian Navy, just put out the statement that two missiles were shot as warning to the American warship and not the carrier, just the warship. And obviously, it is not, reasonable to think it was a carrier because a carrier moving means a lot of warship around it, and it is a very big movement. So having that kind of move, it's meaningless if you don't respond. But then they said it returned and it didn't continue. It was near Jask, I think island was, or something like that. I can get you the news and give you the name of the
McMercy, I'll
island
ask you.
itself.
I got a question for you. You actually live in Iran, right outside of Tehran. Um, what do you think happened? Obviously, we're here in America. We're not really hearing, stuff until the U.S. feels like it's safe to do so, or Trump puts on True Social. What's how reliable do you think it is, or probable that this happened?
Well, it is obvious because I follow the news of the war very closely here. It is obvious that shots were fired, and the two missiles, that's also definitive. But, Americans, they want to take it to the next level, or at least in the media front, they want to say we are, empowering Iranians. We are overpowering Iranians, and we're doing whatever we want to do. But they also want to get to the next stage. Netanyahu's court, he was just delayed because he said that I have security reasons, diplomatic and security reasons were announced by him later on. But the first report was that it was just for security reasons. And obviously, he's running out of time, so he is going to push the Americans to do something. And Americans, on the other hand, they want to announce to the world that we have the upper hand. They have no choice but to get somewhere better than where they are right now. And it is not going to be possible without any confrontation because Iran's plan, the 14 point plan that was just set forward, again, it wants more than what it wanted before. Before it was 10, now it's 14. Before that, it was 3. But in the stages, the first one is the blockade. So they have to get out. But obviously, they can do that. So I think it's more of probing than anything else at this stage. But it will escalate by the looks of it. And Iranians, we don't just respond with statements from various entities to an empty threat. Before this, whenever the United States, Trump said something like, we're going to attack, we're going to do this and that, you had responses from one head of IRGC, for instance, one politician, stuff like that. But today, we had multiple heads of IRGC, IRGC Navy, IRGC Intelligence. We had multiple politicians. We had the foreign minister of Iran and many news agencies that said this over and over again, that any aggression, if the United States wants to make any moves towards the Strait of Hormuz, we're going to respond with force. We're going to have some warnings in the beginning, but in the end, we will attack you. Now, this sentence, we will attack you, it was, echoed by politicians and media and commanders of IRGC and military. So I think something's going to happen, and we are taking this more seriously this time. This is just empty threats by the United States. We believe something is about to happen, and this is, I believe, the first step. But it is too soon to say if it's going to escalate right now.
It's interesting because this is day one of the whole escort freighter ships thing that Trump's trying to do. So it's interesting timing that this happens now.
Yeah, and I heard that they walked it back and said we're not going to just escort ships. We're just going to coordinate the effort for help them get through the strait. But they
That's not
can
right.
do
One
anything over
McMurphy,
there.
that's not right. So basically, what you said is right up until CENTCOM actually clarified, and CENTCOM clarified that they're going to be using 15,000 personnel. They're going to be using destroyers. They're going to be using a large amount of American military armada to basically make sure these ships go through. So what you're saying, first we were thinking that was the case initially, but then we got clarification from CENTCOM that actually this is why we said to everybody we're thinking maybe kinetic in the morning and be ready because we might start the space. So no, CENTCOM. Let me just read the actual last paragraph what CENTCOM said for the audience. They said, quote, U.S. military support to Project Freedom, because this is what this is called, Project Freedom, will include guided missile destroyers, over 100 land and sea-based aircrafts, multi-domain unmanned platforms, and 15,000 service members. So they already were saying that they were going to use for this mission quite a large amount of their own military armada to try and help these ships through the strait. Because initially we got the Trump statement, we thought, oh my God, Trump's saying he's going to escort this ship. This is going to escalate. And then you saw my interview with Dimitri and Larry Johnson, where we end up asking them exactly when the news came out. And then we start getting reports from the Wall Street Journal that said that no, America is not going to be using its military assets and it's just going to be giving these ships a route, which we were all laughing at because that made no sense. What could they do in that scenario? And then CENTCOM came out and made a detailed post explaining everything that they're going to be doing.
Okay, so Sully, I think this is AI, but I might as well fucking bring it up. This dude named RKM Times says just in Iran released its first footage that shows 2 Iranian missiles hit multiple U.S. ships. I could give you the link, but I think this is fucking AI, bro.
What does it say?
I'm gonna give you the link right now. I'm gonna
Okay.
DM it to you so you could put it in an nest or you can look at it yourself too. 'Cause I'm really horrible with Twitter.
Okay.
Yeah, you see,
And
the
we've got
point
some
is
more
here, it
breaking
cannot
news.
be.
We've got some more breaking news, and I'll give it to Mac you can jump in straight after. U.S. official. This is according to Barak Ravid, Axios, and Axios is basically the mouthpiece of the Israeli government as well as the mouthpiece of Trump as well. So he said the following quote: this is breaking from him. He says U.S. officials say the rules of engagement for U.S. forces in the region have been changed, and they have been authorized to strike immediate threats against any ship that crosses the Strait of Hormuz, like IRGC fast boat or Iranian missile positions. So they're saying that the U.S. military is going to shoot on anyone who even gets close to them as well. So that's the kind of list. What were you going to say, McMurphy?
Before I real quick could jump in, sorry, McMurphy, I
Yeah,
just got to say something to that ROE. That's what I've been waiting to hear. When that's made official, the commanders, on-scene commanders, once they get that ROE, that's go time. That's when they start shooting. So there you go. That's kinetic.
But didn't Trump already have that order before? I could have sworn when he started the blockade that was like the
never heard
original.
the actual. It was just him saying we're going to, but we don't know what the ROE is for the on-scene battle commander.
Okay,
that's
yeah,
everything.
because I remember when
ROE is everything. That's saying here's what
Can
you
you
do.
tell my can you tell my audience and just I'll introduce Andrew real quick to my guys. Andrew guys used to be in the Navy. You did intelligence, if I'm not mistaken, right, Andrew?
Yeah, retired naval officer. I started in Intel and then got my commission, was in with amphibious, and then I transitioned into submarine warfare, which I spent the remaining of my career in submarine warfare. And then as a consultant, a military consultant, Pentagon, and then United States Naval Institute for several years. Yep.
Perfect. So you're very qualified. Can you quickly tell us what those acronyms and stuff like that
Yeah,
mean?
ROE, rules of engagement. That literally every battle commander, okay, and this I'm speaking Navy, but the Army, Marines use the same thing. But in the Navy, specifically speaking, U.S. Naval Forces, we have a battle plan, and it's called an order of battle. Imagine a library of books, and these are like encyclopedia text where every detail, in this case, we'll say the Iranian battle space, Persian Gulf, whatever. We'll say Persian Gulf battle space. for naval force afloat. You pull that down, and there's detailed plans. I mean, excruciating detail. I've helped write these before. So then, okay, that's the order of battle. But then what's the rules of engagement here? We know this is how we'll fight this battle, but what battle are we going to fight today? Oh, today is rules of engagement, Operation Freedom. If the any Iranian force or any military force, whatever, comes in with the area of objective of 100 yards or 2,000 yards, they'll specify it. You have orders to shoot, and orders to shoot, to kill, to take out, or orders to fire a warning shot. It's quite detailed when you get those rules of engagement. How are you going to engage? And when they get that, that's when it's go time. They don't have to go Mother May I. They operate.
So quick, Andrew. The reason why I asked you this question is, basically, Trump said Iran Navy is laying at the bottom of the sea, completely obliterated, 158 ships. What we have not hit is their small number of what they call fast attack ships. Then he puts blah, 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 warning. If any of these ships come anywhere close to our blockade, they will be immediately eliminated using the same system of kill that we used against the drug dealers or boats at sea. It is quick and brutal. So wouldn't it be fair to say that he might have already given that order based on what he wrote on True Social?
He's just saying what he wants to do, but we still don't know what the ROE is for that commander. Does that make sense? Like, in other words, yeah.
So it needs to come from the commander to know it's legit. Trump can say whatever he wants on True Social to bluff, but unless it comes from a commander, obviously at the behest of Trump, they won't do it.
Exactly. It's got to come from the commander-in-chief of the military, Trump, to his Department of Defense or War in Hegseth. He gives it to the JCS. JCS gives it to the type commanders, actually the unseen battle commanders, the force commanders, and then they go over it with the actual float commander, and then it's given to each individual ship. And that commanding officer gets that, and it comes in like an immediate message, flash precedence. He'll get this message, or he or she will receive this message. Here is op order ABC. Proceed with rules of engagement ABC, and it's very delineated. They immediately get their wardroom, they get their tactical commanders, they tack them in there, put everyone together, they go over it, they practice it, they rehearse it, and if it's a real quick changing order battle, a rule of engagement, they've already practiced this in scenarios, but now they say now engage, and then they actually put it in plan, and then they'll go into a battle stations. Submarines go, we call battle stations. Subsurface go general quarters. That's the highest state of alert. Everyone takes their position, and they increase their watertight integrity. They lock up, they pack up and lock up every hole fitting and get ready for a hit, missile hit. Fire control teams go into service. Firefighting teams go in. Everything is ready for action, but they can only keep that for so many hours. After a while, fatigue sets in. People don't eat right. I mean, I've gone for 30 some hours in this condition once in an op I was doing. It's a very everything's on edge right now. I mean, everything's on edge. But again, if I were that commander receiving the order to go into a kill box, hell no, man. We don't fight the Iranians in their turf. They have to fight us in our turf. I'm putting on my military hat. Have them fight us out in the deep water. And now our submarines are going to completely start dropping targets left and right. But in the Gulf, the Iranians have it, man. Only an idiot, a fool, or a Trump zombie.
I mean, Andrew, can't the missiles they have hit them right now if they wanted to?
Yeah, the Iranians could be dropping them right now.
Okay. Yeah.
And I know we can defend.
They can hit these guys anyway. I mean, if there's
anywhere, yeah, exactly. They could be dropping them right now. Now we have good missile defense, but again, the swarm effect. Come on, I haven't even gone into the asymmetrical submarine threat. I haven't even talked about that, and the Iranians don't want to talk about it. I don't want to talk about it, but they could start dropping targets from under the water, and the Iranians know it. Any Iranian battle commander listening to me is going, yeah, we know that, and we don't do that. We don't want to go in there, but let's be honest. We don't. It's like you don't go fight a bully if you have a high-powered rifle and I'm not calling the Iranians bullies. No, the United States is the aggressor here. But I'm saying take yourself out of any ethnic group or any nationality. Look at it like this: you don't go fight someone's fight if they got the advantage. No, you fight it your fight. You bring in your superior power. We don't have superior air power. We don't have air superiority. We do not have air dominance. So that, and we don't have surface dominance. We don't in the Persian Gulf. We don't have submarine dominance in the Persian Gulf.
Sully, real quick. Sorry, Andrew.
Yeah,
can
no
you,
problem. No problem.
check the DM I sent you?
Yeah, I
That's
couldn't
what I was
open it. It takes it to locals, but then I opened it, but then it just doesn't show me anything.
What the fuck? Okay, let me get you this shit again.
Yeah. But just to give you guys a recap of what's happened, I did put out a tweet explaining it quickly in hopefully concisely. But there's 3 different positions on the Iranian missiles fired on U.S. warships. The CENTCOM says the warships was not hit, but they do not say whether they were fired at. IRGC said 2 warning shots fired with missiles at U.S. warships. No confirmation of hits, but Iranian media saying 2 missiles fired by Iran hits U.S. warships. So that's the 3 pieces of information and news on that, just so people are aware of like where everything is coming from.
All right, so I said my bad. I gave you the wrong link. Okay, check the one I just put in your DM now.
Cool, check in.
I'm sharing it on my screen too. It looks like AI to me. I pray this shit is
Yeah,
real,
that's AI, man. Yeah, that's fake.
It's fake,
I
right?
think so,
Yeah.
but let me double.
Right.
I will double check it though. But it looks it in the initial look.
Okay. But Andrew, you were speaking, bro. My bad. We didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead.
No, I think I wrapped it up. We've been talking about this extensively for those that have been in the space, and we've been working this. I've been working with Suleiman for over a year, you, Myron, longer than that, and even with Myron, folks that don't know your background in law enforcement and research and forensics and stuff, FBI and all that stuff. We've seen this, and we got Mays in here, and they even got China in here. We've talked about this so extensively, and here we are again. It's Groundhog Day. So I'll land. I said what I was going to say.
Okay. No, inevitable. I see you got your hand up, bro. Shoot.
Definitely, yes. Yes, no, just to piggyback off of what Andrew said earlier, yeah, like it's just the subterranean elements that Iran could employ alone kind of tell me that what occurred was either more of a warning shot, or they may not have. Look, they were not seriously trying to sink the destroyer. I thought too that, look, usually if it's the Abraham Lincoln, I don't think they'd ever let the Abraham Lincoln get that close, because Josk Island is really basically right by the Strait of Hormuz. It's not like you're out in the Arabian Sea, and I don't think they'll bring any of uh, their rather their aircraft carriers anywhere near there. Like it just wouldn't make sense. And the closer, and we can all see, the closer that you get to the Strait of Hormuz, and heaven forbid they try the Persian Gulf, or that they try Karg Island as they promised months ago, um, you would see it get much more precarious. Iran has, for example, like their Asdar missile, which is an underwater. It's not a kamikaze missile, but it's more of a autonomous torpedo, right? And it's like a smart mobile mine, so it can, like, literally, once you let it off, it recognizes the target, it recognizes the shape of the hull of
China, to be
everything.
clear,
Yes.
Is this the missile that the IRGC was bragging about that only them and the Russians have, and the Chinese?
This
If
one
you
is
remember
more so
early in the
their.
war,
Yeah.
an IRG official said, "Hey, we have some missiles that no one has except for like the Russians or Chinese." Is that what you're talking
That's
about?
more than that may be one of them. This
Okay.
one is more so the All Star. That's like their unmanned underwater vehicle. So
Yeah, he mentioned underwater. That's why I'm asking
yeah.
you that.
Oh,
The
okay,
IRGC guy.
that's probably it. It
Gotcha.
more than
Okay.
likely is it. Yeah, it's extremely fast. Like it hits like 25 knots. It can stay online for quite a while. It has this like loitering standby mode where you basically, like, just it's AI integrated, and it kind of can wait out there for, I think it's about a bit over 4 days that it can loiter. So it can literally just wait out there and look for targets and threats, and um and it can cover like
What the
600
fuck?
kilometers.
What,
Yeah.
that shit could just sit in the fucking seabed and just wait?
Yeah, it's a shark. Literally, like I don't know how else to put it.
Yo, what the fuck?
Yeah, it's bad.
What?
It's good. Yeah, it's serious. It's serious. Like that's at
Who
least
made
three
that shit?
days,
Is that Russian or
man.
Chinese technology?
So that is my understanding is I think Russia helped in the early stages, but Iran really like the finishing touches and as they do, typically what happens they get early stage work with either China, Russia, or North Korea for at least some of their heaviest hitters, and then some of the more new features or some of the more state of the art cutting edge features typically are Iranian, just like reverse engineering. Not to say that China and Russia can't do it, but that they've done it based off of their own engineering, if that makes sense. So they make sure they add it, and just like the basics are set up with their allies. And yeah, it's a monster, and they can launch it, by the way, from their subs as well, right? So you can imagine like a Iranian sub that has like I don't know how many they can send off, but if they have Iranian subs, which again they got a lot of help from Russia in developing, they can store them there and then let them go, right, from their submarines. So they can launch these automated drones from submarines that loiter for days. Imagine that. And they have kamikaze drones as well that are submarine launched, and these are like more sub to air. So if they have subs, for example, like if you're out in the Arabian Sea, you can bring you can go up to around like 25 meters below depth, let off these kamikaze drones, and then pretty much like and that is also a world first capability. They debuted that last year. And again, you just let that off. It's a swarm of drones that they can fire from a submarine again. And that can typically hit. I imagine that would hit I think from their Kilo class subs, I think they can launch about like 6 or 8 of them. They can let those aerial loiter, right? So again, they can persist or loiter for 2 to 4 hours of flight time until the AI knows the target for the dive bomb attack. So Iran can do that. And we're talking about like this idea that there was any serious attack. Now, granted, I think it does show this morning that Iran is serious, that they are going to willing and able to engage. But for all we know, they may have just sent a couple of Shaheds from the drone, or rather from the shore, right? Because Jask Island, I think that's not too far from Manab. I could be mistaken, but I know Jask Island. That's like a out by the Gulf of Oman, and I highly doubt they went through the Strait of Hormuz. So anywhere in that like Gulf of Oman area, they can just launch from from the shore, from their deployers, and then pretty much let the drones take course until they get near their target. Right? It's Iran has a lot of control here. They're not in a position, and by the way, even if they didn't hit land a direct hit, what could have occurred also was like a near strike or a near contact. They have equipped some of their missiles and drones with this proximity fuse, where especially for heat seekers, like the proximity fuse usually for missiles that they send with heat seekers, they can essentially like when they come near, typically F-35s, for example, or even some of the Arleigh class destroyers that Adrian was talking about, send off flares that are meant to kind of like confuse the missile that's targeting them. And so that proximity fuse allows it to kind of like to tell out using its laser or radio frequency sensors. It tells out like exactly what the target is, and it's able to determine that their target is a vessel as opposed to those flares, if that makes sense, right? If you have a heat-seeking missile, flares are helpful to distract the missile and lure them into, hitting the wrong target or being misdirected. But if you have the missile hit or if the missile can tell apart, right, using its electrospectral monitoring, then it'll literally be able to, or rather, excuse me, it's an I think it's spectral optical monitoring. I think that's the term for it. It'll be able to make out the vessel that it's targeting from the flares and then explode near it. And that is exactly what Iran had happen to an F-35 about like 6 weeks ago. And if you remember, CENTCOM also said, "Oh no, that was not hit. Our F-35 was not hit." Right? And this is what made me think of that, because if they're gonna say, "Oh, we weren't hit," even though you had a proximity fuse affect your jet and cause it to do an emergency landing, then who knows if that's not what they're doing here as well.
That's the thing. Great point. Inevitable. Yeah, that's the point, that we just don't know what the truth is, and I think out of the three different positions, I think what the IRGC are saying is probably the most accurate statement. But there again, you don't know. Because what they've said is missiles are fired, but no confirmation of hit. Obviously, the Americans just deny it, irrespective of the situation. But Axis are reporting the following. This is more of an overview of things. They're saying that Trump is frustrated by the no deal, no war stalemate with Iran and is pushing for more decisive action in the Strait of Hormuz. One official said the president wants action, he wants pressure, he wants a deal. On Thursday evening, do you remember we were reporting that there was a meeting on Thursday with the basically Trump's top military officials and Trump's security officials and Trump's foreign policy? Well, we said a plan was laid out. There were three different proposed plans that went in the media, and it seems like the real plan was none of those three. The real plan, it says, on Thursday evening, a plan was presented to send a naval ship through the Strait of Hormuz, but Trump opted for a more cautious approach initially. So it seems like this plan was concocted on Thursday, but Trump wasn't too sure about it until he initiated it last night. Any Iranian, then I continue with what Axis said. Any Iranian reaction will be considered an act of aggression. Well, that's already happened, giving Washington the justification to take military action. The operation could be the start of a direct confrontation or a prelude to a potential agreement. So that's what Access are reporting. So it's very much in line with what we're seeing right now.
And that just came out now, I'm assuming? That's like within the last few minutes or so?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Shit. Yeah, this shit's really developing. This is going crazy.
They found their workaround then they found their workaround, by the way, then for the 60-day timeline that they had. Right, for the War Powers Act?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. Actually, yeah, you're fucking right. Yeah. Yo.
I don't know whether to like laugh or just shake my head, because that's just, I don't know. I guess this was a question though.
Right?
Yeah.
Now
Yep.
the only question is Project Freedom. Is this going to be the name of the new kinetic one, or is he going to let this drag out and then give it the new operation like a third name? So that starts a bit later, if that makes sense. Inevitable. So, like for example, what I mean is you had Project. You had what was it? Project Epic Fury. That hit his 60 days, and then now it's Project Freedom. He lets this continue for like, I don't know, like 2-3 weeks, and then when they go kinetic again, or even in the between it, he'll be like, okay, the real operation is called Project something else, if that makes sense.
Yeah, under the pretext of even self-defense. Oh, this was like, they'll be able to basically decide when they've been aggressed upon, whenever it's convenient, and then when they're ready, maybe from a logistic standpoint, they'll just pretty much like press the button, and then, oh yeah, new operation, new name, new motive, and then I think under the pretense of defense, that'll give them enough justification in their minds, and maybe even I'm sure Congress will take it. Why not?
Yeah, let me just give some recap again, because new people are coming into the space and into the stream, YouTube stream. We have three different positions on the Iranian missiles being fired at U.S. warships.
Slowly, real quick.
Yeah.
Slowly, real quick. Guys watching my stream, I want you guys to pay close attention. A lot of you guys just came in. Sully's going to give you guys an update of what's been going on for all you guys that are just coming in now. Please pay attention. And yeah, bro, take it away.
Appreciate it, brother. So three different positions on what's happened this morning. As you know, yesterday Trump announced Project Freedom, where he said he was going to militarily, essentially, escort vessels from the Strait of Hormuz out of the Strait of Hormuz. We have three different positions on what's happened. CENTCOM is saying their warship was not. So what we know is, or what the claim is, that Iranian missiles were fired. CENTCOM is saying their warship was not hit, but they did not say whether or not the missiles were fired or not, the two missiles from Iran. IRGC is saying 2 warning shots fired with missiles at US warships, but they haven't confirmed any hits as well. And it was Iranian media, Fars News specifically, who said 2 missiles were fired, but by Iran and hit US warships. So that was kind of the three different positions on that. And then we've got loads of statements from Barack Ravid and Axios saying that any aggression would be result in kinetic war. But I just want to welcome as well. So that's the latest one, that Marin. I just want to
Thank you,
welcome.
brother. Thank you.
Yeah, appreciate you. I want to welcome Ryan onto the stage as well. Ryan, hope you're well. How are you doing?
Pretty good. This Middle East never leaves me alone. I can't take a day to do anything. To what y'all were talking about before with APAC Fury or Epstein Fury, I think they called it Epic Fury, and then you have Freedom Flotilla, whatever the hell it is. That what he's doing there is playing around with the War Powers Act, because he has 90 days where he can fool about with the War Powers Act, as if you get the interpretation from about when it was made and then LBJ and blah blah blah. Then what Trump said is like, no, we had 60 days of war, and then that one ended, and this is a new one, so I don't have to get congressional authority. I just got another 3 months to mess around without any oversight. So that's why he's trying to say that pause counts, and that this is a brand new conflict and not a continuation of the old one, when it absolutely is a continuation of the war that Israel and America started. As far as firing on the ship, it most likely was 2 warning shots, because if your goal was to sink the ship, you'd keep shooting at it. You know, if it's 2, then that's the warning shots that probably turned around. But they warned them. They said, do not put U.S. military ships, especially a fucking destroyer, in the Strait of Hormuz, or as I like to call the Persian Strait. Lindsey Graham doesn't like any of the names that have the word straight in it, by the way. Of course, that guy's straight as a boomerang. But they warned them. They're like, don't do that. And it's not necessary. The Strait of Hormuz is closed open. It's open and filtered. Iran decides what goes in, what goes out. And what does not go in or out are U.S. destroyers. Now, I heard another story that it was not a destroyer, it was some patrol boat, whatever. It doesn't matter. American military anything is not allowed in the strait. So most likely they gave him a couple warning shots. This is before his timeline. It was supposed to be a few hours from now to his loudmouth clock, whatever, countdown. So I got to point this out too. We used to call things like that a nothing burger, and now we call it a taco. This is why we got to get our borders in shape, folks.
Hey, Ryan, I do want to say, when you said APAC Fury, I fucking was dying, dude. APAC Fury is wild.
Dude, just you can Israel that. Feel free to Israel that. Like APAC Fury, because honestly,
Bruh.
Epstein is just a subset of APAC anyway.
Oh my God, bro. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna Israel that one. Oh, Lee, that joke was promised to me 3,000 years ago, bro. APAC Fury is fucking wild.
Dude, I'm the one that started Epstein Fury too. So yeah, you can Israel both.
I was on a space with you when you said that shit. I started crying, bro.
You got to switch it up. It's like APAC Fury. It just rolls. It just sounds like epic more. And that's exactly what it is. It's a bunch of Jewish billionaires that have this eschatological belief, or at least pretend to, or whatever, but they utilize that mythology to grab land and be like, we were there thousands of years ago. I was talking to this girl, this American girl that's been in Israel. She got stuck there because of the war. She hates it. She's like, the funniest thing is these people can't form a line, because since everybody cuts and everyone cuts everyone else, there's no lines. They just all crowd up next to stuff. I'm like, that's the kind of society they live in. They can't make a line. I'm like, that's hilarious.
I guess it's tough if everybody thinks that space in line was promised to them 3,000 years ago.
Yeah, they're just like, God gave me the spot thousands of years ago in my storybook.
Dude, you know what? I'm glad you said that, Ryan, because like I've seen so many pictures of Ben Gurion Airport. Dude, no one's in fucking line. Everyone's just swarming the ticket counter, bro. And I was like,
no, it's like Brazilians at a buffet. There's no order. It's just, it's like they can't do it. And they all feel entitled. They're like, oh, I was here. And like, see, like even like America, it's like 80% of people will line up. Some people will cut, but they'll get called out on it. They go, no. So they're like, strangers will say, no, I saw them here first. You can't do that. Like there's consequences.
Yeah.
But in Israel, they all just yell at each other. Like, oh, they're just all like playing victim, and like they'll lay it. It's like who can out kvetch the other. They can't even make a fucking line. I mean, like, this is how they live. They all feel like the world belongs to me. You can almost like judge a society by how well they line up. Like Japan, you could have the whole subway lined up, quiet, orderly, boom, you know? Try that in America, you'll get lines, sorta, you know, it's like half and half. But Israel, it's just a big crowd at the front.
It's just black people, so that's not that bad.
Oh, yeah. Well, but some black people will some will line up.
Or they'll cut.
But most of them, yeah, they'll cut, or they'll like at least line with each other or whatever. But like Israel's like not even any line. Yeah. You know, like that's the bottom.
And what makes it worse is like everything is promised to them from God. So
it's just, that's the ultimate arrogance. Like the creator of the cosmos gave me this spot, Ryan, but I can't eat bacon.
Well, I'm sure you know the breaking news, and it's developing every like other minute. But if you had to make, I guess, gun to head had to make an estimate, how probable do you think it is that U.S. vessels were struck?
Well, I'm hearing it was warning shots, which makes sense.
Same.
That you would do that. You wouldn't just bang. Like you would shoot above them or near them first. But they will shoot them. I mean, trust me. Like if they keep effing around, they're not afraid to do this. And they told them, you don't need to escort anything in or out of this. Your stupid blockade of a blockade. The problem is Trump, who I think is legitimately like senile or something wrong with him. He's surrounded by Zionist rats and he won't listen to anyone else because he listens to whoever blows the most smoke up his ass. Which is, you know, you think the Pacheets are good at that. When, you know, when the Kushners and those people get around, that's their profession. His son-in-law got like $2 billion from Saudi Arabia for no services. I'm like, well, we know what the services were. They just pay to play and you can't admit it. But could this restart the war? Like it certainly edging closer in that direction. I'm like, why else are you sending ships in and out playing chicken? Like you're trying to get a pretext because you want to roll on. However, there is a faction in Israel that's like, no, we're having a hard time with Hezbollah as is. Do not add their tag team partner Iran. That's just going to make it worse. But that faction's losing out because the Adelsons, the Paul Singers, the Jewish billionaire civilians that don't know shit about the military, this is the phrase, and if y'all can remember when George Tenet and stuff were running around saying slam dunk on Iraq, this is the phrase. They're saying knockout blow. So the Lindsey Grahams, Ted Cruz, all the bisexuals and stuff, they're all saying we need to deliver a knockout blow. So during the pause, they gathered all their standoff munitions they have left. Interceptors are down 90%. That's hilarious. But they're running very low on tomahawks of all styles, 4, 5, block, whatever. They don't have enough. So they gathered them all. They added the Bush. They brought the Ford back, which was supposed to be in the first conflict, but wasn't. And then the Lincoln's still there. And they're thinking, yeah, if we just heavily hit them. But I mean, it's such a canard. Like, oh, really? For the first 40 days of war, what were you just holding back? This isn't Dragon Ball Z. Like, you were not hiding your power level. Like, you hit them as hard as you could, minus nukes, and it didn't work. You don't have any special stuff, except one thing. They're talking about, well, we got the Dark Eagle. I'm like, oh, yes, you have a hypersonic Dark Eagle that you don't even know if it works or not. $41 million a piece. Guess how many they have? 8.
And they moved it from Asia, 8. Which is retarded.
Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8. Not 80, not 18, just 8 of those. All right, that'll make the difference. But
there's something more interesting about rational this.
People.
They're only Mod 6, by the way.
Yeah, something
it's
we're just
enough.
Walking past. An hour before everything happened, an hour before the attack by the Iranian side, 15 remaining personnel of Tuska ship were just returned to Iran and just touched Iranian soil. So Americans who had gotten seized the Tuska ship, they just returned the personnel of that ship. So you could see easing tensions on one hand, and on the other one, just trying to move past the Strait of Hormuz with your warship. I think maybe it could be just a response to that, because as soon as the news of that got out, Americans just let go of Iranian personnel of the ship they seized. Why would they do something like this? So maybe all of this was just a counter move for that and nothing too serious, because I was just looking at the news. Nothing new has been reported, just that the Iranians just returned. That's it, nothing more. So we could look at it like that too.
Yeah, I'm kind of torn. Like, I don't want escalation, but a small part of me does, and I feel guilty about it. But I feel like there just isn't another solution. You can't negotiate with terrorists, and Iran's going to have to bomb its way out of this. Like, they're going to have to cause enough pain to the Gulf and Israel that they never, ever want to try this again. But, but it's, look, when an American wants to trigger, they'll just make up some bullshit, and they'll do it. Like, they don't even have to play around. They'll say, well, they'll say the uranium thing again. They'll do that forever. Like, look, Russia even asked to, like, you can put the uranium here. And before Iran said no, Trump said no. It's like, wait, I thought that was the whole goal. It's like, no, because that uranium acts as a pretext for American violence. They're not serious about it. They don't care if they have it or don't have it. They just want to act like, they have ambition to make the bomb, so we got to get them. Like, that's why everyone's going to get the bomb in the future. They're looking at Libya, they look at North Korea, and they're like, what happens when you can't protect
most
yourself?
people inside Iran want the same thing too. Most Iranians do want this to go to the next level and finish, because right now it is obviously an unfinished business, and the Americans are here. Israelis are still attacking Lebanon. Actually, the news of a huge firefight inside Lebanon was just announced. So we do want this too, even though they're going to attack us, they're going to bomb us, but this isn't finished. It has to finish for the whole region to see peace, I mean.
Okay, so I'm looking at Rerum, guys.
Right.
So I would say at this point, Reuters is at least saying that Iran did claim that they shot the rockets. And then on top of that, it's saying regional sources have also confirmed that Iran did indeed fire warning shots. Maybe not struck, but it seems like between Reuters and regional sources, they're saying that missiles were fired. Now, as far as did it hit, that's a different story. So we'll have to see
that's the gist of it.
But that was our number one question, was like, did they even shoot the missiles? I could say pretty confidently now, they at least shot at the U.S. at this point.
Yeah, RT's reporting it too, and most of the Telegram channels are on this. There's some warning shots fired. What I'm more disturbed about is, did a U.S. ship actually try to go into the strait after being told specifically, don't do that? Like, you're lucky it was just some warning shots. Well, this is a very dangerous thing. The chicken.
I thought it was an American warship.
That's what I meant. The Americans should not send an American ship into the strait at all. Did I say Israel?
Yeah.
So it's because I think of them as the same thing. It's like, well, one side's the face of the dog, the other's the ass. Yeah.
Fair. They pretty much are the same. And the important thing to realize is that Iran looks at both as at both of them the same too. So.
Yeah, I'd say
what a Freudian slip. It's like, Israel, whatever, America, same thing.
Shit, man. Okay, that's wild. So,
yeah.
But that's additional confirmation if Reuters is confirming it.
Yeah, and I'll tell you guys the quote, and this comes from Rerum Novarum. Iran fired warning shots at a U.S. warship, an Iranian source told Reuters. Then it says, regional sources have also confirmed that Iran did indeed fire warning shots at the warship. And this came out about 45 minutes ago, right around the time we fired up the space.
Now, in RT, they were saying it was a destroyer. Don't know. I mean, that's the claim. If they tried to put a destroyer in the Strait of Hormuz, they're asking to get shot. I mean, that is just... And it's so funny, like, we're playing defense. They're like, let's see, you put your warship in their water, and you're on the defense, huh?
Yeah.
It's not your strait. Like, the strait was already open before you attacked them. Do you not remember that thing was completely open? Then you preemptively attacked during negotiations. That's why it got closed. and they told you how you could get it open. Leave, and then it's open.
Yeah, Ryan, the Gulf of Tonkin screams at me here.
You know, almost simultaneously to the Gulf of Tonkin was the USS Liberty. It's the tale of two boats. The one that wasn't shot at started a war where 2 million people got killed. The one that actually was shot at that killed Americans resulted in us giving them billions of dollars and putting a gag order on the survivors. That's LBJ.
Write a book. I want a signed copy of that book, just like I want Suleiman's signed copy of October 7th, man. Write a book on that one.
I wrote an article called The Tale of Two Ships on those two events, but it's not a book. But I've written some books. Okay. You can get the other books.
I got your Substack. Yeah, I subscribe to you and Myron there. I will check that out. Is that on your Substack?
They're on Amazon. One is Welcome to the USSA. Get it? And one is called The Separation of Business and State. And it's just about how the government makes everything work. It's a great one.
Thank you, bro.
Hey, by the way, did you remember, Ryan, when it was about 3 weeks ago, the U.S. did, I don't know, I imagine they were destroyers. They sent 2 destroyers towards the Strait for a supposed mine clearing operation, according to them. A supposed mine clearing operation. Remember that? And Iran sent a few drones to turn them back as well. But they didn't need to fire warning shots at that point. I don't know if that...
Like, why wouldn't you send minesweepers? Like, why would you send a destroyer? Right. Can they do that? I don't like. I think you're just there threatening them with your big gunboats. It's gunboat diplomacy, literally, as they did in Venezuela for Paul Singer.
Oh yeah, and the British wrote the book on that. But yeah, exactly. Like Japan has pretty much like the state of the art minesweepers. They've got from what I've heard, some of the best in the world. So you would think that they would send Japanese ships if they're really serious about clearing mines. So that's again kind of a tell.
Goes against Article 9. They can't go. That
really?
Their constitution forbids it. Yeah, that's the argument they're having now.
I thought it just wasn't. So was this including, because I imagine for minesweepers it technically isn't anything like, it's not like a military engagement. It's more so the aftermath.
They could clean up the mines if there wasn't a conflict, but there still is a conflict, especially with Lebanon and Israel. So when it's all done, they can do cleanup. They did that in Syria, for example, but they cannot do that right now.
Did you see what CENTCOM
not during ceasefire? Okay.
Did you see what CENTCOM is claiming that they sent guided missile destroyers through the strait and escorted 2 U.S. flagged merchant vessels out? That seems like propaganda. There's no way they actually got destroyers through the strait.
Oh, from CENTCOM? Yeah. Okay. CENTCOM is a cunt hair more reliable than Truth. CENTCOM is a cunt hair more reliable than Truth Social from Trump.
Yeah, you think it is the matter of proportionality here. You think if they send 2 destroyers, only 2 ships are going to go there to fight them. But Iran sees this whole thing, the Strait of Hormuz, and their presence here as like the whole war. So if you attack in 1 ship over there, if you bring 1 troop over there, then Iran is going to consider that an actual act of war, and there's not going to be proportionality in response to that. So saying that 1 American Navy ship, warship, whatever, passed through the Strait of Hormuz, or 2 or 3, it's ludicrous. It's either all of them with full force or none of them. It's not going to happen like that. So when I see any type of news like that, I just move on, because without confirmation, it's false. It cannot be true.
Well, it could be a Gulf of Tonkin type situation, except they can't just lie about it. They're like poking the lion until it swats at them. They go, you started it, and then that sits better than when they start the war and then it doesn't go well.
So just on that, let me read the news on that. CENTCOM claimed they have basically helped 2 U.S. vessels transit the Strait of Hormuz. They said, quote, US Navy guided missile destroyers are currently operating in the Arabian Gulf after transiting the Strait of Hormuz in support of Project Freedom. American forces are actively assisting efforts to restore transit for commercial shipping. A first step, 2 US flagged merchant vessels have successfully transited the Strait of Hormuz and safely headed on their journey. This is what they're claiming. So they're claiming 2 US flagged vessels that were in the strait have basically gotten out. So obviously this I find that to be highly improbable. But obviously we'll give you that news as an or confirmation of that either way as and when we receive it. But that's the claim right now.
So many details in that report, like the SS what, and the what commercial ship. Oh, a U.S. flagged ship. Okay, what's the name of it? Like nothing, right?
Oh, Ryan, that's a great point. I immediately thought of that. Seriously, if it was a real official PAO release, they would have names. Yeah, great point.
Exactly. And to add to what both of you are saying, if you remember, they've been claiming, the US, that they've apprehended 33 ships during their blockade of the Strait of Hormuz. And I looked into it, and like we've only got names of like about 8 of them, other than the 4 that were boarded. So there's a big, like, they just make claims without ever providing any names of ships, vessels, verification. They're not headlines is enough.
Because they know the majority of people aren't going to hear this space. They're going to read that and go, oh, boomers on the couch type. A U.S. flagged ship, too. It said 2 of them. Like, they don't need names. But you need that to verify. Like, which? What were they? What was the commercial? What was the merchant ship doing? Was it oil? Was it gas? Was it coffee? Like, what is it? No details.
Yep, confirm. Every PAO, public affairs official officer release, has the details. It's required. We had a PAO on every staff I've been on, and they have to provide that for the release. So I guarantee you, right now, if you were to go on Fox News, they'd be reading the script. They'd be reading that script.
Isn't it sad, Raul? Like, CENTCOM says something, everyone goes, maybe. Because that's how often they lie.
Yeah, I know, Ryan, great point. I was talking about that earlier in the space. I said, it's tragic, it's pathetic. But I, as an American, I believe more what comes out of Iranian news outlets or RT than I do our own government, for sure.
Okay, Al Jazeera is also reporting this. They haven't confirmed it, but they did say Iranian media says the U.S. Navy ship has been hit by 2 missiles. So I think it's pretty safe to conclude that missiles were more than likely shot. The real contention is, were the ships actually hit? That, I think, is the main question now.
That is possible, but to me, it just makes more sense that they would do warning shots before they just shot them. Or at least they would have come out on the comms and said, turn around, we're going to fire on you. Like, there would be some warning before they just blew them up or tried to.
Yeah, that is what they
and
did
also,
in April.
Once you've done it, why shoot 2? Why not 20? Like, keep going till you sink it.
Yeah, exactly. And we saw no return fire from the U.S., meaning they probably got that warning shot and said, no, we're not going to proceed.
Oh, if they return fire, they're in huge trouble. they're done,
right.
Pretty much. There's a reason why they've never tried the Persian Gulf yet, or they haven't tried so far in this conflict.
Exactly. Oh, exactly. And you will not see any P3s or the P whatever the new advanced forward. You won't see sonar buoys being dropped. You won't see those. It's the equivalent of the ASROC, where you drop it. It goes down like a submersible type of a harpoon, where it goes down to kill submerged targets. It doesn't work. It won't work. And even those, quote, antiquated Kilo class diesel former Soviet Union submarines, they're freaking lethal. They disappear. Speaking from experience, they disappear. So they even got those that are old, but they've refitted them, they've re-engineered them, amazing technology, but the weapons that they fire, those torpedoes, I'm not at liberty to go into details about those, the lethality of those, but Inevitable is laying it out. Yeah, man, they can take it. You want to go submerged, they've got it. You want to go surface, they've got it. You want to go air, they've got it. Yeah, it's, again, I'm repeating it. It's complete insanity what we're witnessing. Whatever comes out of CENTCOM, just put it in the trash heap, or you can just lay it on the side.
It's a little bit like Thermopylae. Like,
Yeah.
that's the geographic
Yeah.
problem you're having.
Absolutely.
I'm praying they got some of them CM320s. That's what I hope Iran has.
Man, that's another great analogy, Ryan. Thermopylae right there, man. Hell's Gate right there.
I'm talking historically, not the movie 300,
No,
where they had it all backwards.
Oh,
It's like,
yeah,
the
no, I
Greeks
know
had
exactly
slaves,
what you
the
mean. It's a
Persians
kill.
didn't.
That's a tight little hold. That's what that small force can withhold the thousands. I know your point. Absolutely. Read the book.
We had a good show. I had, we'll just call him Jaro, but it was a
Yep.
U.S. naval officer.
Yeah, listen to it.
Did you hear that one?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, and I was talking about the way Native Americans use the landscape to defeat much larger U.S. armies. And like, this is what Iran is doing. They're using the geography. They're using the mountains. They're using the strait, like, perfectly. And the Americans, they don't have an answer. And what's weird is they did war games. And I thought they must have learned from these. But I was listening with Scott Horton and Larry Johnson. They're coming on later. And they're like, no, they didn't. They learned nothing. Like, they kept losing the war games, and they just changed the parameters and rules. Like, you can't do that. You can't do that. Like, but yes, I can. This is something that they could do. Like, they can deliver messages with motorcycles, for example. So it doesn't matter if you cut communication. They're like, no, you're not allowed to do that. Like, this is real life. This is a war game. This is very serious. And in every incident, they're always able to close the strait, and there's nothing they can do about it unless they want to take on tens of thousands of casualties, which they don't.
Oh, that was Millennium Challenge?
Yes. Ryan's
One
talking
of them was
about
Millennium Challenge. There was, yeah,
And
one of them was that. And they did a couple other Red Hat exercises, and they all had the same results.
And again, submarine warfare speaking, this is going back in the 90s.
Just some news, Andrew, and then I'll give it straight back to you.
Sure.
Apologies.
Sure.
It's just very small news. Al Jazeera is claiming that there's 2 eyewitnesses that saw the strike on the U.S. Navy ship. That's from Al Jazeera. But sorry, back to you, Andrew.
Hey, no, Suleiman, sorry. CENTCOM says nothing to see here. Move along, folks. But no, in submarine warfare, again, I'm not really at liberty to go into that, but this is going back in the 90s and early 2000s. We had studied I'm talking submarine warfare, that area extensively. And I mean, when I say study it, everything from the Woods Hole MIT gurus to the battle tactician, for battle tactics, no, that's not we don't fight that in there from submarine warfare. We fight the enemy in our turf out in the blue deep water. That's our turf. So come on, man. I mean, don't blow smoke up our ass here, people. And
and I'll admit, Iran does not have a blue water navy. They don't need to.
They don't need to.
They're not trying to invade America or something crazy. They're just protecting themselves. I'll tell you another little fun fact you'll appreciate. Charles Hasker, who was on the Hunley, is my ancestor.
Whoa, really? Wow. That's
for those
the history of our submarine force.
Yeah, the very first submarine sank the Housatonic. He wasn't on it when they did that. Survived, started a box company in Richmond, but yeah, very first submarine, South Carolina.
Wow, that's some serious history, sir. Wow, good on you, bro.
I'm now, not by blood, but through marriage, related to Admiral Yi, who invented the turtle ship in Korea. Another Navy badass. Probably, I would rank him above Admiral Nelson even. I mean, I get the people can argue, but I'd put him there.
Wow, that Admiral Yi's a legend. Wow,
that's impressive, sir.
Well, it's nothing I did. It's just chance. It's good for them.
Ryan, what do you think happens from now then? This is escalation, right?
Yeah, but they must have figured, look, we're going to send this in. They'll either get shot at or not. They didn't sink them or anything. They've already decided what they're going to do. They're looking for a pretext. So to me, it looks like we're going to keep effing around to see how much, we can push their buttons and get away with it, because they're okay with the war restarting. Although if you weren't, you just wouldn't even risk this to get a couple boats. Like what's the return on investment there? Not very high compared to the risk.
McMaster, have you got any other information from Iran about this?
I can get some if you let me disappear a few minutes. I'll figure out what's going on.
Yeah, sure, Ryan. We also have, let me just look at some more news on this. Okay, someone mentioned this earlier, but the crew of the Sea Tusker ship returned to Iran today as well. UAE says Iran launched attack drone at Adnik oil tanker in the Strait of Hormuz. So the UAE is complaining about that and they want to escalate as well. Let's see what else.
9 minutes ago, Tasnim News Agency just put out a statement saying terrorists wanted to infiltrate Iran from the western border, but they were not capable to do so. They were stopped by Iranian forces.
They were stopped by what?
Sorry?
What's the last bit you said? They were stopped by what?
By Iranian forces.
You
From the
mean
Western Front, that's where courts usually reside and attack Iran. It says terrorists, doesn't mention any specific groups, but just 10 minutes ago, Tasnim News Agency put out this statement that they wanted to infiltrate Iran from the western border, but they were met by Iranian forces and stopped.
interesting? Do you think they're referring to the strait there, or do you think this is an additional attempt through the land?
No, I think it's just at the same time. It says Azerbaijan, West Azerbaijan, so it is the uh, northern part of Iran, and it has some borders with Azerbaijan, the country, and from the west side is Turkey. So you see, it just says terrorists wanted to infiltrate Iran, but they couldn't. I think just the United States is itching to make a move, and they are trying different avenues, trying to infiltrate and attack from different sides. But this only tells us that it is imminent, probably. They're going to start very soon. As you mentioned, naming it something new, Operation Freedom, whatever it means, that we have another 60 days. We can start anytime we want. Just probably this time they want to make it so that Iran does it first, or in a way that they could just present it as if Iran attacked them first. But in the end, it's very close, as it appears.
I'm also seeing that there's a major incident in South Lebanon. It seems like a lot of Israelis were hit and they're trying to evacuate a number of them out as well. So, a major incident in South Lebanon. A number of Israeli soldiers were hit and they're trying to evacuate those soldiers out as well. Gigi, jump in.
Good morning, Suleiman. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Suleiman, for doing it 24/7 now. In my view, and I've been in contact with my friends in Iran, there is another level of, another dimension of war is happening that it doesn't make it to the news right now. I have a feeling that it's going to be escalated for sure, But the whole goal is for Israel to get the Lebanon as much as they can, and just muddy the water in Iran and in Shariat of Hormuz, to distract people, to have everyone, including us, talking about Iran and Shariat of Hormuz while they are getting their foot. They have changed the lines already in Gaza. There is a new line. There's a now orange line. On May 3rd, this weekend, there was a real estate sale that happened in Toronto, coincide with New York and I guess other places, that Israeli Canadian were selling real estate, 14,000 units of real estate. The location was not disclosed. Many activists here were looking and asking government of Canada to stop it. 14,000 units of a new real estate, most of them outside the green zone, some of them in Gaza. And we are all completely distracted that what they want. I think, I really feel, and they get Iran completely engaged. We think that Iran is a superpower. It's not. I wish we were. I really wish we had all the power that we could defeat everything, all this monster, but it's not. Iran has to deal with years of sanction, years of, you know, um, and a minority of Iranian that are not happy, maybe not a minority, they're big. And now there is another campaign. I see that royalists of Iran, they started, I'm sure they were refinanced. There are so many people are working on that. There is this fake account of Ivanka Trump, that is actually promoting the prince again. I don't even want to call him prince, the stupid, warmonger. But there are so many things are happening, Suleiman, and you're very good of dissecting the reality from, propaganda. I really, really think the whole thing is to take land from poor Palestinian and poor Lebanese. And at some point, they will escalate and de-escalate and get to some agreement with Iran. But in my heart, I feel this is all that's happening right now. And this sales of real estate in Toronto was unbelievable at this time. They basically selling Gaza to Israelis. They're financing it. So it's really, really shameful, and it's sad to watch. Thank you.
Yeah, I agree. It is really, really disconcerting to see what's happening for sure. So just some more news. The US or CENTCOM is claiming that they helped two vessels traverse the Strait of Hormuz. I mean, we find this to be highly unlikely, but they need to provide the evidence. And yeah, I'm just looking at the maps now, like zero. It doesn't look. These guys are hilarious. Like I just can't believe in the world of social media, in the world where we can actually track ships ourselves. Like it's crazy that these guys would just make up crap like this. What's the name of the ships? Like maybe we missed it, but um, the maps and satellites don't seem to show that at all. Um, so it's just interesting that they would make such a claim. Um, and Andrew, how long would it take for them to help? If they, let's hypothetically say that they're telling the truth, which I don't believe they are, how long would it take them to conduct this operation? You go into the strait, you help a vessel out of the strait, it gets out of the strait completely. How long would something like that take, and how many warships would you need to do that? Destroyers.
Yeah, to do what if we're talking one, two, let's just take one, let's say cargo container ship. Just let's say it's one. But I think they said three. I'm sorry, how many did you say it was?
Two.
Two. I'm so sorry. Okay. So, let's say two here. We have two. All right. it would take a minimum of one, preferably two destroyers to adequately, safely do that. That's on the surface, all right? Now, time-wise, depending on where they were when they started, looking at that, the nautical miles inside the Gulf, right? And the whatever, I believe I'm just roughly over the top of my head here, what the 100 something whatever square miles there, but the 22 nautical mile gap, so that going through that narrow strait, first of all, the mine clearing, it's highly unlikely just the mines, but first they would have to do mine clearing. The mine clearing ops have never been confirmed, and I know they don't have it. They don't have those laid out. So we'll forget that. Let's just say there's no mines. Well, okay, overall, it would take 2 or 3 days to get in there, to get everything set up, to then set up the screen, and then a couple, 3 days. So we're looking at a week, 1 week. That's without mine clearing ops. So I'd say about 1 week. But in overnight, in a day or so, that's ridiculous. It's I guess if you tell people that don't understand anything, there are many listeners. If you even tell someone on the street in America or Canada or in the West or someplace, and you ask them to take a map and point out Iran, a lot of people wouldn't even know. They'll say, yeah, it's someplace over there. I don't know. They don't care. I don't care about that. So if you put that on Fox News, they'll just say, cool. And real quick also about the press release from CENTCOM, anytime, I repeat, anytime public affairs, and I wasn't in public affairs, but I had to work with them on a major staff. I was a commander, Submarine Force Atlantic. Anytime, and with Naval Sea Systems, anytime you do a press release, they give details. You would hear on this date, such and such ship name. They'll even put the hull type and hull number. Escorted the ship name. Detail at this time and removed it. It would be very detailed, but to make these very generalized statements is absurd. That's fake right there. And the time frame, and I'm saying that without mine clearing, I would say a week or two, okay, to do that op. So, come on, it's crazy.
There was actually an update about this. Press TV just put out this statement a minute ago. Iran's Navy, according to the Army's Public Relations Office, issued a firm warning to U.S. destroyers trying to approach the Strait of Hormuz with radars off. After ignoring initial alerts, they faced warning fire from cruise missiles, rockets, and drones. So 3 different types of weapons or missions. So I doubt that there were only
No,
2 shots.
that's Telegram translating Persian Farsi into English. It's not rockets, it's missiles.
Yeah, and hang on.
Have you got any more news, Ryan?
Well, what he was reading is, according to the Army Public Relations, the United States destroyers a few hours ago attempted to approach the Strait of Hormuz by turning off their radars at the Sea of Oman. But immediately after turning their radars back on, they got a warning. So they got a verbal warning through radio first, and then they had a couple warning shots, and they buzzed them with drones. That's what the gist of it says, which makes sense that they would warn them rather than just shooting them.
Yeah, that would make sense. Have you got any other news from? You said you were going to go check out some more information or whatever.
And that's from the IGRCC, the cyber version on Telegram. Yeah, I looked at the Israeli Times. I looked at a bunch of papers I usually like to take and compare, and they're all saying the same. It's just Al Jazeera and RT that said they hit the ship, but I'm not seeing that even from Iran's own, and Fars News, same thing, which is sort of semi-state owned. They're saying warning shots as well.
I just confirmed it, actually. It's the 3 of them: cruise missiles and rockets and drones, attack drones.
Yeah, you're reading that from the IGRC Telegram, right? I have this verbatim paragraph. which is automatically translated into
No, it's
English.
Fars. No, it's from Fars News Agency, and it is from Tasnim News Agency, and quoting the head of Iranian Navy. So it's not from Al Jazeera or any other source like that. It's from Iran.
I didn't. I didn't say Al Jazeera.
Well, I don't know about
Is
Al Jazeera,
it,
but what I'm telling you is from inside of Iran, from Iranian head of Navy and Iranian state media. So Al Jazeera can say whatever they want to say. What I'm telling you is from Iranian side.
yeah, I don't know why you're saying I'm talking about Al Jazeera. I'm not.
Yeah, I don't know.
When
I
it
don't know what
comes
this
to
guy's
the
saying.
two sides that are actually involved in the war, they're more credible than sources from
McMurphy, are you
outside
arguing with
looking in.
yourself?
So that's what I'm saying.
McMurphy, are you
What?
arguing with yourself? No one's even
Yeah.
Right.
saying what you're arguing, what you're talking about. I don't even know what you're saying.
Like you're arguing
Yeah,
with
he is.
yourself. I said that's the IGRCC Cyber Corps, what they said on Telegram.
Sorry, I have bad connection here. Let me just relocate.
You
I would answer.
okay?
Sorry.
Please do that,
Hang on.
and maybe don't debate with yourself. Okay. I think he won the
I'm
debate
just
though.
saying it's very common when the translators translate from Persian or Farsi into English, they screw up missile and rocket all the time.
Yeah. I think this guy is from Iran though, so I think he was getting a few of the different sources. So
Good. I mean, it's fine. I'm just pointing that out. That is a thing that happens. It doesn't mean it did happen, but that is a common thing.
exactly. No, you're right. UAE confirmed an ADNOC carrier was also struck by two Iranian drones near the Strait of Hormuz. The UAE has, and this is what the UAE put out a statement. They said the UAE strongly condemns and denounces the Iranian terrorist attack involving two drones that targeted a national carrier affiliated with ADNOC as it transited through the Strait of Hormuz with no injuries. In a statement, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs underscores that this attack constitutes a flagrant violation of UN Security Council Resolution 2817, which affirms the importance of freedom of navigation and rejects the targeting of commercial vessels or the obstruction of international maritime routes. The ministry emphasized that targeting commercial ships and using the Strait of Hormuz as a tool for economic coercion or blackmail represents acts of piracy by the IRGC and constitutes a direct threat to the stability of the region, its people, and global energy security. The UAE further stressed the need for Iran to halt these unprovoked attacks, ensure it's fully committed to an immediate cessation of all hostilities, and the complete and unconditional reopening of the Strait of Hormuz in order to safeguard regional security and maintain the stability of the global economy and trade. Also, it's been reported, allegedly, but needs to be verified, that Iran has expanded the blockade of the Strait of Hormuz to include the UAE's eastern ports of Hor Fakan and Fujairah. Any ships departing from these top ports and attempting to head into the Gulf of Oman will be targeted if they do not obtain permission from Iran. So that's kind of some of the latest news. Just want to welcome Robert onto the stage as well. Ryan, is there anything you wanted to add on that?
You may have already said this before I joined, but they've expanded the blockade past Fujairah, closing off the eastern half of East Israel or the UAE. So, and maybe you said that already, but that's that. I can go in listen mode. You can hear how noisy it is where I am, so I'm gonna tap out.
No, stay here. Stay. You can stay and you can just chill.
Yeah, I'll just don't act like I can't answer the question. I'll just be listening because you're
No
getting
problem.
ready to enter a
No
thing.
problem.
Yeah,
No problem, Ryan.
I'm gonna be
So,
hunting boar. Isn't that funny? Hunting bear. Now there's a boar epidemic in Korea, so I get to shoot those.
Ryan.
May I touch on?
Okay.
Oh, sorry.
Just watch out for those deers. There's too many deers in there.
No, the deer's that's a sacred animal. I know people hunt those in America, but over here you can't do that.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, wait a sec. There's due to Okay, so there's a warning going out in the UAE. Apparently, the warning is, quote, due to the current situation, potential missile threats, immediately seek a safe place in the closest secure buildings. Stay away from windows, doors, and open areas. Await further instructions. So a warning is being sent out to residents of the UAE. They're expecting a strike. They have sent out a warning. I don't know what the airspace is looking like actually. Had anybody looked at that or tracked that? But a warning has been sent out to residents of the UAE. Just want to welcome Robert. Inevitably, was there anything you added there? Then I want to go to Robert on the finances. But go
Yes,
ahead. Oh, was it?
thank you.
Was it? Yeah. Go
And
ahead.
I will be very quick. The UAE, they mentioned that resolution 2817. I just find that, like, I am just mind blown by that. Just because, okay, they, as it is, were looking to expand upon that resolution. That was, I believe, the earliest one after the war began, where they were able to get the international community to pass a resolution in the UN Security Council, and it was just some cheap like condemnation, basically, of the Iranian attack. As it pertains to their self defense. And so the UAE actually wanted an expansion of this, specifically to force, or rather to essentially force a opening of the Strait of Hormuz, and to get an international, like, basically justify international intervention for the opening of the Strait of Hormuz. And so that resolution ended up failing. I believe there was a joint veto from China and Russia pertaining to that, because it was an actual actionable resolution, as opposed to the first one, which was just more so wagging its fingers. And China, Russia, I believe Pakistan and Somalia may have been the ones who withheld or abstained. So it technically passed the first one right after February 28th, but that second one, which would have justified action, was vetoed. So the UAE has to call back to essentially the finger wagging after February 28th and say, oh, it's a blatant violation. Okay, well, look, well, I think we all have, maybe most of us on here have choice words to say about the UAE and how they've conducted themselves just in the region in general, and how much they've been a accomplice to Israel. But is Iran not supposed to consider perhaps you feeding intelligence to Israel in the United States that would explicitly put Iranian interests in harm? Would they not have the right to consider that an act of aggression? And so I find that just fascinating, how the UAE believes that they can throw rocks and hide their hands, and they have quite in-depth intelligence cooperation with Israel and the United States. CENTCOM is really heading it, along with the other countries in the GCC as well, minus Oman. The UAE is most certainly complicit in pretty much like every U.S. attack, just from an intelligence standpoint. Every U.S. attack that takes place on Iran more than likely has some form of involvement from the UAE, if for no other reason, due to intelligence sharing that we can confirm is going on. They don't even try to hide it. So again, I just found that quite interesting, and I will park that there. But yeah.
It,
Appreciate that. We've got some
it,
more.
it's,
Go ahead, Andrew.
oh, go ahead,
Go.
silly.
No, no.
No, go ahead,
Go
silly.
ahead. Because I kind of went off the tab, so I'm just going to refine what I was going to say. Go ahead. You go ahead and say what you want to say while I find it.
Okay, yeah, to close the loop real quick on escorts, destroyer escorts, actually in the Persian Gulf doing that escort, how insane it is. I said about 100 square nautical miles, maybe those tankers are sitting there, roughly. But the Persian Gulf is like 100,000 square miles. But let's say they're even somewhere in there within 100 nautical miles, maybe more, just to get them, set everything up and move that. And it's impossible, Sully, for them to just come in, run out, and we haven't talked about mine clearing. So yeah, incredible. So I'll end it there. Thank you, Suleiman.
Yeah. Let me just give some news, and then I want to get to Robert. And the news is doomsday for California. Oh my God, Doc! What about our Doc? Doomsday for California as last barrel of oil from the Middle East arrives in Long Beach. The last Californian bound oil tanker to pass through the Strait of Hormuz has arrived at the port of Long Beach. It carried about 2 million barrels of crude oil intended for gasoline, diesel, and jet fuel. This marks the end of routine large shipments from the Middle East to California due to the disruptions caused by the closure of the Strait of Hormuz. SOS! SOS for Doc. Doc, get on the space. You may be able to not join after today. Use your last 2 million barrels because you may not have any more fuel left. SOS for Doc. SOS for Doc. Anyway, let's go. Appreciate everyone. We're giving the news, real updates. It seems like major escalation. UAE, just to clarify, UAE have sent a warning to all of their residents via mobile phone to say seek shelter. They're expecting missiles. East Israel has sent a warning, and let me read the warning out actually, just so you're apprised of exactly what it is, as opposed to my interpretation. Due to the quote, this is what they sent out. This message. Quote, due to the current situation, potential missile threats, immediately seek a safe place in the closest secure building. Stay away from windows, doors, and open areas. Await further instructions. Now, the question mark is, Iran isn't saying that they're going to fire at UAE. Why would UAE send that message? A, option, it's Gulf states and they're a bit slow. That's one option. But the other option is they're expecting a US and Israel attack, and they know as soon as that attack happens, immediately the response is going to be fatal towards the Gulf states, and so they're telling their residents to prep. Both of these possibilities are there. There could be other possibilities I've not thought of. After only sleeping for an hour or two before this happened, I literally was staying awake to thinking, let me see if this happens, and then I thought, okay, let me go sleep. As soon as I fell asleep, I immediately get woken up to say that an American ship was hit. That's where I was woken up to. Now we think it's more likely that two warning missiles were sent or hit, directed towards U.S. vessels, and that's what happened. I want to welcome Robert onto the stage. Robert, hope you're doing well. How are you?
Hey, good morning. Yeah, I'm in California too. So.
Oh my God, Robert, we need your information because we might not get it.
Yeah. So, gas out here, $7 a gallon for premium. It's quite. It's not as bad as 2022, where I think I paid $8.50 for premium at the worst of it. But it's quite bad. So, markets, a lot has gone on overnight. We also had in addition to everything going on in the Middle East, we also had, it looks like, I haven't been able to confirm, but another intervention by the Bank of Japan Ministry of Finance with the yen. So that happened kind of in the middle of the night for us on the West Coast. Oil is back up, not nearly as much as it was earlier in the morning. I kind of just woke up, so I'm trying to like catch up on the history of what was going down. I know, the U.S. is claiming that we're escorting ships, but there were the claims of Iran hitting a U.S. warship that caused a pretty steep sell-off in the S&P 500 futures. We also got a pretty decent spike in the VIX, which is the volatility index. That is going to be really important for people to watch as well. Add it to your list. A lot of people watching oil. I would recommend watching different volatility measures like VIX and MOVE, which MOVE, which is the bond market volatility. Those two can be just as important, I would argue. Bond yields, due to the move in oil, we had bond yields kind of spike. So there's a bunch of charts going around right now on X showing the 2-year yield in particular that show pretty crazy wicks. That is probably a data error. I would be very, very surprised if the 2-year really did spike, 30 basis points or something. 40. I would be very, very surprised if that actually happened. But nonetheless, rates, did spike on that news. So we're getting into a situation economically, kind of, on not the market side per se, but kind of the second and third order effects. Higher oil is going to drive weakness in any kind of net importer of energy. That is most of Asia, especially emerging market Asia, Philippines, Malaysia, those kind of countries, but also developed Asia, Japan, South Korea, China manages their currency and is actually strengthened relative to the dollar going back to Liberation Day. But generally, any country that is reliant on oil imports is going to have weakness and pressure in their currency. And this has led to kind of the situation now in Japan where they are having to intervene. And what that means is they are literally dumping liquid dollar instruments that they hold in their version of the Exchange Stabilization Fund. It's called the FEFSA. And in that fund, they hold a bunch of dollars, whether that be, very short-term dollar instruments like T-bills, whether it be actual just cash liquid dollars that can be sold and used to purchase yen. So all they're doing there is dumping the dollar, and they try to do it in a forceful kind of way. They dump the dollar and buy yen. And that is, we've seen not just overnight with dollar yen, but going back to last week, we saw kind of basically one intervention. You could argue kind of one and a half. And that'll be an issue not just for Japan, but for any, you look at the Philippines, you look at that currency, right? That pair to the dollar is just down and to the right. You look at the rupee, right? Down and to the right versus the dollar. So you're going to have kind of pressure on any country in the world. And that includes Europe, although I would argue to a lesser degree, you're going to have issue and pressure on the currency. And so that's one. And then the other being, higher oil is going to drive interest rates or bond yields higher. And that is due to the kind of inflation concern, but it's also due to the fact that, if you're Europe, if you're Asia, you have to, you rely on energy imports. What that means, kind of colloquially, you are short oil, right? So look at the oil chart and imagine being short that. Is a pretty terrifying prospect, especially given what we've seen over the past couple weeks with oil moving higher again. And so what could be happening, and I think is happening with not just Europe, Asia, but definitely the GCC, is some amount of U.S. Treasury selling to raise dollars to prepare for higher oil. Because not only are these countries short, not GCC, but Europe and Asia, not only is Europe and Asia short oil, they're also short dollars. And the dollar had been strengthening, kind of in the early part of the war, and probably would start to move higher again if things really kind of got heated. I would imagine. But, there is a potential we're kind of in a turning point with the dollar. It's not as predictable as it might have used to been. So I think that U.S. Treasury yields moving higher is really the kind of key metric to watch, not the stock market. I think the stock market is definitely important. I think the U.S. economy is entirely reliant on the stock market going up and to the right. I put out an article in 2024. Paul Tudor Jones is out now talking about this, but I've been saying it for years now, which is the stock market has gotten so large that the government and the policymakers and what I call the vol controllers cannot allow the stock market to decline by meaningful amount and then stay down. But kind of on a short-term basis, right? Like over a couple days, over a week, maybe 2 weeks, over that kind of time period, stock market's not going to crash 50%, right? Which is where concern would be. However, bond yields, if those start to move higher in a non-linear way, in a disorderly kind of way, and that's what you would see reflected in the MOVE index, that bond market volatility measure. If you see that kind of thing, that is where real severe stress starts to build. You talk about a financial crisis, it would come out of the bond market, and it would come out of a disorderly sell-off in bonds and bond yields being inverse to the price of the bond. So if everyone's dumping bonds, U.S. Treasuries, you're going to get rates moving kind of vertical. That is really the risk for financial crisis, not really the stock market goes down 2%, one day, and then it goes down another 2%. That's not really that concerning, really, honestly. What is really concerning would be the move in interest rates. So, it's not just a story here in the US. Interest rates in Great Britain, in France, in Germany, in Japan, right? You kind of go down the list. Interest rates all over the world are moving higher. And in the rest of the world, they're moving higher at a greater pace, into a larger magnitude than we are getting here in America. But nonetheless, the US Treasury market is the largest market in the world. And not only that, but it is the global collateral for the entire global financial system. So US Treasuries, a lot of people know dollar reserve. It's not actually dollars, right? When we talk about the reserve currency and dollar and all that kind of thing, we're not talking like $100 bills, right? We're talking US Treasuries. We're talking, maybe short term treasuries, but treasuries nonetheless, which is a dollar instrument, right? If you're France and you own a US Treasury, you are long the dollar. And not only that, but you get interest in dollar terms, right? That interest that you get is paid out in dollars. So that is really kind of what we're talking about. That is the global collateral for the entire modern financial system globally. And so, you get rates going kind of vertical, right, in a disorderly kind of way. What that means is the price or the value of the bond is going down in a nonlinear vertical kind of way. And when the value of collateral falls too much in a levered system where there's a large amount of leverage, that is where you get really, really big shocks. That's what happened with 2008, right? You had the value of the homes, those homes being the collateral for the MBS market. Home prices fell too fast and too rapidly, and that put into question the entire mortgage-backed security market. Now there were, a lot of other issues going on, but you cannot have U.S. Treasuries selling off in a nonlinear kind of way, or the entire global financial system starts to become at risk. I know that might sound like hyperbole, but trust me, that is really what matters, not the stock market, not even necessarily oil, although it's kind of like bond yields are a second derivative of oil, right? If oil's moving higher, bond yields are going to be moving higher. So you could argue that, I guess, oil is really the most important. Yeah, I don't know. It's pretty wild times to live in, that's for sure.
No doubt, no doubt. I've got a few more questions for you, Robert, but just some more breaking news. First of all, the UAE have said that the threat is gone now. So the UAE said the threat is gone. Also, we're hearing reports that Iran is saying they're going to completely close the Strait of Hormuz and all ships will be attacked. This is according to the IRGC, but that needs to be confirmed. So just take that with a grain of salt. Okay, yeah, and that was okay, that's Sudan. Okay, and we're seeing. Okay, this is some more breaking news again. This is unconfirmed, so I don't want anyone to feel like something bigger is happening, although it could be. But we're now seeing possible unconfirmed reports of air defense activity in Tehran. Unconfirmed reports of air defense activity in Tehran. So this could be now something happening right
The
now.
retaliation
Yeah, could
to
be.
Iran.
Unconfirmed reports though, but yeah.
All the mainstream media is now finally reporting that they were at least shot at, but denying the struck part.
Yeah. And I think the IRGC hasn't claimed being struck, right? So, but yeah, that's the latest news on that. The warning in the UAE has ended, so that's the latest on that as well. Andy, do you want to jump in on some of that?
Yeah, it just seems like with this news that Iran is saying they might fully close the strait, it just seems like they're like, you know what, we're done with these games. It just seems like everyone's kind of going all in. And I mean, sorry, I'm a bit tired. I haven't even gone to bed yet, but yeah, it just seems like the UAE might have just been testing out their warning system if they sent out an alert and then 10 minutes later said all clear. So they're probably just testing out their alert system in case there actually is an attack. But yeah, with them doing that and then possible air defense activity in Tehran, it just seems like everyone's on high alert. It seems like this war could kick off at any moment.
There's also unconfirmed reports, which is a bit strange, but anyway, it could be in relation to this warning that was given, but unconfirmed reports of 3 interceptor missiles launched over Dubai. So unconfirmed reports that 3 interceptor missiles are launched over Dubai in the UAE. So that's the latest on that as well. So yeah, we'll obviously continue to give you the news as and when we receive it. We are checking for the news. Yeah, significant escalation to say the least. Robert, in terms of oil prices, one thing that surprised me last night was that after Trump's announcement, the prices dropped significantly. And I couldn't understand why, because many of us thought what we're hearing today or seeing today would happen. So why? I mean, what's going on?
I don't know. I wasn't way kind of watching everything at the moment, so I'm not sure. Maybe the nowadays over half of all trading volume is done by algorithms, some kind of automated computer program. So maybe the way the headline was reported, or the way that the algorithm interpreted those reports, those news articles, was in a bullish way. U.S. is going to be providing escorts. Strait of Hormuz is open now, so the worst energy crisis in history is coming to an end. Supply will finally get moving. We'll get the shut-in wells back. That kind of thing. Back up and running. It probably has to be that. The only other explanation is intervention by Japan. They have now kind of not confirmed, but Japanese officials, when talking about the FX intervention, have brought up the likelihood or the possibility of intervening in the oil market. You also have rampant speculation here in America that the U.S. Treasury is also intervening in the oil market. So, those two, coupled with maybe a misreading, because I read those, it was like 5 o'clock my time out here. I think when it came through, I read it and I was like, oh, this is gonna if that's true, if we're really putting warships to escort vessel, like that, it's just setting up a showdown where inevitably Iran, inevitably there will be an exchange of fire between Iran and the US, and then boom, we're right back to where we started, and if anything, way worse, because Iran is going to hit the Yanbu pipeline and Fujairah pipeline, and really kind of ratchet up the attacks on Saudi Aramco infrastructure and that kind of thing. So I read it as bullish oil, but maybe the algorithms didn't. And also, I would throw in, maybe it's possible that I don't have any confirmation, so I'm not. A lot of people are making this claim, but I have no reason to believe or to doubt that Japan would do that, or that the U.S. would do it. I think that both. I think if I had to give a probability, it's probably more likely than not that they are at least considering it, at least thinking about it. Now, whether or not we have actually seen any intervention, I think is in the oil market, is kind of a different story. But I do think that that both Japan and America are probably thinking about intervening in the oil market.
I'm just getting some information, and let me just relay this to you. Not information. How can I rephrase this? Claims. There's unverified claims that, and in terms of the two vessels, obviously we need to check if that's real or not. But there is unverified claims, allegedly, claiming that what happened with the two vessels was that Iran allowed those two vessels to go out in return for the Tuska and the 15 people who are on the Tuska, as well as Iran's LNG carrier Xavier to go through. I'm not saying this is what happened, but this is just some of the claims that are going out there. So just so you're aware, I was trying to make you all aware of all different sides, all different perspectives, all different things that are going on. So that's a claim that is being made and relayed in that regard. So just so you're aware. Yeah. And as I said, what was I saying again? That, yeah. Also, I mentioned to you guys that the IAGC have possibly, again, this has not been confirmed by the IAGC, that they've shut off all of the Strait of Hormuz. So they've shut off the entirety of the Strait of Hormuz. That's the latest news. News is coming in thick and fast. And obviously we'll continue to give it as and when we receive it. As I mentioned, there's unconfirmed reports of 3 interceptor missiles launched over Dubai. This reports of 3 interceptor missiles launched over Dubai. These are all unconfirmed, so just so you're aware. Robert, in terms of if there is a complete shutting of the Strait of Hormuz, we saw the oil prices fly up just based on news that possibly this ship had been struck. I believe it went up like 6% or something like that. I can't remember the exact amount. I mean, if this escalates again, I don't know who I was speaking to yesterday, but if this escalates into kinetic again, I mean, where do you see the oil prices going? And I'm not talking about the real prices. I mean, I know the real price is like 170, 180, but the kind of futures market, do you think that Trump could keep a lid on it still, or do you think it'll just completely blow up?
Yeah, I think it'd move higher, probably pretty sharply. And especially, Iran, I don't know, a couple weeks ago, maybe 2 weeks ago, they came out and said, look, like, if US starts to attack us again, this is our list of our targets, right? And it was every target that I had been warning about, the Yanbu pipeline, the Fujairah pipeline, Saudi Aramco oil infrastructure. Like it could be catastrophically bad. Right now, the Strait of Hormuz is about 20 million barrels per day disruption. We do have positive offset to that. 7 million barrels, but going through the Yanbu pipeline, but that's not actually net. The net is only about 4. And the SPR releases, we do have offsets, but it would be pretty bad. Because you take, from, call it 13, 14, 15 million barrels, you take that to 20. If you hit Yanbu, there is no offset,
Yeah. Is Robert cutting out, or is it just me?
He is cut out.
Oh, okay, Robert, you cut out. Don't know if you can sort that out. Let me just look at some more news. Okay. Just want to welcome Gary.
Hello. It's so difficult to tell what's real news, isn't it?
Huh?
Hi, Robert. Hi, Andrew. Hi, Andy. Hi, Chichi. Hi,
Good
Nev.
morning,
Hi,
Beatrice.
Solomon. Hi, Suleiman.
Hi, we did. Welcome to the space. We didn't. There's been a war going on.
Yeah, they've been claiming that for like 2.5 months, really, to be honest with you. So, what can we say?
Okay. Yeah, you cut out.
Let me see what the news is.
No,
I'm cutting out?
Robert cut out. You were speaking and you cut out.
Oh,
Robert, you cut out the last probably a minute or so.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. So yeah, so I think that if things really got hot again, you could be talking about a disruption over 20 million barrels per day, and that would be kind of on par with 2020, Q2 2020, April, May. When the global economy was ground to a halt. That is what the world must look like if 20 million barrels per day of oil is taken offline. During that time period, we had a decline of oil consumption, or that demand side of the ledger, of about 22 million barrels per day. So, you talk about oil, you can't print oil, right? So if 20 million barrels per day of oil is just gone, by definition, what that means is consumption or demand must fall by 20 million barrels per day. What does the world look like in that kind of environment? It looks like April, May of 2020. So it would be catastrophically bad if we and I think that the Iranians were threatening that if we targeted their power plants. I think that was the kind of direct response was, if the US goes after our infrastructure, we'll go after yours. I don't think it was just kind of a broad statement. So many developments to keep up with. I can't remember. I think it was more, if you do your power plant day that Trump, was talking about. If you do that, here's what we will do. And yeah, if that were to happen, it would be very, very, very bad. You'd probably see oil at, front month future, probably 150 as probably a starting point. If Yanbu and Saudi Aramco infrastructure and if all that really started to get hit, I think 150 is probably the first target. The whole point of a higher oil price is to destroy demand. Any commodity, right? The problem is oil is very inelastic in the short run. Over the first, call it, couple months to 9 months, kind of, under a year. In that short-term time period, oil is very inelastic, meaning the price has to go up really, really a lot to get you to stop using it, right? To stop buying it. So, for the average person, just imagine, what gasoline price would be required to get you to stop driving to work, to stop driving to go see your grandma in the hospital, to stop going on vacation. It would probably take a very, very large increase, and that is price elasticity of demand. For oil in the short run, it's about negative 0.06 to negative 0.1, meaning that for every 1% increase in the price of oil, demand only falls by about 1/10 of 1%. So it would be very, very bad if things got back to kind of where they were a month ago.
thanks for that, Robert. Guys, my app is really glitching. So I got a message from somebody who's on the panel saying, "Oh, you didn't say hello." And I was like, "I can't see you." Apparently, I have a co-host. Myron's the co-host. I can't see him either. So hi to everybody else who I cannot see on this panel because it's glitching quite badly. Appreciate you all. Robert, I've got a question for you. So when you say that, and I think this is a really important conversation that you're having here. And this is, look, people might have political or ideological disagreements with what's happening in the Strait of Hormuz and between Israel and the GCC and America and Iran and all of that, right? As in, I think they're doing this or not doing that. Whatever your perspective is on that, the one thing that is for certain is that it's going to affect everyday lives. And there's no getting away from that, whatever your ideology is. So when it affects people's lives, when you're saying that the gas prices have to go quite high before people will stop using gas, petrol, diesel, whatever, in terms of you're talking about travel, cars, and things like that. Agreed. For some of them, it's a matter of livelihood. They have to get to work. They'll have to use it for their job. But how many people do you think will eventually end up having to not work in that field because they just can't afford to get to work? They're getting into debt because of the cost of living going up. I'm thinking of real life impact. And where do you think, how far do you think we are off that at the moment? Hi, Gary. Welcome to Gary
Yeah,
as well.
that's the kind of second and third order effect, right? Is if you're not going to work, the Starbucks or the coffee shop or the gas station, you're not going into the gas station to buy your morning coffee. And so the gas station is making less revenue. Maybe they have to lay off people, right? Because less people are going into work and buying stuff at the convenience store. If you lose your job, if you're part of layoffs, which we're in an already weak labor market, if you get laid off, all those laid off people have a mortgage, they have a car loan, they have credit cards. Well, all that debt is held by the banks and securitized by the banks and then pledged as collateral. So yeah, there's really this is why in a recession things get kind of nonlinear quite quickly, is due to the kind of multiplier effect that you see.
Yeah, and I think that's the real risk here, Robert, to be honest with you. And in terms of how this affects people, they will lose jobs. And I'm not just talking shops and Starbucks and people like that. They don't have the passing trade. People will not be buying coffee, etc. But I'm talking like I look at London. There are nurses who work full time. They're struggling paycheck to paycheck. Nurses are struggling paycheck to paycheck. They have been since the pandemic. But then add in the extra cost of living now, if that goes this way in terms of fuel price rises, running their car and things like that. I don't know how they're going to manage. And I think that's going to be the real disaster that's about to hit us. But let's welcome in Gary. Gary, jump into that conversation. I really appreciate it when you and Gary, Robert, and Darkside and Simon are here. It's a full finance house. What are your thoughts? Welcome, Manco. as well.
Hey, good morning, guys. Good morning, Monday morning. I am probably not as I find it very difficult to see 20 million barrels come off the market. That's a pretty bleak view. I don't think we've had anywhere near that occur.
No, Gary, I was saying if things got hot again and Iran hit Yanbu pipeline, which is 7 million, right? If they hit,
I mean, listen,
but not
if a
current.
meteor hits us, we're not going to have any need for demand. I mean, there's a lot of things that can go wrong, but I think you're at a point now where the damage is. I'm not so worried about $150 and $200 crude. I'm probably more worried about what this does to the economy, like in the next 9 months. It's kind of, for me, I'm just sitting on my hands because I don't know what's happening, and that's not a great. It's not a great investment thesis. It's just not a great place to be when you're just paused. There's so much going on. I mean, look at Warren Buffett. They have so much cash right now. Robert, you remember the number they were talking about? $380 billion sitting in cash.
Yeah, it's pretty.
He's
Yeah,
done
he
this
posted
before,
that.
where he's just waiting. He's just waiting for the opportunity to buy something for 15 cents on the dollar. I believe that is going to come. I do believe that moment's going to come where we have a complete puke fest. We're close to being somewhere we've never been before. Now, I think that creates a lot of opportunity also, but I just think we're somewhere we haven't been in a long time, if ever. So we'll see how this week goes. I think this week's going to be pretty important, but we keep saying that, right? All of this is just getting ratcheted up more and more. So I don't have any brilliance to add, unfortunately, Beatrix. I'm watching from the sidelines like most everyone.
Well, Gary, you and Robert have added a great deal, and I'm glad you brought in the Warren Buffett post there. That speaks volumes for anyone that's really listening. Good morning,
Guys, some more breaking
Beatrix. You're
news.
back.
Oh, sorry, Andrew. Were you gonna say something?
Oh, I'm just welcoming Beatrice back.
Yeah, bro. Like, where's she been? I don't know, bro. But let me just quickly give some breaking news. 1 second. It is where's it gone? Where's it gone? Here you go. I don't know if I posted this out as well because I was. It says unconfirmed reports of two AH-64D Apache longbow helicopters spotted over Dubai. This is reportedly to move it to intercept aerial threats. So this is unconfirmed reports, but just something again to be kept apprised of. I mean, I don't know. It doesn't seem like anything's happening in that regard. So I do feel like the Dubai people are dramatizing the situation quite a bit. But again, just take that with a grain of salt. But obviously, our job is to give you the news, yeah, and we're hearing like I'm seeing more reports of allegedly interceptions coming from the UAE. I don't know. This it makes no sense because I don't think Iran's fired at them. Uh, a number of Israeli soldiers, Israeli casualties in South Lebanon as well. But sorry, Andrew, were you going to say something?
Yes, sir. You know, I'm glad right before we closed the space last night, you were reading how this massive additional force has come in for this Operation Freedom or Freedom Force or whatever. And we now clearly understand this is how Trump got around the 60-day game before he's got to get congressional approval. He did it exactly as what we were thinking. We also now clearly see that this is a buildup of force to make this massive movement to start releasing these ships again. If it were really happening, we would see a massive force moving in. We won't see it. It's just a bunch of saber rattling. But and I believe there will be something that will happen, this will keep escalating. And I believe that Iran will keep going tit for tat, meaning they will not escalate beyond the force measured, meaning whatever U.S. forces do, Iran will respond likewise with warning shots. But clearly, if Iran wanted to sink that destroyer escort coming in there, it would be on the bottom right now. They could have done it, swarmed it, either air, surface, or especially subsurface. And again, we don't know the mine clearing ops. It's not there, meaning there's no mine clearing ops. We would have seen a clear notification from CENTCOM. So all that garbage coming out of CENTCOM, it's pathetic, it's sad, it's tragic, but we can't believe a word of it. I know we have to listen to it, and you do. You post it, so we weigh everything, but I don't believe a word that comes out of CENTCOM. And I'll close with this. Gary said something quite, I think, very important to you. And Robert, thank you. What was said there, if you listen carefully, when Gary was talking about Warren Buffett's post there, people, the professionals like Gary, are sitting on the sidelines because they see this clearly as a complete shit show, as they say, in the works, where it is going to be a wild ride. And at this point, when the fog of war and the craziness, we sort through it. And that's why folks need to repost this space, because the updates are so dynamic. I've now received 2 posts from people saying, "Hey, Andrew, thank you for reposting this because we can't find Suleiman's space." That's why we say share, like, share, and subscribe.
Yeah, yeah. Gary, you were a big believer that this was gonna go kinetic. It looks like things have escalated quite a bit. What's your thoughts?
Yeah, warriors don't take their toys to the desert and turn around and, you know, leave them unfired. I just don't think. Look. I think we've gone too far, dude. I would like to see an act of contrition, but contrition, is that the right word?
Yes, perfect word.
But I don't think we have zero humility in this government. Not a shred of humility. And I just see this thing continuing to be either escalated or just aggravated for a long period of time. Because I don't see a way to walk away from this. Does anyone see a way to walk away from this? I don't.
Not with the current plan, no, sir. Not with the current plan that you clearly.
Not even the current ethos. I mean, the spirit of discussion is like there's not really I wouldn't even show up to the negotiating table. If I was negotiating a deal with these people, I'd be like, you guys don't even have the authority to do a deal. Like, bring me the boss, because the guys that are talking don't have the authority. They keep reneging on every deal. So I literally wouldn't show up. I don't know why we're pretending like there's a negotiation going on.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm glad you used that word contrition. There's no contrition. It's just a form of attrition, a meaning the boy that got his hand caught in the cookie jar. Oh, we're sorry that they wouldn't even do that. But a contrite heart is truly broken. Hey, we don't know what happened, but we will find why those schoolgirls were killed. We don't know why we keep sending these lying reprobates to these negotiations that are real estate Zionist shills. No, you're absolutely right, Gary. That's why National Zionist Israel is an open shame. So is America with, you said, the whole spirit of this right now. And it is embarrassing. But, hey, it is what it is, and we have to be honest. And I really appreciate your moral courage, sir.
Okay, some more breaking news. There's conflicting reports about this. First of all, apparently a South Korean vessel was fired upon on the Strait of Hormuz. We were initially hearing that there was no damage, but now I'm seeing that Reuters is claiming that a fire has broken out. So that's the latest news in that regard. But it looks like a South Korean vessel was possibly hit on the Strait of Hormuz.
Does that mean the ships that I saw being hit with U.S. was not real today?
What do you mean?
Well, there was a few announcements of ships being hit. Bitcoin was up like $2,500 and it got crushed. I just don't know what's real news anymore. Whether it's fake.
Oh, you're talking about the actual. So the initially, sorry. What the actual space is about is what happened was we had three different conflicting reports.
Yeah.
So what happened? Oh, do you know about that, right?
Well, I mean, I woke up at 3:30 this morning.
All right, yeah. Let me just repeat it. Let me just quickly. Yeah. So we woke up to the news, but again, this was by Iranian media, which is Fars News. They claim that two Iranian missiles struck the U.S. Navy ships. They actually hit them. CENTCOM and IRGC came out and said something slightly different. CENTCOM said that their vessels weren't hit, but they didn't say whether whether Iran had actually fired the missiles. So they said our vessels weren't hit, but they didn't deny that the missiles were fired at. That was the first element. Then the other element is IRGC, and IRGC said the same thing. The IRGC said that two warning missiles were fired towards U.S. ships. Then we saw the satellite imagery, which showed U.S. naval ships retreating. So, and then separate to that, CENTCOM claims that they got two U.S. ships out of the Strait of Hormuz. So those are kind of the various pieces of information that's going out at the moment. So this is separate, this South Korean vessel.
So we think, so just to confirm, there's been a total of 3 ships hit today?
Possibly more than that,
Wow.
because so we had last night, just before we closed the space, we had news that a vessel close to the UAE had been hit. And then about 5-6 hours ago, we heard a vessel, UAE vessel had been hit. By the way, some of these could be overlap as well. Like, for
Yeah.
example, the South Korean one could be the first vessel, or the UAE one could be that other vessel as well. And then now we had a South Korean vessel was hit as well. So that's possibly 2 or 3. And then US Navy ships were fired at as well. So that's kind of what, 3 or 4 incidences possibly.
And then have there
Since
been attacks in Dubai today? Because I was on a space and there was live sirens going on.
So there's conflicting reports. One says, so we saw that some warnings were sent to residents of Dubai to say seek shelter, and then 5 minutes later they got messages saying everything's safe. We saw Apache helicopters on the skies of Dubai allegedly trying to intercept things. And we also heard reports that Dubai had fired 3 interceptor missiles, but the latter 2, especially the interceptor missiles, actually not the latter 2, the interceptor missiles is unconfirmed. So it doesn't, I mean, the Dubai one doesn't make sense to me. I don't think Iran would fire preemptively, so I think that's highly unlikely personally. And I think the only plausible situation related to that is if the US and Israel are planning to attack Iran, and then they basically, because they're planning to attack Iran, they're getting ready for Iran's response. That could be the only logical, or I think plausible thing, because Iran's never preemptively struck.
And just one last thing. Last night, Trump left it that he was going to strike Iran like at 10 a.m. their time, right? If we couldn't get an agreement. Did I dream that, or we have a
Well,
new
yeah, last night.
yesterday, whenever? But I thought that the action was going to start today in the Middle East.
That's no, that's not the strike, but that was the him saying that. So CENTCOM put out a statement last night and said, we're going to use 15,000 people, we're going to use destroyers, we're going to use guided missiles, and we're going to make sure that we get all these vessels out of the Strait of Hormuz. And so that level of military armada that they claimed that they were going to use suggested that this was going to be major escalation, because if you take that type of military prowess through the Strait of Hormuz in order to basically take control over it, Iran's going to fire back, and that's why we all believe that the war would restart today, or highly likely would, and it seems like something is already happening. So they tried to go in, the missiles were fired at. Now it's a question, question mark becomes, is America going to retreat and accept, or are they going to say no, we're going to go in? And if they do, then obviously, then yeah, everything does definitely. At the moment, it's like teetering at a start, if that makes sense.
Yes, and also, Gary, a key element when Suleiman was interviewing Larry Johnson yesterday, we talked about if they do what they said Trump said he wanted to do in this humanitarian effort, they would only probably send 1 destroyer in there. We do that. We call it a sacrificial animal, just like a point man. We'd rather get 1 ship taken out than 20, and so that adds up. But again is a suicide mission. We talked about that before, but it adds up with what Larry Johnson talked about.
There cannot be a general telling Trump that he is in any kind of position, like he is in such an exposed position.
Amen, brother. Amen. Absolutely. Unless that is a lapdog saying whatever Trump wants him to say. We talked about that yesterday. That's why those guys beat down, fire, and get rid of anyone that's because like someone like you that's going to stand up on stand up. No, man. We want you to say jump how high, like the humiliation ritual.
Yeah, but
That's what Trump wants.
one thing with, you get into you make a mistake and you just don't keep doubling down though. I mean, it just seems to me like we just keep pushing and we don't have a hand to play.
Exactly. That's why you're scratching your head. You and the folks like Warren Buffett are standing back going, what the hell? No, man, we're going to watch the shit show. We're on the side, get the popcorn. Exactly, Gary. You're exactly right. And and I'm only looking at the submarine warfare aspect, right? When we know we can't go in there and battle that, and we know that, but yet, we can do it. Okay, let's pretend there's no missiles, there's no hypersonic missiles, there's no rockets, there's no drones. Let's pretend Iran doesn't even have a surface navy. We know no one's ever talked about the mining, the undersea effort warfare, asymmetric warfare capability of those torpedoes they're using with those AAPs. No one's even talking about that. And even those outdated Russian Kilo submarines, they're outdated, antiquated, but guess what? They're deadly quiet and they know how. They refitted them. It's a no game, brother. It's like zero. Don't even go there. But yet they keep telling the public and the idiots on Fox News and the talking head Paige Shills, oh yeah, we're gonna go. We're gonna open the strait. It ain't going to happen. Even bring out nukes unless we completely empty every missile silo and every one of our FBM submarines, launch a complete nuclear launch and make Iran non-existent. Okay, then yeah, maybe that might open the strait, but nothing's going to happen. Conventionally speaking, up less than full nuclear holocaust. Nothing is going to happen there, but yet the game goes on. Why do you think folks like me and other retired officers I keep in close contact with are going WTF over? Why do you think I get on the space and say, kiss my ass if I was in active duty told to do that?
Hey guys, before my battery goes dead, which it's about to, I wanted to give you an update. Brandon Taylor Moore up in Canada is going before a judge today, acting as his own attorney. I hope you guys are aware of Brandon Taylor Moore. He was arrested up in Canada about a week after Thanksgiving when he and I did a podcast or a space together exposing the Jews. And he was arrested for inciting hatred and
Okay. What was that?
I don't know what that guy was saying. I wasn't even listening. Manco, what's your thoughts on what's going on? Significant escalation. What's your thoughts?
Well, it sounds like some U.S. ships transited Hormuz, and it's not clear which ships there were, but the CENTCOM said it was some civilian ships, so maybe it was some of the U.S. ships that were trapped in the Gulf, which there have
That's the
been
claim,
3 or
yeah.
4 ships.
Two US flagships is the CENTCOM's claim. Sorry, do continue.
Yeah, that's what they said. So maybe it was the ships. There have been 3 or 4 ships that have been sitting in the Gulf since the war started that haven't been able to get out. And Trump was saying he wants to get the ships out of the Gulf. So maybe it's them. I don't know. They haven't identified the ships or anything like that. They denied that they got hit by Iranian missiles, which there have been many claims by Iran from the start of the war that said that they've been hitting ships, U.S. ships, and yet we've seen the U.S. ships for 2 months, and none of them have shown any damage of getting hit or anything like that. So I think what happens is the Iranians will think they have some kind of targeting thing so they can fire a missile, and then they fire the missile and they don't have any way of observing if it hits or not. So they just assume and report to their boss that it was hit, and their boss reports this up, and then it gets broadcast on Iranian television, but they don't really have any way of assessing damage or what
No, but
happened to the missiles
which
after they
ships did they
fired them.
claim? Which ships did they claim that they'd hit?
They claim they hit ships and made that the destroyers like turn around so they couldn't go into the strait. That's what I saw reported, that one of
So,
Tasnim news agency or something said this.
so there's two separate points. So one thing is, in terms of previously, Iran saying they hit ships. I mean, we've got, even now, we know that Gerald Ford had significant issues with it. I interviewed Larry Johnson yesterday. He said one destroyer was completely non-operational, which he believes was hit. Obviously, the US isn't going to admit that. So you can't say that no ships were hit. We just don't know, because America, both sides, if you look at it from a completely neutral perspective, both sides may claim things that are not completely obvious. Now, I think that Iran's always been a lot more transparent about what's going on. So, for example, today Iran said, and CENTCOM statement seems to line up, because Iranian media, Fast News, said, "Oh, guess what? 2 missiles hit a ship." But CENTCOM said, "Oh, none of our ships were hit," but they didn't say no missiles were sent as warning shots. And Iran said, Iran IRGC said 2 warning shots were sent. So it seems like CENTCOM and Iran's IRGC position actually isn't too far off from each other. It's just CENTCOM is leaving out the bit about the missiles being fired, but they're not denying it. And in terms of the other ones, we know one destroyer was completely non-operational, could be random, could be all the fires in Gerald Ford were completely random. When Trump was talking about USS crafts being fired, all these good things could be just random, or they could be hits. Iran does claim that they hit them, but we've got no confirmation that they weren't hit. So that one is that there is no evidence that what they said was false. But sorry, do continue.
Yeah, the main one that they were saying that they shot a lot at Iran throughout the war was the Abraham Lincoln. And usually with these ships, at some point we see pictures of them, and we can tell if they've been damaged or so from the pictures. The Ford, I think, never got close to Iran. I think it was in like the Red Sea or something. So yeah, I mean, I anticipate that the US Navy is going to do more stuff closer to the Strait of Hormuz now, because that's what they've been told to do by Trump, and they'll do it. I don't know how much they're going to do. It could be a lot or it could be a little. And I don't expect Iran to do a lot in response. They might say they'll fire, a few things here and there, but I don't think Iran actually wants to do a big escalation. So I think that this is going to end up not being as big of an escalation as people probably expect.
So you don't think it's going to be that? So you don't think the US is going to try and actually take control over the Strait of Hormuz? Because the IRGC is closed off now, both sides of the Strait of Hormuz. There's unverified reports that they have completely closed off the strait, but we do know that both sides, so even the Fujairah side, is now being closed off as well. The US claims that they're gonna go in there and commandeer ships through the strait, but you're saying they won't do that.
Well, the thing is that Iran can say that it's closing things all day long, but it doesn't have the platforms to actually enforce that. All it can do is take shots with missiles of different types. And it's hard for example, they can, if they know that there's a bunch of ships anchored outside of Fujairah, sure, they can shoot drones at it, they can shoot missiles at relatively fixed targets, but you can't really shoot moving targets far away because they don't have the platforms to get close enough to get like a target lock on them. So I don't think that,
But
like
they've
they'll say
already
it.
hit. They've
What's
already
that?
hit like 3 vessels already in this short period of time. So they hit a South Korean vessel, a flagged vessel. They've hit a Emirati flagged vessel, and both are being confirmed. And the Emiratis wrote a long statement about how it was bad that they did that, and that those weren't ported; they were on the shores.
Yeah, that's the thing, is they're right outside. See, the right outside of Fujairah and some of these other ports,
Well,
they
70
have
kilometers. It wasn't just right. It was quite far out.
yeah, they have these clusters of ships though that kind of, it's like a big parking lot for these ships because they're just waiting for something. and there's a bunch of these little parking lots that they have around near different ports. And I think what happens is they just fire at this parking lot of ships and hope they hit something. And depending on what they fire, you can fire something into like a general area, and if it's a missile, it might just pick up the target on its own. You won't necessarily know exactly what's going to get hit, but it's a good chance it's going to hit something. So that's probably what happened there. But it's a lot different than shooting at a destroyer that's just kind of out on its own in the open ocean or something like that. So we'll see. I don't think that they're going to do a whole lot. I think
When you
that
say they, you
the
mean Iran or
Iranians.
you mean US?
Yeah, I don't think Iran's going to really, like, when the
Okay, so
US
your
starts sending
position.
ships.
Okay, so just to understand your position is America's gonna go in, they're gonna get all these vessels out, and Iran's not gonna do much.
Yeah, I don't know how good of a job America's going to be able to do of getting all the vessels out, because ultimately that's more of a job of, you have to convince the people who are in inside of the Gulf to leave. And Trump has been telling them, hey, you guys should just leave for a while now, and they just ignore it, like they don't feel it's safe enough. So we'll see if they can actually convince people that have the ships in the strait to actually make the attempt to leave. They may not be able to. It might be that not a lot of ships decide to leave. Now, if a bunch of ships leave and they're unscathed, then maybe more ships will join in later. But I do expect Iran to take some shots at US ships that come into the vicinity of the strait. The thing is that some shots isn't good enough to really cause a major escalation. Iran would have to be firing like 20, 30 shots at a ship at a time in order to have any kind of decent chance of hitting it. And I don't think they're
Yeah.
going to do that
So
degree of escalation.
So just to recap your position, you're basically saying that you don't think Iran could do anything, but America may try and get these ships out, but they may not be able to get these ships out because some of these vessels may not want to go through anyway, and therefore this whole Project Freedom may just not work because some of those vessels may not want to come out. So that's kind of the recap of your position. I think your position, I don't agree with it. I think the issue is for a number of things. First of all, you can make these claims, but we need to just look at the evidence of what's going on. So Iran has complete control of the Strait of Hormuz. The vessels they allow in and out are the vessels that go in and out. The US has no ability to allow vessels in and out of the Strait of Hormuz. And evidence of that is that since the Strait of Hormuz has been closed, only vessels that Iran has been allowed out. So we've had, and I wrote on this, about 250 vessels that have gone out of the Strait of Hormuz, all of them being allowed by Iran. America has only been able to accommodate, I believe, 3 or 4. They stopped doing that. You've not heard any headlines about that happening recently. They allegedly claim that they turned back 33. There's zero evidence of that. It's just America claiming it. They did provide names of 8 more of those that they did. So 8 out of those 33 names have been provided, separate to the ones they accommodated. And that's it. Everything, and this is again no evidence that this happened, but at least they provided the names of it, so one can say, okay, at least there's some names there. So, who has the control of the strait? Iran has complete control of the strait. Has America been able to stop any control of the strait? No, they haven't, because Iran and these vessels all know and the path that they need to take, and they take it. And these vessels that you're talking about, they're not afraid when Iran lets them, because once Iran lets them, they go. So they're not afraid of the US, but they're afraid of Iran, and hence why they're stopping there. And as Andrew said from day one, the way you shut the strait, there isn't some kind of cordon you cordon it off. It's just saying, guess what? We shut the strait. Anyone who goes through this area will be shot at. And so no one is trying to go through that area. Ships that have tried to, for example, I believe is it the UAE one or the South Korean one, or there might be a third one, tried to take the transponder off and go through, and they got hit. So that shows it's not just randomly firing at vessels that are apart, but even vessels that are trying to traverse in a covert manner are being hit, and that's what happened today. In addition to that, the vessel that was hit by the UAE, I believe that was 70 nautical miles away from port, so it wasn't on port as well. So I think those things are really important to see. But if your point is that actually Trump's just chatting nonsense because a lot of these vessels are not going to even try and go out, Then I agree. Then I think that's highly likely. I think Trump saying it and it actually happening is legitimate. I think that is something that a lot of these vessels will be too scared to try and get out of the Strait of Hormuz, knowing that they don't have the ability to do so.
Yeah, there have been a number of cases where ships have gone through the Strait of Hormuz, and they have been unscathed. All of the reports that I've seen of Iran,
but without permission from.
yes, where they ran the strait and Iran didn't even notice them and they got through. And what they did, and there were a number of cruise ships that did this in one. Yeah, listen, guys, I can pull up the media reports, but I've seen plenty of reports. In one day, there were 5 ships that got out, and what they all did, and 3 of them were cruise ships, what they all did was they hugged the southern coast. Every ship that has gotten out by hugging the southern coast has been completely unscathed.
They're all Iranian allowed ships. I want
No, they're not. No, they were not.
That Iran did not allow, Monko.
Nobody who goes on the southern coast is following the Iranian rules. They are all opposing and just running the blockade. Now, the ones that are following the Iranian rules are the ones that go up closer to Iran. All of the ships that I have seen that have been attacked by Iran or turned around by Iran have been ships that were attempting to go and transit relatively close to Iran on the northern side of the strait, which means that they thought, for some reason, that they were cooperating. And I think in many cases, there have been miscommunications where these people think that they have permission to go through, and then it turns out they don't have permission, at least not from the right people, and then they get shot at. But I haven't seen a single ship on the southern end that hugs the southern coast actually get shot at, which is why weeks ago I said every ship should just hug the southern coast and leave. Because Iran cannot even see the ships that try to hug the southern coast. They don't know that they're there.
Okay, so can you give the names of the ships that expressly have not been given permission from Iran and have gone through the Strait of Hormuz? If you can provide.
Yeah, I have to look it up. Give me a minute.
Yeah, no problem. And what else? Also, Trump has put a statement out, and Trump has put out a visual, and he's put USA Navy 100% are operational, Air Force 100% operational, missile defense 100% operational, and then for Iran he's showing the Ayatollah being taken out, and then he says the Navy destroyed, Air Force destroyed, air defense destroyed. So that's Trump with his propaganda tweets as per usual. Gigi, were you gonna ask Matt? Gigi, did you unmute your mic? No, I guess not. Let me just see what else is going on. Because I haven't looked at the news in the last few minutes. Okay, yeah, I posted that already. Mentioned that already. Let me just quickly see. Here we go. Lebanese Ministry of Public Health says 17 people have been killed, 35 injured in 24 hours due to Israeli bombing of Lebanon. Oops, I just saw a statement by Scott Besson. 1 second. Yeah, Scott Besson is claiming that they have complete control over the Strait of Hormuz. So that's hilarious. Okay. Qatar has made a statement as well. Let me read it to you. Qatar has made the following statement. So we've got, I'll read the Qatar statement, but just what I'll do, Super Chat says, every time Manko shows up in space, he just ends up telling lies like the PDF file president of his country. Manko can't ever admit US defeat. Qatar has made the following statement. They said the state of Qatar strongly condemns the Iranian attack that targeted an Emirati tanker affiliated with ADNOC company using true drones while it was passing through the Strait of Hormuz, and considers it a flagrant violation of the rules of international law and freedom of maritime navigation and a blatant breach of UN Security Council Resolution 2817. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs renews the Strait of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs renews the state of Qatar's categorical rejection of using the Strait of Hormuz as a bargaining chip, and it calls to reopen it without conditions, and its affirmation that freedom of navigation in this vital passage is a firmly established principle that admits no compromise, and that the continued closure of the strait exposes the vital interests of the region's countries to danger. The ministry emphasizes the necessity of stopping Iran's unjustified attacks on the properties of brotherly countries, and at the same time affirms the state of Qatar's full solidarity with the sisterly UAE and its support for all measures it takes to preserve its properties. That's the latest statement by Qatar.
I got it, by the way, whenever you're ready.
Yeah. Can you send me it as well so I can check myself as well? Go ahead.
All right, yeah. So the ships, the thing I was referring to, where 5 ships transited by hugging the southern coast, it was on April 17th and 18th, and they were the Celestial Discovery, Celestial Journey, MSC, Eurybia, Mein Schiff 4, and Mein Schiff 5. And those were the 5 ships that all went out. The biggest one was the MSC Cruises ship, which was a 184,000 ton ship. And those ships all sort of transited all within a short window. And then earlier in the war, there was, and this was widely reported, there was a particular Greek company called Dynacom Tankers, and they basically ordered their ships to just leave, to just run the Strait of Hormuz, and they got their ships out, and their ships came out without being damaged or anything. And those were the Shenlong, the Smyrni, the Marathi, and the Pola, which are all Suezmax tankers. So those were the biggest, like, sort of most widely reported incidents of this happening that I remember off the top of my head.
Cool. Can you send me that? I'm gonna check it myself as well. And the evidence that Iran didn't allow them through. But yeah, just send me that first and I'll check. Let's go to Andy. Andy, what's your thoughts on what's happening right now?
Andy, say something, bud.
Okay, let's drop him. He's probably not at the space.
Yeah, I think he's up. He's been up for like 30 hours or something like that. He's been up all night. No,
Yeah,
can I push back on what Mangoes was saying
yeah,
there?
go for it.
Yeah, Mango. I really can't wait for Sully to really check that. There will be zero evidence that Iran would not either allow that, some deal was worked out, but to say, first of all, one, to say that Iran has no visibility of what moves in and out through that strait is absolutely absurd. Two, to say what you've been saying since day one, that they just shoot those missiles, but it's just a lucky hit or miss. They really can't have any accuracy. We've proven over and over again with a preponderance of evidence. We even had our Chinese buddy come in. We've got our Russian buddy come in. My God, it takes the Russians and Chinese to show you what they're giving. They have the ability and the technology. I'm not a missile expert. I'm not a munitions expert, but I've listened to enough to prove they are, and they do hit targets. So please, I understand you got to do your spiel, but don't mislead people by saying, no, the Iranians really, we can go in, American forces can move at will and in and out of there. No, we cannot.
I'm also seeing reports that the South Koreans and the Japanese are secretly trying to buy Russian oil out of desperation, but they're doing it like undercover because they don't want to upset United States of America. So this is a lot of countries going to America's enemies in order to basically stay afloat, and that's that's kind of the situation the US has been put in right now. Al Jazeera are reporting, this was 38 minutes ago. I don't know if they're talking about the same incident or a different incident, but they said Iran army says it confronted US destroyer, fired cruise missiles, rocket, and combat drone warning shots near the Hormuz Strait. So that's by Al Jazeera. Gary, what's your thoughts on the oil prices? I was surprised that it didn't fly up as soon as the news came out yesterday, but instead the opposite happened. It dropped all the way down. What could be the reason for that?
Well, the longer this goes on, the more I think, like the thing you just read about, Japan trying to buy crude from Russia. I mean, that's going to be going on all over the place. These are awesome opportunities for Russia to take sales out. So I don't think that we've had anywhere near the barrels of oil we think we've had taken off the market. And you will find, even with embargoes, you're not stopping black crude oil. You can't track it. It's not like you can put an encryption code on it and go, these units are from a bad country. Unlike Bitcoin, the crypto stuff you can track, but crude oil is going to move around. I think this is a horrible move for America. I don't see any upside in this unless there's another trade going on here. Which I thought really this was about us just taking over the Middle East, which I do not think could work. Yeah, so I think we've probably seen the. I don't think you're going to see crude spike much further here. I mean, we could maybe get a $130 move. You're going to get some prompt, problems. There'll be places in Singapore or India that doesn't have any diesel or what have you, LPGs or what have you. But I don't think it's going to impact. We've already had a doubling of price, so everybody's making a shitload of money at this point.
Yeah, it's crazy. Manko, I checked what you sent, and a couple of important points to note. Um, it seems like these vessels were actually approved by Iran. And the reason I say that is because, for example, the vessel that you're talking about in terms of the Celestial Discovery went to the port of Oman. And as you know, Oman and the Iranians have very good deals. And the article you're sending about these countries basically getting through, sorry, these vessels getting through, is all of these vessels are from April the 17th and 18th, the date when America claimed that they'd put a blockade in. And what the article actually demonstrates is that the American blockade just didn't exist from the day that it started, and that's why these vessels got through. So there's no evidence that these vessels were actually stopped by Iran. If anything, there's more likely, without confirmation from this article, that Iran actually allowed these vessels to go in, and it was America who were unable to stop it. So an example of that is the Celestial Journey that went to Oman. Um, so, Andrew, from a tactical perspective, and then I will got a few more questions for Gary actually. But from a tactical perspective, how do you basically, I guess, how do you close the strait from the other side? So they're gonna close it from the Fujairah UAE side. What would be the means to do so? Would it be just using drones and missiles to attack any vessels that try and traverse, or how would they do that?
Yeah, take your pick. Now we're talking we're talking down into the open, going into the GNC, the Gulf of Oman. I'm sorry, we're talking south end of the strait. It doesn't really matter. I'd say within, let's say 20, 30 nautical miles north or south of that That's what I've been waiting for, to watch that back on that. And we know our friend Mangos was screaming up and down, you can't do that. Yeah, you can. Make the statement, it's done. How does that happen? Well, when you make the announcement, you get the FAFO going on. It's closed, guys. We made the official announcement. Anyone want to try it? Immediately, insurance companies go, oh, shit, no, we're not going to do that. Sea captains, those merchant marines aren't stupid. They're not going to go in there and say, I feel like dying today. Let's go check it. I want to play some Russian roulette. Naval blockades are extremely effective in warfare. It goes back to ancient times. We've studied that. American naval force and the U.S. Navy, we study that. We use that. We use those choke points. We study those. I could go on for hours on how submarines use those, okay? You just make the announcement, it's done. If that answers your question.
Yeah, you said that from day one. I remember you were like, guess what, guys?
Yeah.
Don't. Sorry?
Yeah, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah. I remember you saying that from day one, and giving us your expertise and saying that actually, you know what, like when you close the strait or moves, it isn't like you cordon it off or whatever. It's just saying, listen, boys, this our strait now. This strait is closed, and anyone who attempts to navigate through it without our permission will be struck upon. And that's the mode and method by which they were able to take control over it, which is something you quite accurately stated from day one, when I mean day one, from the day that the strait closed. So I remember you vividly explaining that, and it seems, well, not seems, it's been confirmed without a shadow of a doubt that what you said was right.
Yes, sir. The evidence is there, and I wasn't just reading that from online. I didn't pull up a Grok, or I wasn't scrolling through Google. No, that comes from life, L-I-F-E, experience, and sitting there getting briefs from briefs, multiple briefs, and then going through the naval training and learning naval history, studying Alfred T. Mahan's The History of the naval warfare, and how any nation that is a powerful nation, you show me a nation that has the strongest navy, I'll show you the greatest nation on earth. The earth is 70% water. In naval warfare, we have to learn that. We study naval history. And then as I progressed up the ranks, as I worked in higher positions with some extremely interesting jobs, it was astounding how my life was led in different positions. I was on the staff. I was not bragging, by God's grace. I was handpicked on staff of a very powerful admiral in the submarine force. I just happened to listen to those briefs. I would listen to them talk, and I would go to briefings. And here's the thing. And then I went to Washington, D.C., working in the Pentagon through Naval Sea Systems, submarine weapon systems. They go through these scenarios. So when I saw this situation set up, I said, gee, man, that's naval warfare 101. That's their game. That's their playpen. That's their playground. All they have to do is do the unthinkable and say, it's closed, boys and girls, and it's done. And we will not do jack squat about it militarily. We can't, we won't. But what we could do, and I've been saying this, I've repeated myself 47 times, what the United States could do is, okay, Rand, now you want to play our game, you come and play in our park. We play deep water. We play blue water. China, you want to play with us? Yeah, let's talk. You match a United States naval submarine. We rule. We will take anything, any target. I've said that 1,000 times. But again, we can't, we won't, because Trump, if he were to unleash the hounds and say, U.S. Navy, submarines, start dropping targets, oh my God. If I was back on my days, my Cold War patrols in the North Atlantic, and other areas, operational choke points and areas in the Sixth Fleet, on and on, we would be like going, let's do it. I was there when Gaddafi did his line of death. The United States Navy submarine force, we had a battle out with the air boys, the air guys. They wanted to start taking Gaddafi's targets out. And the submarines, we're going, no, we want to take them. We got firing solutions. We got a firing solutions on these bastards. Let's shoot them. Let's shoot them. Guess what? Bush gave the target package through the Joint Chiefs to the Airedales. the Airedales got to launch those harpoons that took out Gaddafi's missile boats out there on this line of death in Libya. My point I'm trying to make is, and we could have done a better job with the submarines, but that's okay. The Air Boys needed their little checkbox. My point is, if we really wanted to escalate this up and say, now we're going to take this up on stuff up, but now we're back again at square one. Now what? Well, guess what? We now are in a multipolar universe here. There's no more U.S. dominating the entire world. We don't have that game anymore because guess what? We got to work with China now. No, we don't. Yes, we do. And we've got to work with Europe now. And Europe is now finding itself in that new multipolar world. And I'm not going to go into all the geopolitics because if people haven't been listening to your space, Suleiman, and listening to the brilliant geopolitical analysis and the economic analysis and financial analysis, military analysis, they're not going to get it. But you have to put it all together to realize America's got to reevaluate, get the hell out of there, make a deal. And I agree with everyone. They say there won't be a deal, there can't be a deal. Well, eventually it's either going to be a deal somehow, like it was in Vietnam with the Paris Peace Accords, or we're looking at Armageddon. We're looking at the end. And I don't think we're there yet, but we're getting super close to it. I'll land it there. Sorry, I keep rambling on that.
Appreciate that, Andrew. There was some news I was going to give, and then I start. Wait, why am I hearing things that possibly something's happening in Dubai Airport? Let's see. It's so funny, like random people are so afraid to like tell the truth about what's going on in Dubai. Like the secretly send me messages like, please keep this quiet, but this is what's happening, and like on X and stuff. It's crazy. It's just like they're literally a totalitarian society where they don't want any truth coming out. Craziness. Now, there was something that I was gonna say in terms of the news. Where's it gone? I had it and then I went and started texting. Obviously, yeah, obviously there's major escalation happening in Lebanon as well. Obviously, loads of engagement going on. I think people are less bothered about Lebanon, but I think that's sad to see because it's like a really, really bad situation. What I was gonna say was, where's it gone? Where's it gone? There was a. Okay, here it is. Okay. Okay. So Scott Ritter said, actually quite interestingly, he said Iran, it is a possibility that Iran mistook a civilian cargo ship for a US Navy ship and fired 2 cruise missiles at it here, which it means Iran has challenged the US operation. The US need to put up or shut up. This is according to what's his name again? Scott Ritter. We got Scott Ritter coming on tomorrow actually, so that's going to be great. Basent called out China for buying 90% of Iranian's energy exports, directly funding the largest, as he calls it, state sponsor of terrorism. He's basically saying China has the leverage to stop Iran. So he's been very aggressive in what he's saying about China. That meeting between him and Xi is coming on in what? In a couple of weeks? No, it's about in 10 days. So that's going to be interesting if that meeting goes ahead, whether it's going to be rescheduled. That's going to be really important to see what happens with that meeting. Gary, what just looking at the current situation with the Strait of Hormuz, again, the fact that now nothing, like if you look at what was happening in the Strait of Hormuz, you basically had it where it was kind of semi-shut, vessels were coming out since the American blockade. I looked into this, and about 250 vessels did come out of the Strait of Hormuz. Like, for example, an Iranian one just recently come out with 2 million barrels of oil. But now with this basic essential war front that's occurring, whether it gets kinetic or not, although it seems to have, but let's say it doesn't go escalate. I mean, that's a complete and total blockade. Like, things are gonna get much, much worse now. This is like, we were seeing like a claim blockade, but there was no real one, and America really wasn't stopping any vessel. But now nothing's gonna go through. How bad do you think it gets
Well,
based on this?
that's what we keep saying. I mean, we got a 116 print on Brent, 102 on West Texas Intermediate. Crude oil price isn't reflecting that barrels aren't getting through, or we're making up barrels elsewhere. Again, you take that whole strait and you look at all the barrels moving through it, it's not going to zero. I mean, it has not gone to zero yet. So I don't think the price is kind of hanging in there. It's not showing you that we have, a blockade that's effective. I mean, it's got priced in for volatility and, all this angst, but if we really had 20 million barrels short and we didn't think the barrels were going to move through the strait, you would have price movement. And that does not seem to be happening. It's holding, but it's not jacking up. I would be very tempted to short here.
Oh, you think that you think the oil prices are gonna drop?
Yeah, I think we've seen, and I said this earlier. I think we've seen if we get a big move, we'll get a $20 or $30 move, and then the next day it'll come right back down. Yeah, I think we've seen the most damage we're probably going to see. People are going to start doing workarounds. This is the oil and gas industry. They've been around 100 years, man. They've had every problem. They've had the Gulf of Mexico blow up. They've had they've had a lot of issues, and they have many, many plans. They're probably better operators than the military at this point. I mean, they are an engineering machine. And COVID, like I keep going back to COVID, these crazy psychopaths did COVID. They didn't think that, hey, if this is not effective, there are going to be industries that become more anti-fragile, less fragile than they were because they work through a zero lead time emergency, global emergency. And we saw crude oil go from $70 to about 20. Gasoline, I filled up a Range Rover for $36 during COVID. It cost me 92 yesterday.
It's a good point you make, actually. You're saying that the oil industry and the energy industry will find a way to essentially make sure oil and energy is coming out because they just want to sell and make profit, right?
Yeah, and it's very important. Oil and gas people, the net present value of a dollar today is worth a shitload more than it is in 10 years. Okay, these barrels, they're just sitting there. They need to be sold for cash or Bitcoin or APUs or HPCs or bartered. Look, crude oil is the greatest barter tool in the world. Everyone needs it. Everyone needs it. You can't track it. Okay, there's never been an embargo that actually worked. If a barrel of crude oil wants to make it to America, no matter where it comes from, it can make it to America. It can make it anywhere it wants to go to. Stick it on a ship, change the name of the ship, do a little $10 agency fee, boom, we're good to go. create an LLC in the Netherlands. Boom, you're good to go. Now you got a boating company. Call Maersk up. Hey, I want to rent a ship. I mean, you're done. So, I mean, India doesn't have cash, but they've got rice. They'll do a deal for rice in exchange for crude oil. This is the most fluid, untrackable commodity on the planet. It's truly the currency. Like, I think energy is the currency. It's uh, and they can't just go make 4 million barrels tomorrow morning. You can't show up with 4 million barrels. Now, having said that, I think people really underestimate how much they can turn on and how much can be turned off. Every time Lufthansa and Spirit Airlines goes out of business or cancels 20,000 flights, dude, that's demand destruction. It's serious demand destruction. 20,000 flights. That's one airline. Spirit's out of business, so they're done. People will, at $92 to fill up a Range Rover, man, people will travel less. And this, like, you got to start thinking about, wow, the airlines are backing out. Oh, the hotels are going to back out. Oh, shit, Dubai's failing right now. People are moving around. Now, the private jet business is probably going to explode, right? There's going to be businesses here that do really, really well in this, but I don't think the world's ready for $180 crude oil. Like, you're talking about total devastation, zero demand. See how this works? I mean, it's a bit of a. This is why the beauty of the UAE coming out of OPEC is really, really important. I will go down. This is a very. I am so glad if the UAE really stays out of OPEC and it blows up, which I think OPEC's a little bit like NATO. It's not really effective. We will have the cheapest energy prices in the next 10 years that we've ever seen, because you will have competition. There's more barrels of oil than there is demand, man. And the oil people don't want to tell you that. They'll come on here and argue with me, okay? But and it is outside of war, the oil business is virtually a no risk business now. Needed by everyone, and you haven't heard the word dry hole in like 15 years. Now, that's a bit of a hyperbolic statement, but like, dry hole is really, it's not a deal anymore.
Even the North Atlantic, Gary, we heard that Royal Navy Commodore talking about the
Well, you
North.
look, some really deep stuff. Yeah, deep stuff. Okay, it doesn't, but they know what's there. The question is, how much does it cost to get it and deliver it? But they know this is a science now, man. They have satellites that are just like blowing LiDAR down into the geology.
And you're not, as a disclaimer for listeners, you're not one of these. You're not a nuclear, no nuclear energy. You're just calling it for what it is.
Well,
this is our reality.
Nuclear energy is a $10 billion price tag for every nuke, and it's okay. You want $8 billion. It takes 6 to 10 years to build one. Again, the net present value of a barrel of oil today, especially when you look out, if you're Exxon, you're like, okay, we most certainly alternative energy is coming. Other sources, especially at $150. Okay, every project on the planet's going to come off the blueprints, man. They're going to be looking at every project they ever considered at $110 crude oil. That's the beauty of the energy business. See, I actually think it's highly elastic. Robert was saying it's inelastic. I think it's highly elastic. Once you really look at the demand piece, and you see demand is like supply. Like, I'll just say this again, okay? 35-40% of the energy I use in my home, in fact, I use in my entire life, I do not need to use it. And that should really sit with a lot of people. Like, really? Like, Gary's saying he could cut 40% of his supply. Yeah, I could, man. I'm not going to die. I'm not going to starve. I'm not going to freeze using half as much energy, right? And I don't think many people are in the position where if they constrain 20, 30% of what they use, that they would be just fine. The GDP wouldn't be too good. Okay, but that then suggests, oh, wow, a lot of our GDP is just made up of unnecessary demand, unnecessary consumption. I mean, how many fucking T-shirts do people need to own? That makes up part of the GDP. I don't think T-shirts is a really effective instrument for our economy. You know what I'm saying? I mean, 5 T-shirts is one thing, but when a family's got 50, 60, 300 T-shirts sitting in their closets, all at $12 a pop or 100, you see what I'm saying? Just a lot of unnecessary demand.
So we'll take that over to the
non-essential. Yep. Let's say non-essential.
Yeah, exactly. And take that over to military spending in the MIC there. There are overinflated massive expenditures for like this dark black eagle thing, man. 44 million versus 6 million and what Russia's making them at. And I won't go into the other horror stories there. I mean, I know it's a separate, but same. Yeah, but Gary, I'm sorry, you didn't want to derail that, but back on the energy and the oil pricing and everything like that. Yeah, I'm really glad we're having this conversation because I think we really are seeing this and need to look at that.
Yeah. Well, it's going to go one way or the other. I mean, you can't just sit here forever. I'm stunned this is still going on, and the markets seem to be like in magic land.
That's the key word, magic land. That's a quotable quote right there.
We got some more breaking news. The IRGC have made a statement, and they said that no vessel has passed through the Strait of Hormuz. They said, quote, no commercial vessel or oil tankers have passed through the Strait of Hormuz in the past hours, and the claims of American officials are baseless and completely false. Other naval movement contrary to the announced principles of the IRGC Navy will face serious risks, and violating vessels will be stopped with force. So they're claiming that no vessel has passed through the Strait of Hormuz. So that's the latest news on that regard. Sorry, was someone going to say something?
Yeah, and here we go again, Suleiman. We have the CENTCOM and the Trump regime saying just the opposite. Gee, who are we going to believe? No, I'm going to go believe Fox News. Sorry. No, man, this is what we're dealing with. They put out their narrative. Then we get the other side. This is why I share the space. This is why I talk to others about it. I get the word out, because if this word is not getting out, then people are walking, they're being dog walked into another Vietnam, another Iraq, another Afghanistan, again and again. This is why we are the moral resistance. This is why we do what we do. When you bury your kid, yep, been there, done it. When you bury great men who have families who were, quote, fighting to find the weapons of mass destruction, you go, nope, I've been there, done it. I say, nope, I'm done with that. When you've served and given your life, laid your life down the line for years and years, and you've watched the narrative and you figure it out, you remember General 3 Medals of Honor, General Smedley Butler, Marine's Marine. General Butler said, war is a rocket. Maybe it's time for us to stop and let's talk. and let's stop the pony and dog and pony show. Let's get real and really love our country and love our fellow human and look at the morality of this.
Yeah, I completely agree with you there, Andrew. Also, guys, there's a tweet in the nest. It's the link to the Substack article. If you guys can go to this, we've basically top 67 on Substack. We've only started using it properly for the last, I think, week, and putting a few articles on there. And it says we're like top 67 in rising news, ahead of Jim Acosta and a few other big names as well. So if you could do me a favor, I post news on there as well, and we also post a number of Substack articles. So if you can go there and follow and subscribe, and actually, if anybody wants to support our work, they can do so via there. We do work quite a lot. For example, the article about the vessels going into the Strait of Hormuz. If you were to read that, that would really much inform you about exactly what's going on in terms of the Strait of Hormuz, in terms of what vessels are going in and out. And you'll see that this is why that interaction I had with Manco was based on basically knowledge from that article. So if you guys can do that, go to the Substack. Look, at the end of the day, we are banned and cancelled from all places almost. There's not many places that we're able to do the work that we're doing, and we rely on these couple of platforms to be able to do so. So if anyone and everyone can go to the Substack, follow it, subscribe to it. It's free to subscribe, but if you want to subscribe to the channel, I think it's only like $5 or something, hardly anything. So if you can do that and support the work that we're doing, it would help a lot, and it would mean a lot, and it allows us to continue doing what we're doing. Later on, we have got Pepe Escobar, perfect person to come on, who can talk about the Strait of Hormuz. In terms of, from a geopolitical perspective, in terms of the moves that are being made from a geopolitical perspective. And then we have on Lieutenant Colonel Anthony Aguilera, who will be able to explain it to us from a military perspective and explain exactly what's going on from a military perspective. So do that for us as well. Follow the Substack. The tweet is in the nest. I want to go to Ali. Ali, thanks for joining us. How are you?
Oh, thank you very much. I've been listening and learned so much. Peace to everybody, and the officer and the gentleman here has been pushing. Okay.
Ali, your mic's not great. Last night when you were on, it was really good, but this
Oh,
time.
I said I thank you. Okay, for giving me a chance, and I've been listening. Can you hear me
No,
now?
I'm saying your mic's not great. If you can sort it out, I don't know if you've got a headset on or something, but it's not great at the moment. It's not clear.
Oh, all right. So the headset.
Okay, we'll just wait for Ali to sort out. Let's go to the Silver Sailor in the meantime. Go ahead, Silver Sailor, jump in.
Hey, salute to you, Suleiman, our veterans, Andrew, everybody listening. I got a quote from your favorite, Smedley Butler, Brigadier General. I spent 33 years and 4 months in active military service as a member of this country's most agile military force, the Marine Corps. I served in all commissioned ranks from second lieutenant to major general, and during that period, I spent most of my time being a high-class muscle man for big business, for Wall Street, and for the bankers. In short, I was a racketeer, a gangster for capitalism. Salute to our veterans. Support Ryan's work. Support Suleiman on Substack. He's doing a fantastic, phenomenal job on that platform. Silver Sailor out. Love you all. Bye.
Appreciate you.
Suleiman, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Suleiman?
Yeah. Sorry, speak again.
Can you hear me,
Yeah, I think it's much better now, but it still is a bit low, but it's better, so people can probably increase the volume.
Okay, I'm not too familiar. I'm just talking into my laptop. Is that it?
It's fine now. Go ahead.
Okay, so the bottom line is I've been listening and I've been enlightened, and with all these miracle weapons and what they can do, stand up, stand down, wait, couple of days, then hit, strike. But I've been also listening to the officer and the gentleman, Andrew, and what he's basically trying to round this whole thing out and say this is more of a battle that we know, or we, when I say we, the U.S. Navy cannot win. If it was in open seas, no doubt. But because of the area, this you got to look at the mentality. It's like Rome trying to take apart the Jewish, revolutionaries back then. So this is the Roman Empire invading a land, which I'm just trying to draw a picture here that it's bigger than what we see right now. This is asymmetrical warfare that we cannot compete with because we're not just up to speed. And like Ryan said, and he's been around for a long time, and he's been way ahead of the curve on a lot of this stuff. And you got to give him credit. He almost wishes, as a curse, that Iran would go ahead and just finish the job. And a lot of people feel that way because this will not end until you really knock down the Roman Empire. And you're dealing with a people that understand this, that are taught this, and look at the American people and their foundations built on an ideology of manifest destiny. This is not only in the DNA of the Zionists. This is the DNA of the founding fathers of our country. And Americans like myself and the officer and others, we realize that this is a deeper affair going on. And the Iranian people are well aware of this. And Larry Johnson made a great point. He said that the commanders that are running the show right now for Iran all were what we call, there was a famous show called, Brothers. What was the name of that? Brothers and something Brothers.
Band of Brothers.
Right, exactly. So now you have a band of brothers that all served in the IRGC at different times, at different positions. The president is a surgeon. He was a medic. The others were in the ranks, in the trenches. So now they elevated, were raised, and a part of that original movement. Now it has come to the point where they knew that this was going to come one day. And they prepared, not 20 years, like most Western Orientalists and academics say, I'd say more than 30 years. They've been preparing for this asymmetrical warfare that they knew, because the empire of Persia has always fought asymmetrical warfare. So my bottom line is that this is a clash of an Anglo-Judaic European civilization that refuses to bow down to the sovereignty of Iran, which has its own unique identity in the world, and its basic stance is for mankind. It's really, sure, it's about their country, but it's a universal. So the officer and the gentleman, I got to give him credit, because what's in this space is a mixture of a lot of information. And if you sit down and break it down and research it, you'll see who's on the right side of history and who's not. Who's the aggressor plainly and who's not. Who can win this war and who's not. I was on a destroyer. I will bet you a bottom dollar, if I was walking the decks and we were in this situation, my boys and I would be like, hold on, this is not right. The morale would be down. I'm telling you, it's down. The American people, they have cell phones now. The whole concept, we didn't have cell phones 50 years ago. A half a century ago when I was in. Now they see everything. They see what the American people. So you're at sea fighting a war that the American people believe that's not for America and its interest. It's for another people who, like Ryan said, can't even form a line. Well, guess what? Maybe there's a people and a concept that have to put them in line. And I myself, being militant, I don't wish war, but the bottom line, reality is, that's the only way these people understand. So my kudos to the space. Thank you.
Okay, guys, there is wow. Okay, there's a lot of breaking news. I was gonna read one piece of news, but this is actually even bigger. Explosions in Dubai. So we're hearing explosions in Jebel Ali. How do you spell Jebel Ali again? Jebel Ali Port in Dubai. So there's explosions in Jebel Ali Port in Dubai right now. Let me just say explosions in Jebel Ali Port in Dubai. Also, in addition to that, this kind of confirms that, I mean, there isn't like a famous Zionist Emirati influencer, and he was like, the missiles fired today should prove. Anyway, he was crying about Iran, but he basically confirmed that missiles were fired towards Iran. Now the question is, where have these missiles come from? I doubt it's from Iran. Even so, it's going to be interesting to see what the claims is. But apparently, explosions have been heard in Jebel Ali in. Oh, why did I write Dubai? Well, Jebel Ali's in not Dubai, it's UAE, isn't it? Jebel in Dubai. Oh, sure. Okay, it's fine. So yeah, explosions heard there. So this is breaking news. Major breaking news. And again, wow. Explosions are being heard all throughout Dubai. Explosions are being heard all throughout Dubai right now. Let's do it with alpha. Breaking. Sorry, I'm writing this at the same time as I'm telling you it, because I'm seeing the news and then it's coming out. Breaking multiple. Oh damn. 1 second. Multiple explosions in UAE right now. So multiple explosions in UAE right now. UAE air defense systems are active. Residents are told to remain safe. Tick. Okay, so multiple explosions reported across. Residents told to remain in a safe location and follow official channels, and the source of that is the UAE Supreme Council for National Security. So major explosions in Dubai right now. What else? I need to change the title actually, but there's so much news coming now. It's all happening in 2 seconds. Let's see. Okay, we have another alert has gone out. 2 people in Dubai saying due to the current situation, potential missile strikes, immediately seek safety right now. So that is happening as well. I just can't see it being Iran. This makes no sense to me, but let's see what you guys all think. Obviously, I'm looking at the news at the same time. Iran here. Let me put multiple. Tom, jump in while I'm doing this. Go ahead. Give us your thoughts. Explosions in UAE. I can't hear you.
Sully, I'm surprised you didn't give us your famous "Leave Dubai Now."
Bro, swear down, G. I'm so glad. I'm only on 1 hour sleep, but as soon as you said that, it brings a smile to my face. Leave Dubai now. I gotta do it. Now you reminded me. I need to tweet it out. Iran hits U.S. ship with missile. Let's take the war is imminent. Iran hits. I'll take the dot out there. There we go. We fit her in. Multiple explosion. Okay, this is major escalation. I doubt Iran's done this. It makes no sense to me. This is against Iran's kind of what they've been doing throughout this war, the way they've been acting and conducting themselves. If anything, you guys know, I've been saying, oh, Iran's, very averse. And this is actually, in a way, this is good now because something like this could be blamed on Iran. But because we know their
Yeah, I
history,
appreciate it,
we know that there's
Solomon.
very, very unlikely that
So,
they've done this.
yeah, I'm guessing this thing's gonna lead to a pretty serious exchange. Hello?
Yeah, yeah. Jump in, jump in. You weren't speaking before. You just came on now, by the way. Tom. Tom? Okay, Tom, you need to sort your mic out because what you're doing is we can't hear you, and then when I'm speaking, then you spoke, but then when I stopped, we couldn't hear you again. Should I drop you down, and then you can bring it back up, and then just refresh it, and then come back, and we want to hear your thoughts. Let's go to Hoz. Hoz, thanks for joining us. Hope you're doing well. Give us your thoughts.
Sully, I've been in the middle of doing a interview with someone, so I've been out of the loop. So I've literally logged in to hear what's happening from you. As I understand it, Iran has attacked an American warship, and Donald Trump has posted something. I saw your tweet about Donald Trump has posted, "Our Navy is here, our airplanes are here," and they're not actually anywhere near Iran, are they? They're still out in the sea, miles away, and they're not actually going to open anything other than I don't know what this Donald Trump thinks he's doing. It's just complete madness. And I'm glad that the UAE is now in the line of fire of Iran. And I think that for their complicity, for the things that they've done to Gaza, the normalization, the political cover, the fact that they've been hand in hand raising Islamophobia in Europe, and they've paid people to increase Islamophobia and to create a narrative against Muslims while they're supposed to be a Muslim state. East Israel needs to be punished. And it needs to be punished to the point where the leadership of the country are removed and other people from the UAE are coming in charge. The problem that the UAE has got is that it's a surveillance state, an absolute. They're like, John Kiriakou said that they were like in Dubai, they've got a building with 8 floors deep with just camera bank after camera bank, and they record everything all the time. I think it's time for this cameras to be gone, and it's time for this family to be gone. They've broken the relationship with Saudi Arabia and Qatar by doing what they're doing at the moment, which is taking the side of Israel instead of staying neutral. So whatever comes is
I don't
whatever.
fully agree with that, but I understand that position. By the way, just because you maybe missed it, that's the only reason I'm interrupting. Is Qatar did come out with a statement 55 minutes ago backing up the UAE
Did
and
it?
attacking Iran. But just do continue.
Okay, I didn't know that. I've only just that you told me, but
Yeah, it was probably when you were doing your interview. It was like 55 minutes ago.
no problem, Havy. That's fine. Anyway, anyone that wants to take the side of Israel and America in this time, in this day, whatever comes your way is you're welcome to it. You're welcome to all of that's going to come to you. And that's why when people are saying like, oh, we shouldn't have the ceasefire, this, that, and the other, the ceasefire that's happened, it's not going to make any difference whatsoever because nothing in their style of fighting is going to change for us as Iranians. There is, they bombed everything they're going to bomb. And if they escalate above that, then they're going to get the same back to the whole region and it will get completely dark for everyone. It's up to them. We as Iran have played the adult in the room. We've not gone and attacked everything. We've only attacked, things that they've attacked of ours. As far as I'm concerned, there is nothing that's going to change the equation here. Even if they use nuclear weapons, that will be the end of Israel for me. That they will get wiped off the map. It's up to them. We are. I can tell you from friends in Iran, we're absolutely confident in the victory of Iran. Absolutely confident in the resilience of the people to stand up to all of this. There is nothing that they're going to be able to do it, even if they use nuclear weapons against us. Even if they do that, they're still not going to win. They're not going to defeat Iran. That's all I wanted to say, Sully.
Do you think that the attack on the alleged attack on um, what do you call it again? The alleged attack on what am I talking about? On the UAE, these multiple explosions in the UAE right now. Do you think that was Iran? I just don't think so. But I want maybe I'm a bit biased. So give me your insight. What do you think?
Yeah, what I'll say to you is, have you seen Iran attack anyone without being attacked first?
Never. Like they've been so. It's like they're so extreme in that position in the sense of they so hold that position to a T. Like it's impossible that anyone can argue otherwise, right?
Yep, there you go. You've answered your own question. There is no way that Iran would initiate an attack against anyone. We don't do preemptive attacks. We don't go and do regime change attacks, decapitation attacks. We take what we take. You hit our bridges, we're going to hit your bridges. You take out our what's it called, gas field, we'll take out one of your gas fields. That's it. So if Iran was attacked and the target that Iran is now allegedly hitting is a target that's been hit by anyone, okay, 100% it will be them. But if it isn't, then it's basically a manufacturing of consent against Iran that's been done, and most probably by Israel, as we've seen before multiple times, just like the attack on Cyprus, like the attack on Kuwait, and the attack on Oman, all of which were Iran did this. Iran did this to do what? To try and generate Iran as the bad guy. Iran is the adult in the room here, and Iran's not interested in raising tensions. It's just trying to basically respond to everything that's done to it, and that's been the philosophy that has won Iran over to the whole world, because we've not lashed out. We've literally just replied to everyone, and it's up to other people to stop. I've said it before. If no one ever attacks Iran again, Iran will not attack anyone, and that in itself will be a peace deal as such. But if you think you're going to attack us, and we're going to just let you walk over us, that ain't happening. And the teeth of Iran is its missile systems. And Sully, I'm going to tell you something that I was told by someone within the Iranian military. They've stopped producing the Shahed drones. They said we can't make any more because we don't have any more space to put them. And the bulwark of any mass attack on anything, in the end, is our most advanced ballistic systems. But then it will just be mass swarms of these missiles, of these Shahed drones that once you've got no air defense left, there's nothing left. Guess what? Every single time one of them Shahed comes over and it's accurate, and doesn't have to be accurate, but it is accurate. And we have over 100,000 of those. Do you think there's 100,000 points of interest for us as Iran that we can't destroy 10 times over? It's just not possible. We can't lose this war. America needs to understand that you need to step back and accept the fact that you've picked a fight with someone who didn't ask you to fight with them. You're in the wrong for what you've done. And all of this is because you want to do what Israel wants. And Israel is going to get destroyed. Israel is destroyed. It's going through its last breaths. It doesn't realize it's already a dead body. It's one of those bodies that get shot and, like Gimli put an axe in the head of the orc and made it shake. That's Israel at the moment. It's going to lash out. But in the end, this society of maniacal, demonic people that think it's okay to kill children from the sky, to kill a journalist from the sky, to just murder people because it makes them feel good, has to come to an end, and it will come to an end. And there is nothing that they can do to change that. There is nothing. And they're adamant that this is what they want to do. Even if their prime minister gets changed tomorrow morning and Bibi Netanyahu is not there, no matter who it is, this Israeli society was the one that agreed in larger than 50% numbers to anything that happens to Gaza is acceptable. Anything that happens to Lebanon is acceptable. So that's a sick society that thinks it's okay for some 600,000 people to be taken off the map of Gaza. 600,000 people. That's what the census is saying. It's 1.7 million left from 2.3 million. That didn't happen in a vacuum of people. That happened with the support of Channel 12, 13, 14, and the people of Israel, because they had the hubris of thinking, They can go about the world and do whatever they want, and in their own backyard, they've got the protection and political cover from Britain, America, Germany, France. It's a dead society. You know, you can't live like this, and that's it. It's done. Israel is going to get done. There's nothing else for them. They've run out of everything else. They've lost their humanity. That's it, my brother.
Yeah, it's I am seeing more confirmation that well, claims by the Emiratis actually that what you call it again, there was missile attacks. The one said air defense systems are currently responding to a missile threat. Please remain in a safe location and follow official channels for warning and updates. And Iran has released a video which basically shows the footage of the strikes targeting the U.S. vessels on the or in the Strait of Hormuz.
But Suleiman, wait a minute. The Americans said that they didn't get hit.
Yeah, I don't think they got hit. Iran didn't say they got hit as well.
Oh,
What they said
really?
was, yeah,
Oh,
sorry.
okay.
Yeah, well, Fars News claimed that they got hit, as well as Al Jazeera and a few others. But actually, IRGC were very accurate. They said that we sent missiles as warning shots. They didn't say that they hit. And it doesn't mean that they didn't hit, but IRGC obviously were very accurate in what they said. And then the Americans said, look, our ship didn't get hit, but they didn't deny that missiles were basically struck towards the ships, if that makes sense.
Okay, well, I was trying to be sarcastic about the fact that Donald Trump is, the invincible, nothing happens to us.com sort of people. I was being facetious. I didn't realize that the IRGC had not said they'd hit either. So it turns out I was right by mistake.
If I can chime in, Suleiman, for one thing, I don't know if the gentleman was an Iranian that was speaking. Like, if you think you could just walk in here, waltz in here, and just do what you want to do, okay, with military or whatever, which way, soft power, it's not going to happen. It's because those people, they're taught about Malcolm X. They're taught about the militant resistance in America, that people who martyred here, and they know all this. And this is why these videos, this younger generation, I guess, was given some type of permission, according to the Cradle, okay, that they're able to get in touch with the youth of America, which is totally rejecting this narrative that started 250 years ago. And the narrative is that it's supremacy, and it's no different than what's practiced in Israel. So what the Iranian is saying is that we burn effigies and we know who they worship, because their first opening act was to kill children. And this is this is a war that had to come. If you look at history, you'll see, okay, that there's always, these people always, okay, are an aggressor, and they give you an invitation to war. And it's not that you accept it, but they put you in a position where you have to kinetically defend yourself. This is what they understand. It took barbarians to bring down point one of this empire, imperialist type style of ruling. And this is point two. There is a people who understand the true nature of, and they realize the American people are good people, and they realize that the propaganda has been overwhelming. Like I said, when I grew up in the 60s in Washington Heights, okay, I watched Popeye cartoons. It demonized, they always demonize somebody, when it's the opposite. These people are about being supremacist, and this is what they know. And they do not worship the God that the people of Abraham or anybody else, if you're whatever, if you're for peace, they have a whole different understanding, and it's built around supremacy. Forget about chosen this and chosen that, because they come in all flavors, shapes, and forms. They know what Malcolm X said. It's either the ballot or the bullet. it's maybe I'm too militant, but this is the real story of what's going on within the society of Iran. I mean, you can take it as you want, but what the gentleman said, who's an officer, said that we can't possibly do what we do. We can't stop. Okay, we can't block anything. We can't stop it. What are we going to just do? Bomb our way out of it? No.
Ali, can I just say that I'm absolutely offended by you saying that I don't sound like an Iranian? How dare you saying that with this
No,
accent of mine? You can't.
I said you are an Iranian.
You
I
can
said
tell.
you
You
are
can't
an
tell I'm an
Iranian.
Iranian by my accent, Ali.
No, I said that you sounded that you were defending the Iranian people.
I
You
do
missed.
defend the Iranian people. I'm taking the piss about the fact that I don't have an Iranian accent. Is what I'm
No,
saying to
I
you,
didn't
Ali.
say that. I didn't say that. I said that it sounded to me like you were defending the Iranian people.
I do defend the Iranian people.
Well,
Why
it's all
wouldn't
right.
I?
That's it. There was a
He agreed.
misunderstanding.
Yeah, Hassan, he was agreeing with you, brother. He's
I
saying you
know,
sound
but
like
I'm
you're
taking the piss
defending.
about the fact that I don't have an Iranian accent, and he didn't get the
Hassan,
joke.
No.
Hussein. Listen. Your London humor doesn't work in
Listen here,
the
you
world.
northern.
Let me just tell you, that was an epic failure. Listen, this is why
It's
someone from the
lost on
north
certain
needs to
people,
bridge you.
silly.
Sorry.
It's lost on some people.
No, it's not. It's lost on the world. Your London humor is lost on the world. You need someone from the north to bridge the gap for you guys and the rest of the world, so people can understand when you make jokes, Hussein.
I give up. I surrender. I was trying to have a laugh with my friend Ali over here because we agree on everything, and that's it. We're done. I give up. I should actually say hello, my friend. How are you? I am from Iran. I'm here to defend the government of the Islamic Republic of Iran and its people, and then we'll all be good because then I sound like a proper Iranian, not a Londoner.
Okay, some more breaking news. Breaking news. Apparently, Dubai is reportedly under missile strikes, and the flights are on hold. We also have allegedly 2 explosions reported in Dubai. And then, okay, there's a lot of news. I think I need to just quickly. I missed quite a bit actually. I was just tweeting one thing out and I was too slow.
Maybe it's Saudi Arabia hitting them or Sharjah.
I think it's Jebel. It's likely Jebel Ali Port, and I believe it's probably. If I had to guess right now, it seems like it's Jebel Ali Port. It's the vessels that are trying to traverse. I think that's what's being hit, and then obviously Dubai's like, "Hello, we're getting hit." I think that's what's more likely, but we'll have to wait and see. Just let me just give the news though in terms of what we missed. Okay, the UAE Ministry of Defense said the following. They said 4 loitering munitions came from Iran towards the country were detected, where 3 missiles were successfully intercepted over the country's territorial waters, and the last one fell in the sea. The Ministry of Defense confirmed that the sounds heard in scattered areas of the country are a result of successful interception of the aerial threats. The ministry urges the honourable public to obtain information from its official sources and verify the facts, in addition to adhering to all public measures upon receipt of the warning. Well, that's fake news because we actually heard explosions, right? I mean, we heard that there was explosions and we read that there were explosions. Immediately after that, they had more missile warning. And then UK MTO said cargo vessel on fire 36 nautical miles from Dubai. Engine room on fire 36 miles north. I thought they said it randomly. I thought they all missed. 36 miles north of Dubai is the southern approach to the Strait of Hormuz. It's the same waters where Iran fired on the vessel in the morning. And so the UAE say that they basically were struck with missiles and drones. They claim drones. So that's kind of the latest news on that. So UAE is on fire right now. And yeah, that's kind of the latest news on that.
So I will happily say to you that that was most probably Iran if it's hitting shipping, because any ship that's trying to cross the Strait of Hormuz right now, as it has been declared closed, is fair game. It's up to them because they're trying to basically break the blockade, and Iran is not going to allow that to happen. It's done, you know.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. I agree with you. Also, several U.S. Air Force KC-135 refueling aircrafts are currently flying over the region, so that could be something like an attack that may or may not happen on Iran. But that's the latest news on that. It seems like this is a pretext to start the war. It seems like Project Freedom was never about the Strait. I think this whole thing with Dubai and Dubai pretending like they've been hit and all these kind of things, and then these KC tankers possibly being in the air, could be a prelude to more war. But obviously, we'll continue to give you the news as and when we receive it. What else have we got?
Do you remember every time you put a tweet about America this, I say, come closer, come
Yeah, I saw
closer.
that.
I always retweet come closer because all I hear about is how they're going to do X, Y, and Z. Come closer. Let's go. Do what you got to do.
Yeah, yeah. Let's go to Tom. Tom, jump in. Give us your thoughts.
Cool, Solim, I appreciate it. So I came in because I heard it was a gentleman by the name of Ali. Ali, I heard him talking about something that I've been thinking about quite a bit. And so where's this going? You know, oh, one really quick thing about your joke, Haas. I think Hussein, I think the problem was it wasn't the joke. The joke was on point. It was the delivery. It was so intense that everyone thought you were going into attack mode. I got it, but I understand why some people might have,
That was
you
the
know.
funny part.
Yeah, no, it was solid, brother. But anyway, I totally understand how that
I
that
fell
went.
for it. I was like, so it's the same. No, come. I fell for it.
So did I for a couple of seconds. I'm not gonna lie.
Sorry, boys. Sorry.
Yeah, it's all good. But yeah, so where's this going? You know, I tend to believe that this administration's actions are in the field when it comes to the prosecution of this war are deliberately intended to hurt and devalue the reputation of the United States of America and of the US military to the point of generating what I like to call failed state optics, as they have been doing meticulously for years through the, again, meticulous and mediocre, corrupt, and incompetent political stooge selection process that we have in the United States of America. And I think these stooges, all of these clownish figures that we've had as head of state recently, have the intended purpose of essentially making it possible to blame them for policy direction that's a product of deep state agendas and not
Breaking
any.
news,
Yeah,
breaking
please.
news, breaking news. Um, Iranian drones apparently, again, they're saying, have hit the Fujairah oil industry zone in the UAE. Major fire now burning on site. Fujairah is UAE's primary oil export terminal of the Gulf of Oman, the only major UAE port that bypasses the Strait of Hormuz entirely. So apparently Fujairah port has been hit. It's on. I thought everything was intercepted. So how is it on fire? This is confusing. I guess I don't know how physics works. Someone needs to explain that to me. But anyway, Fujairah port has been hit. This one, I doubt it's Iran, by the way. But let's see. I doubt this one is Iran. The one on the port, possible. The vessel's been hit, possible, because they were trying to traverse the Strait of Hormuz illegally. But in terms of the one on Fujairah oil terminal, I mean, we'll have to wait and see. I could be wrong. This is just a speculation on my part. But I believe it, if I had to hazard a guess, it's probably UAE and Israel colluding and doing it themselves. But anyway, go ahead, Tom.
Yeah, I agree completely. I think we'll probably find in the coming hours or days that what you just said is exactly the case. So yeah, no, I was talking about this whole theory that I have pertaining to the fact that there's no way you could mismanage a conflict to the extent that this is being mismanaged if it weren't deliberate. And the only conclusion that I can come to is that it's deliberate because this administration is being instructed to generate these losses that will then generate failed nation optics, which is something that a lot of people have a tremendous amount of interest in seeing come to fruition within our own corrupt power structure and within the Israeli power structure. So what I think is going on here is that, you know, keep in mind as well, guys, that Netanyahu recently said with a very confident smirk that the conflict between the Jews versus Rome, as he put it, was going to go their way this time, unlike last time when it happened in the historical case that he was referring to when talking about a book that he was reading and intimating that what was going on now is essentially a modern revamp or a 2.0 of that conflict, and that this time the conclusion is going to be different because the Jews will come out on top and destroy Rome. And if you take into consideration what they consider to be the modern iteration of Rome, being the Latin world, the United States of America, and Europe, it would make sense that they'd want to create these optics of the United States military being destroyed, incompetent, and over with, especially when you take into consideration that these people, a lot of them also want an end to fiat and cash, which is an issue. And it just looks as though they're pushing things in a certain direction that are meant to, again, generate the optics that the United States is falling apart. And this is something that I think people in our armed forces really need to think about quite a bit. And people that are US citizens should be very concerned about the possibility that Trump is taking the United States apart from within and is deliberately instructing his head of the military to do things that are counter to the best advice that he's receiving from experienced military commanders about not going in a certain direction because it's going to have devastating consequences against our assets in the field, against our troops, against aircraft carriers, everything we have out there. And the fact that they continue doubling down on a losing strategy that all of us understand is not going to lead to any victories for the US Armed Forces can only point to the fact that I believe what we're looking at is exactly what I just tried to describe as well as I could. So I don't know, man. As far as what's going on now, I think that, yeah, we're going to look at a very intense escalation over the coming days. It might take a little bit of a pause because they tend to like using weekends to really ramp things up, but who knows? We'll see what happens. What are your thoughts, Suleiman? Do you think we're going to see a reactivation of another phase of this conflict or not
Yeah, I think it's
necessarily yet?
already. I think it's already happening right now. More alerts in the UAE. I think the thing that stopped Trump was the protection of the UAE. So the fact that they're doing this false flag on the UAE, which I do believe that if they're talking about non-shipping areas are false flags, then that seems to suggest that this is the aim to restart the war.
So,
So
can I
yeah,
just give a quick reply to Tom?
yeah, of course.
Okay. Tom, can I just say that I have absolute faith in American people? I just tell you that I think that the American people will, in the end, not suffer the leadership that is in place at the moment. That the American people will wake up to the fact that they are, in fact, being controlled by a force, a malignant force that is using corruption, blackmail, power, and every other vector of attack to keep the control over the American people. But the eyes of the world have opened up, and the eyes of the American people is waking up. And as each day that goes by, I have faith that the American people will do the right thing. And the best way for them to do that is coming up at the midterms to just single out every single person that they know has been working as an Israeli first, or in fact, no, I won't say Israeli first. Anyone who is not America first, anyone who's not behaving in the best interest of the American public, not American corporations, but American public, needs to be crucified at this next election. They need to be the people that become the pariah people, so that when these other people come in, these independents that are fighting these seats, like the guy from Florida, the one who's running for the governor, I think, or something. His name's
Dan
Fish.
Blazarian?
No, Dan, I know already. I'm helping whatever I can.
Oh,
The guy
Fishback,
Filch.
James Fishback.
Fishback, for instance, we have to get these guys to win their seats. We have to have these guys in America because they're sitting there advocating against it. Thomas Massey, I know he's going to win because he can't lose. But America will come back from this, and it will come back in the right direction once it gets rid of these people who are the parasites on top of the heart of your nation. And American people are good people. They're not bad people. They really are truly good people. Unfortunately, they're controlled and brainwashed by the Hollywood and the media and everything else. I hope it happens sooner than later, but I am confident that there is no way that the Israelis are going to be able to keep controlling the American spirit, the American heart, the American innovation, and everything else that goes with being, the leading light, hopefully, that it should be again.
Yeah, I appreciate those comments, and I definitely hope that you are correct. I mean, the only concern I have is that now we're dealing in a society that's extremely divided compared to, for example, in the 80s or 90s. So there are a few different complicating factors that they've thrown into the mix to make it very difficult to kind of build back normally, not better in the way that they plan to once things collapse. But it looks like a lot of what they're doing has the intention of making the rebuilding after some sort of collapsing series of events takes place as difficult as possible for the American people. But I appreciate your comments, and I agree 100% with everything you said and the sentiment as well. Thank you.
There's a negative 41 approval rating for independents within the United States, and the approval rating of Donald Trump with the Republicans is at 38. That's in the toilet for a sitting president for his last term. That's your own voter base that's saying, you're dead to me. And you need to have independents come with you. So if things continue the way they are, then he's going to get absolutely crushed at the midterms, rightly so. And then America can find a new direction. And hopefully, with trailblazers like Dan Bilzerian and Fishback and others and Thomas Massey, and maybe a few more independents will get in, and then we'll start. Because your House of Representatives does not need many people for it to become, where the small group of people are able to actually control what happens. Because the Republicans hate the Democrats, Democrats hate the Republicans, and if you've got a few people in the middle, you only need about 10 of them, 7 to 10, and then you can just start deciding what actually happens. And I hope it happens for America. It needs to happen.
Yeah, well, one other thing about these guys like Blazarian that's hugely advantageous is that them getting into politics makes it possible for conversations to happen on a scale that a lot of eyes and ears will have exposure to.
Just some breaking news. I'll give it straight back to you,
Yeah.
Tom. Couple of things, quite a few things actually. The first thing is I mentioned Fujairah oil port has been hit. In addition to that, the UAE Ministry of Defense confirms air defenses are intercepting ballistic missiles, cruise missiles, and drones across multiple parts of the country. Fujairah oil refinery was hit. Multiple explosions reported in Abu Dhabi. This is according to the UAE Ministry of Defense. So multiple explosions in Abu Dhabi right now as well. We also have, I said a major fire is burning in Fujairah oil industry after the Iranian drone strike. So that's major on fire. So they can hide things, but when these big fires, obviously, it exposes their lies. Okay, lots of news coming out. It's hard to even keep up on this. We have more alert messages going out to residents of the UAE. Listen, guys, you need to leave the UAE. You need to leave Dubai. It's East Israel, and it's getting hammered, and it's not even by Iran. Never mind when Iran comes into the picture. Brent crude just surged back above $119. This was after the Fujairah oil industry zone was hit. This was actually 10 minutes ago, so I wonder what the price is now. I'll check it in a second. Also,
Sorry, we
okay, there's
can't hear you.
claims. Sorry, go ahead.
I said you went silent for about 10 seconds, so we thought
Yeah, I
maybe
was
we
reading
lost
it
you.
because I don't. When I see news, I want to read it because sometimes it's like propaganda and
Absolutely.
stuff.
My apologies, buddy.
Yeah, no worries. So this is the claim by the Zionist media, so just take it with a grain of salt. But they're claiming that the ballistic missiles were launched from Bushehr in southern Iran. Again, you know my position on this. I think the attacks on Dubai in UAE proper is not from Iran. The ports, yeah, I think that makes sense to me. I think the vessels, that makes sense to me, but the rest doesn't. So that's the latest news on that. Sorry, Tom, I think I interrupted you. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. So I was commenting on how, the huge advantage in having people like Dan Blazarian coming out and launching a political campaign, whether they win or lose, is that they force the media to cover topics by virtue of interviewing them that would otherwise not be touched upon in mainstream platforms. And since he's extremely courageous and outspoken, and other people are as well, them getting into politics is a brilliant way to essentially, reach many more people than would otherwise be possible in this extremely censored media environment that you understand as well as I do is very limiting in one's ability to get information out there. So yeah, I think it's great that these guys are running. Don't really know what their chances are in terms of, because we understand that political machinery is rather corrupt. So we'll see. But I think Blazarian is in an interesting, he's competing in a place that's definitely Zionist occupied territory. So we'll see what happens. But either way, he's got access to a tremendous amount of eyes and ears, and I think that's a very good thing. So we'll see what happens with that.
Tom, it's not what you think it is anymore because Governor DeSantis has just signed a document that redraws the FL6. So these and it's happened, and it's going to work against Randy Fine. So the redrawing of the voter map actually changes the composition of it, and it's because DeSantis hates Randy Fine a lot. He's basically redrawn the voting area, so that will help everyone apart from Randy Fine, because the redrawing, if it stands as it is going to be a kick in his ass, basically. And I think it's been done on purpose because a certain governor doesn't like a certain fat Hebrew hammer, as he likes to call himself.
Yeah, that
And,
could.
Some
and
more
Randy
if
Fine's
breaking
a
I
good
can chime in,
guy.
news.
if I can chime in,
Just some more
I'd
breaking
like
news,
to
Ali, and then
say
I'll
one thing.
just some
Okay?
breaking news, Ali, and then I'll
All
give
right,
it
go
straight to
ahead.
you. Ali, I don't think you can hear me, but the UK maritime operations have said, quote, we have received a report of an incident 14 miles west of Port Succor in the UAE. So they've received information about a attack. So that one, I believe, is um, Iran, because that's the 14 miles from the port west of Port Succor. That makes sense. But in terms of Iran proper, you know my position on that. Fujairah obviously is on fire though. The smoke is exponential. But Fujairah is on fire right now. Sorry, Ali, jump in and then I want to go to McMurphy. Go ahead.
I just wanted to chime in on one thing. The gentleman, okay, Haas, he's spot on about the politics in America and the will to for the agenda that's been set forth. It's totally there. It's being denied. The American people want no part of it. And another thing is that the government is tightening up so where they created a green zone for people like Steve Miller, the big mouth Nazi, who put his wife in front of him and a Secret Service guy in back of him in order not to take a bullet, let's say. Well, the bottom line is we have a green zone created right here in America. They all live on military bases. And they kick the brass out of their domiciles. So the point I'm trying to bring out is the will for the agenda that's taking place now, the American people realize they've been totally deceived. That's all I'm saying.
Ali, can
I'm
I tell
glad
you how
you
much I
said that.
love your accent as well, by the way? You're like a typical Italian gangster sort of thing. Like, how you doing? I love it, mate. It's fucking brilliant.
Let's go
Hey,
to go ahead, Andrew, and then we'll go to
yeah,
McMurphy.
yeah, hey, Hussein, you got it down. Hey, what you doing? I
How
love it.
you doing? Not what you're doing. How you doing?
How you doing?
Ali
Okay.
will tell you.
Cool. We've got some more news. We've got more visuals coming out of Fujairah, and Fujairah isn't looking good. It's completely on fire. Smoke plumes rise into the air. It's not looking good for Fujairah. Let's go to McMurphy. McMurphy, jump in. McMurphy. Okay, let's go to Ashkan. Ashkan.
Yeah, hi. Thanks for having me on. Um, I just wanted to speak on what my Uncle Haz was saying. Um, I don't have much hope in America changing. Um, right now, I'm sitting on the freeway driving to work. There's all these people on the freeway. The freeway's all packed. Everybody on this freeway, we're all just
Ashkan, your mic's not
trying.
great. It's normally good,
We're
but
all
it's not great today.
we're better.
Yeah. Go ahead.
We're all just trying to get to work, just trying to pay our bills. We really have no time for resistance over here. Um, I'd love to believe um, what Uncle Haz was saying, but it's not only Congress. It's not only that. The, the Zionists have control over pretty much every aspect of life over here in America. Um, like even the state assemblies, the businesses. And what really brought this all home for me, and I've spoken on this before, was when the student protests were happening, and Benjamin Netanyahu came and said, "Oh, we have to stop all this," and literally the next day they rounded up all the students on the campuses. It's the vice grip that the Zionists have over America is so powerful, is so powerful. I mean, I love Dan Bilzerian. I love Fishback. I love these guys and what they're doing, but I think it might be too late. I just think it might be too late, and I hope I'm just like a pessimist person, and I'm wrong, but I don't see us getting out of this vice grip
Have
anytime
faith.
soon.
Have faith, Ashkan. Have faith, Azza. It's gonna happen. All the greatest empires, all the evildoers, in the end, they all were brought down low, and they were brought down by small incremental things, and they will come down as well. The good in society and the good in the world will not allow these demons to do what they do forever. They will come
Yeah,
crashing down. I have
yeah,
absolute
and
faith in that.
Let me
and
just.
inshallah, but I just feel that they're gonna do their damage, and it's gonna be too late. It's gonna be too late for us.
Just some more breaking news. Let me just quickly read it. This is saying that UAE has given the all clear again. They claim that 4 loitering munitions fired at the UAE, 3 intercepted, 1 went in the sea. But then we know Fujairah oil terminal was struck and is on fire. We know another vessel 14 nautical miles from a port in the UAE was hit as well. So it's a significant escalation. I want to welcome Rob back on the stage. Robert, how are you doing?
Hey, sorry, I had to manage a trade, so I had to step away. But yeah,
oil prices escalating, major escalation. UAE is being hit hard.
Yeah, for sure. We have the stock market down just about 0.5%. I would think that that's probably gonna that number will grow probably over the next couple days. You have volatility up and oil up. Yeah, I think that. Do you know where in Fujairah? I mean, we were talking earlier.
Fujairah oil port.
Is it the
Oil.
pipeline?
Fujairah oil industry. Yeah, I believe it's the pipeline. Yeah.
Yeah, so that would be a negative 1.5 million barrel hit and take us to call it 15 to 16 million barrel per day loss. If they, it appears to be, mainly UAE that the attacks are centered on. But if they start to go after Saudi Arabia and target Yanbu, it would be 20 million barrel per day oil loss, oil supply loss. So right now Brent at 112 to me it seems, given that this is clearly escalating now. I'm not sure what the US is going to do, if we're going to start bombing raids again, but this I think has the potential to really get heated. The bond market is selling off as well. We have the 10-year yield above 440, well above. And that, I think that, like I mentioned earlier in the day, if anything is going to be the kind of constraint on Trump, it would be the bond market. But then, I was kind of thinking about it before I hopped in, and I was like, well, okay, so, Iran, so things are clearly heating up again. The bond market is starting to really kind of get a little sketchy. If you look at the kind of price action in the bond market, starting to really kind of dump. Can Trump, even if Trump wanted to, even if Trump looked at that and went, oh, this is a problem. By the way, it was what forced him to capitulate back in Liberation Day with the tariffs. It wasn't the stock market. declining, 8-9%. It was the bond market. The 10-year Treasury yield was up almost 70 bips in like 5 days. That was what forced Trump to taco. So, I was thinking about it, like if Besant, and Myron and some of the people that actually understand economics and finance and markets, they're going to be telling, hey, it's starting to get a little sketchy, but like, what can he do? Is he really going to just allow Iran to, start targeting ships and oil infrastructure in the UAE? Like, is Trump really going to just step aside, to save the bond market? And then the other question I had was, okay, well, if he does
More
step
breaking
aside,
news. I do apologize, Robert, I'm interrupting you.
yeah, no worries.
Just a bit, it's quite big breaking news. So again, more alerts in Dubai right now. More alerts in Dubai. Missile alerts across Dubai. Air defenses are attempting to respond to the new missile threat. Sorry, back to you, Robert.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, that it appears to really kind of be heating up. And so the other question I have, so like option one is for Trump to go, you know what, the bond market is more important. We got to de-escalate. But then I was thinking, like that might even be worse, right? If Iran started to send drones and cruise missiles into the UAE today, and also we know a couple ships in the Strait were targeted, and now they're claiming, broadcasting to everyone the Strait is closed. We're kind of right back to that point in time where we were at a month ago. If Trump doesn't get more involved, right? If Trump just goes, you know what, the bond market is more important. We can't have oil go to 150 or 200 or 250. We can't have the 10-year Treasury yield go to 5. We got to step aside and de-escalate. That might even make it worse, right? Because if it's not the U.S. that is going to quote unquote confront Iran, Israel can't do it on their own, and the GCC can't do it on their own, even with Israel. I don't think. I think that would be a pretty losing battle for them. Given their exposure with desalination plants and lack of a serious military. Now Saudi Arabia may be a little bit more equipped, but it could be worse, right? Like if the U.S. just steps aside and goes, you know what, we care more about the bond market than we care about this entire justification for going after Iran, that might even cause oil prices and therefore bond yields to go even higher. Because again, if the U.S. is not able to or willing to quote unquote confront Iran, and I'm not saying that is good. I'm not trying to make that statement, but just more so in Iran is clearly ratcheted up the attacks this morning. If the U.S. kind of just steps aside, I would see global capital go, oh no, like now it's just kind of like almost more uncontrolled, more chaotic. The potential for destruction is even higher because there isn't, a quote unquote superpower that is there to. So I think that he's really trapped. And I've been saying it, going back to the beginning of the war, Iran has, I don't like to say winning or losing, a war where people are dying and destruction. I don't like to classify it as winning or losing. But from my perspective, looking at the financial side and the economic side, Iran has way more leverage than we have over them, the U.S. They have the global economy by the throat with the Strait of Hormuz. And like if they really wanted to, if they decided we're going to keep this closed for 9 months, a year, you're talking a global depression because the inventory draw for oil, the kind of storage, right, where oil is stored at a refinery, at an export terminal, on water, right, in a tanker, those inventories are plummeting. The SPR, the strategic release that America, Japan, Germany, UK, the major developed countries, those stockpiles have a time limit on them, right? That buffer where they're putting 2.5 million barrels per day back into the market, that only lasts for, I don't know, another month, maybe, before those stockpiles are empty. Then what? Then that $2.5 million barrel per day buffer is gone, and you have 20 million barrels shut off from the Strait of Hormuz. The only real buffer you have is Fujairah, right? About 1 million barrel buffer offset, sorry, and Yanbu, which is about 4 to 4.5 million barrel per day offset. But if this is really heating up again, we know Iran has said that those are two of their targets. They, I think it was like 2 or 3 weeks ago they put it out, right? If they already hit Fujairah, okay, that's a 1 million barrel per day loss. And we're probably around 15, 16 million barrel per day disruption. If they hit Yanbu, it's going to be worse than COVID. The economic contraction is going to be worse than Q2 of 2020, April, May, where, here in LA, the Hollywood Boulevard was like a ghost town. I mean, it's crazy, right? That is what the world had to look like in order to decrease the demand or the consumption of oil by 22 million barrels per day. Well, we're talking about 22 million barrels per day potentially being lost if this really kind of ratchets up, and Yanbu and Fujairah and some of this other oil infrastructure, gets hit. We could be talking about 25 million barrel per day. That's worse. And again, because we cannot print oil, right? It's a molecule, it's a physical thing. We are very good here in the West at printing and making derivatives and financial tinkering. We are not very good at the physical world. Now, we are a net exporter, right? But in general, we are not able to meet that 20 to 25 million barrel per day hole, right? We are already at record high oil production. So, and there's really not much room, at least over the next, call it 3 to 6 months, maybe 9. So what that means is, we are rapidly approaching a point in time where oil starts to go non-linear. It doesn't go from, 100 to 105 to 110. It goes from 110 to 130 the next day. And then it goes to 160 the next day. And then it goes to 240 the next day, right? Like that kind of a squeeze, because we are short on oil. We're short right now about 15, and if they targeted Fujairah, 16 million barrels per day. That is 9-10 times worse than 2022. And I'll remind everyone, in 2022, Joe Biden changed the definition of a recession, but we got a recession in 2022. We had 2 quarters of negative GDP. That was always the kind of colloquial definition. And we had a bear market, meaning the stock market was down more than 20% off its high. We had both of those during 2022, and that oil shock was like 1 to 1.5 million barrels per day, right? And this is easily already, even without Yanbu or Fujairah or any kind of escalation, even without that, we're already 7, 8, 9 times worse than 2022, where we know what happened, which was we got a recession, we got a bear market in the stock market. So I think that it has the potential to be really bad, because we can print money. We're really good at printing money and creating derivatives and, try to tinker with financial markets. We're really good at that here in the West. We are not really good at, filling a 20 to 25 million barrel per day hole when it comes to physical molecules. You cannot print oil, right? And so therefore, unlike 2020, where you could just, we had demand fall by 22 million barrels per day. And of course, the global economy was shut down in order to do that. But that is what it took. We had 22 million barrel per day a decrease in demand. With 2020, we could just print money, right? And stimulate demand. Because in 2020, it was a demand story, right? We shut down the global economy. The oil was there, right? There was actually too much oil. There's way too much oil. And therefore, oil had to go negative in the futures market to clear that imbalance. Went to negative 40. we could see the opposite, right? What we're talking about here is kind of the mirror image of 2020. In 2020, oil had to go negative because demand fell far, far, far more than supply. Well, here we have about, roughly the same scale of a problem, but it's inverse, where instead of demand falling and supply being okay, this time around demand, hasn't really changed much, but the supply has fallen by, at least 15 million barrels per day if they hit Fujairah. So, I think that
They
there
hit
is
it.
no printing our way out. This
Robert,
is,
can I just
yeah, go ahead.
ask you to do me a favor, please? Robert, I sent you a message when I first heard you talking about this, and I wrote an article or a paper on exactly what you're talking about the destruction of the terminals, Yanbu, Kuwait, all the gas fields, and I've sent that to you. If you get a chance, please read it. I mean, it's not a doctorate or a thesis. It's a 28-page document that I've sent you, and it pretty much describes the exact journey of what you're talking about. Please have a look at it, and then I'd like to
Yeah.
talk to you on a space whenever you can. And also, Ryan is online if you can get him up here because Ryan Dawson's
Ryan's
up
on
here.
speakers. Ryan's on speaker right
Okay,
now.
so I thought you were still a listener. Robert,
No.
I agree with everything you say, by the way. I don't have an issue with anything. And in fact, the only thing that is different from my paper and what I've learned from today is that there will be a time when what we call the destruction of demand, because people will not be willing to pay the prices and will just turn around and just stay at home, and they will not be able to afford flights. They won't be able to afford things. And the other thing that's important as well is actually that food destruction is the most important thing as part of this thing, and it's the destruction to the ecosystem of food supply to the planet Earth, which is what happens when you've got really high oil prices as well. So if you get a chance, have a read. Ryan, I love you. Nice to see you, my brother, and I'll shut the fuck up. There you go.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Just some more breaking news.
Fujairah
3 people
is on
injured.
fire.
Go ahead, Ryan. Just quick one. 3 people injured in Fujairah. 3 people injured in Fujairah. Sorry, back to you, Ryan. What did you want to add?
Fujairah is on fire. UAE is getting pounded right now by drones.
What do you think the reason is for that? Do you think it's a false flag, or do you think it is Iran?
I think it's Iran.
Why did Iran do it then?
They've uncovered proof that both the UAE and Qatar were participated in the American strikes and evacs and da. And they expanded their zone past Fujairah, past East Israel, to be fun, cutting that off, and the refinery's on fire. Well, they don't need a reason. Like, look, the U.S. is playing footsie with the Strait. They know it's coming. They're preempting this. They're like, look, this is one refinery so far. That's all it is right now. If you want to threaten our energy infrastructure, you are going to lose way more than we are. And it's like back to the good old days. All right, East Israel's on fire. Now to Israel proper. I'm ready.
And can I just point out real quick with the GCC, if I agree with you that is kind of the direction things are going. If the GCC really starts to get hammered here over the next couple days, couple weeks, that'll have tremendous economic consequences and tremendous financial consequences. So all the GCC, their currency is pegged to the dollar, which normally makes a lot of sense due to the petrodollar, right? They're getting tons of dollars for their oil every day, and then they recycle those dollars into U.S. Treasuries. So demand for the record amount of debt that we are issuing, right? But that all kind of comes to a grinding halt when they are not able to sell oil because the Strait of Hormuz is closed. And not only that, but their oil infrastructure is getting just absolutely decimated, and they get pushed from generally a very, very large current account surplus where they are able to provide credit. The other side of a trade surplus or current account surplus, the other side of that is that you are a creditor to the rest of the world, right? They're buying our debt mainly, but they've also pledged a huge amount of investment into the AI data center trade. And I don't really hear anyone talking about this, but the one sector of the American economy propping everything up and keeping GDP from being negative is AI and data centers. Well, that there's a problem there due to the fact that free cash flow is rolling over for those Mag 7 companies. So that means they can't fund all that $750 billion of capital expenditure. They can't fund it out of their free cash flow. So they have to issue debt. And the UAE and GCC kind of broadly had pledged a huge amount of investment, hundreds of billions of dollars of pledged investment into AI and data centers. Well, what happens when that dries up due to the fact that their current account surplus, their trade surplus, is rapidly turning to a deficit? Put another way, they're going from a creditor to a debtor, and they're going to have liquidity crises, all of them, right? Like they have foreign exchange reserves or buffer, national savings that they have accumulated. They do have that, but like we don't really in America, Besant and Trump, we don't want them dumping their U.S. treasuries, because then you get higher interest rates. So that national savings account, the FX reserves, it can't really be used. I mean, not without major consequence, right? So what that means is they are going to have huge liquidity crises. We've already seen it with the UAE. They needed a swap line due to the fact they're pegged to the dollar, and that peg has come under pressure. The other one that I've seen that appears to be under pressure is Bahrain. Their peg appears to be under some pressure. So, it's going to be all of them because they're all pegged to the dollar. All of them have a huge reliance on the energy industry and selling energy. And that, is like 50%, 60, 70% of GDP. But that industry is getting decimated, not only with attacks on the infrastructure, but the inability to export, right? Because the Strait of Hormuz. So they're going to have liquidity crises. They will not be able to provide credit to the, buying US treasuries, buying corporate debt, Google, Meta, Microsoft debt to fund the huge record amount of CapEx. And not only that, but Europe and Asia are getting decimated, right? They generally are creditors and buy a lot of our financial assets, buy a lot of our debt. They could maybe buy US treasuries, corporate bonds, but they're getting hurt too because the price of oil is, ripping higher, and they are short energy. They are short oil. And not only that, but they're short dollars too. So, it really, there's a huge, we might not have shortages of oil or gas here in America, but anyone that claims that we will not face significant consequences from the pain, right? The pain that Europe and Asia and the GCC are experiencing will trickle through to us. It'll just happen as a third order effect, fourth order effect. And it's not going to be a direct shortage of gasoline, diesel, that kind of thing, but it'll have tremendous consequence on things like interest rates, on things like our broader economic growth with GDP, which again is only being propped up by one sector, which is the AI data center build out, $750 billion of CapEx that cannot come from free cash flow. It's got to come from issuing debt. Well, someone has to buy the debt. Who is going to buy the debt when Europe and Asia are turning from a creditor to a debtor due to the fact that oil is ripping higher, and the GCC is turning from a creditor to a debtor? That's it. Those three groups, that's it. So just, I think, really important to point that out.
It's even more fun than that, especially like with the Emirates. It's not all even because Abu Dhabi and Dubai are getting hit harder because Abu Dhabi's got almost all the energy, and Dubai is the big money laundering sector. Everyone knows this. It's so fun because they're actually getting, you mentioned this with the swap, they're getting, US is loaning them money so that they don't call in the IOUs. And that can't go on.
Yep, exactly right.
And the same thing with East Asia. I'm like, well, look, what are the treasuries backed by? Faith and credit. Oil is backed by its intrinsic use. So like the demand for it is real because you need gasoline, you need electricity, you need rubber, blah, blah, blah. So which one's going to win between an actual commodity that has a physical use for everyone or something that's based on faith and credit? Guess which one's going to get dumped? The T-bills.
Yeah, and the entire premise of the reserve currency the dollar as reserve currency, the entire kind of foundation was Pax Americana, which was, we can secure global shipping routes, right? Global trade. And you don't have to worry about it, France or Thailand or whoever it may be. We and our Navy will secure global trade routes. Well, look at what's going on. The Strait of Hormuz, one of the most critical shipping lanes in the world, has been closed for what, 3 months? So Pax Americana, the entire foundation of that faith that you were mentioning accurately, the entire foundation of that is crumbling, right? Because Pax Americana is gone, just like Pax Britannia fell apart as well. So the impact on the dollar, I think, is kind of the next shoe to fall, I guess, or keep an eye on.
Well, the dollar's actually gone up because during the war it's a safe haven. But the people get it for different reasons. Some people do multi-billion-dollar trades in dollars because it has the least amount of volatility. And when you're doing trades where, a small fraction of change could cost you millions of dollars, they peg it to something that isn't volatile. And the other with Japan and East Asia, it's the carry trade. They could get zero interest loans on the yen and then get higher interest rates in the US. Pretty easy. It's not just because of the shipping lanes and stuff, but
Right, but
all
and
that stuff, like it doesn't matter whether they trade in dollars or not. They've had zero trade at all for 60 days and the dollar's still up. Like the dollar is mostly floated by how much debt they sell to everybody, not whether they trade oil in dollars or not.
But there's got to be demand for dollars, right? There has to be a recycling into dollar denominated assets. That is why we run such a
The
large
demand for
current.
dollars is because they're useful for international trade. Like everyone agrees to use the dollar because it has the least amount of volatility. If you have something that fluctuates a lot, then either the buyer or the seller's getting fucked every time it changes. So they use dollars.
Yeah, no. I'm referring much more to a secular trend, over the next decade, maybe. Not, but you're correct. Over the past, since late February, the dollar has held up pretty well as that kind of traditional safe haven, because most of oil is priced in dollars. And therefore, if you're Europe, Asia, but going back to 2022, which again was 1/8, 1/9 as worse on a fundamental basis, we know that foreign holdings of U.S. Treasuries declined by hundreds of billions of dollars, about $650 billion. Now, some of that was a mark-to-market thing, right? Because the value of the bonds fell, but there was a lot of selling. There was at least 150, $200 billion of foreign selling of U.S.
Well, their
Treasuries to
biggest
come up.
purchaser in Japan went from 0 to 0.5% interest rates. And 0.5 doesn't seem like a lot, but when it was 0, it's infinitely more than 0. And so people pulled out. Same thing with Australia.
Yeah, not only that, but we were talking about it earlier today. The yen carry trade that you mentioned is starting to. The whole idea was you borrow in yen, sell the yen to buy the dollar to buy a U.S. Treasury, and so you're short yen, right? And that works when the yen is falling, the yen is weakening. Interest rates in Japan are 0, and over here, 3.5, 4, 4.5. That works really well, but the problem is it's highly levered. And so you're short yen because you have to pay back a yen denominated loan. The minute the yen starts to strengthen, if you're levered up, 10 to 1, 20 to 1, you can have a real problem like we saw in July 2024. I think that the Bank of Japan is probably going to, they've said they're definitely going to continue to hike rates. They have a heavy reliance on both energy import and food import, right? So they really can't allow dollar yen to get too much weaker than 160. We started to see intervention over the past couple days. That puts kind of the yen carry trade at a bit of a two-sided risk. The entire point of the intervention is to introduce two-sided risk, to traders who generally it's like, yeah, the yen just always goes down. Well, when the Bank of Japan is dumping 50 billion into a currency intervention, the yen's going to move. And if you're levered up in that trade and not hedged out the currency risk, it could unwind, meaning force the opposite of putting the trade on, which is forced selling of US Treasuries, forced selling of dollars to buy the yen. Well, that just makes the yen even stronger, margin calling even more people, right?
Imagine if they do both. Imagine if Mitsubishi or the Bank of Japan raises interest rates and they sell U.S. bonds.
Yep. That repatriation is something I've been kind of warning about for a better part of a year or two. Yep.
I'm not saying I heard anything, any inside knowledge. Just saying, imagine if. That's all I'm saying. Imagine if that was to happen in a couple months.
Yeah, and the other point that I think is really important is the U.S. equity or the stock market side, which was during 2022, we also saw foreign holdings of U.S. stocks decline by 1.2, 1.3 trillion dollars. Now, again, the oil shock today is 7, 8, 9, 10 times worse than 2022. And again, some of that was a mark-to-market loss because the equity market declined, and that's how the data is reported as market value. But there were, again, hundreds of billions of dollars worth of selling of U.S. equities because, again, on Maslow's hierarchy of needs, if you're Europe, if you're Asia, what is higher, food and energy, or U.S. Treasuries and Nvidia stock? You know what I mean? So of course you sell, especially if they've performed well, right? You can monetize that and use it to fund your current account deficit that you're getting pushed into due to oil. Well, the other problem is the GCC. They were normally a counter-cyclical kind of balance, right? Where Europe and Asia, if the global economy started to slow down, their current account surplus would slow down as well, meaning they would be buying less of our financial assets. Well, GCC and the entire petrodollar was counter-cyclical to that, right? But now that's under question because they can't make any revenue, they can't export anything. So I don't really hear people talking about the balance of payments impact of all this, and I think it's arguably the most important outside of kind of the oil issues.
Do you think the GCC liquidity problems are why there was a dump of crypto? They just sold that to get liquid. I think so too.
Yeah, and gold too.
Yeah, same reason.
Yeah, because most people were like,
but that's kind of a signal, like a canary in the coal mine, how bad it is. And I'd also point out that even if the war ended tomorrow, as in the U.S. packed its ships up and left and went back to the Atlantic, and there was definitely no more coming, they couldn't just restart. You can't just flip on the switch and get the refineries on. It doesn't work like that. We're really looking at a 4 or 5 week lag before the other shoe drops.
Yeah, and if you're talking some of the older infrastructure, in like Kuwait, Iraq, that could be 3 to 6 months. The more advanced GCC, right, it could be kind of about a month and a half. But the older infrastructure could take even longer, and that's not even count. I mean, we were talking about the damage to the oil infrastructure. $50 billion of damage. Again, what is higher on Maslow's hierarchy of needs if you're in UAE? Or any of the GCC, repairing the critical infrastructure to the sector of your economy that is 50%, 60% of your GDP, repairing that, or some gold holdings, some Nvidia stock holdings, some U.S. Treasuries.
Robert, you're rubber banding quite badly, brother.
Well, another thing that happened is I think a lot of these places took out equity loans on property they had, and the property values bottomed out because there's no tourism, nobody's going there, and so that gives them more liquidity problems.
Yep, absolutely.
They were using it as collateral for other, because even when you have money, you still borrow money. This is part of the money laundering gambit of Dubai, especially. But a lot of that Dubai property that was being used for that is absolute shit. It went down 33% in a matter of days, and people aren't going to go there because it's just not safe. It's not just that. Hotels were getting targeted. So if they restart this, I mean, the property values are going to plummet, and whatever little bit of gold or stocks they have left, they're selling it. They're going to sell everything.
Hopefully my audio is better, but yeah, it's really critical for people to understand. Maybe you think back to 2008. The modern financial system, like Ryan mentioned, is highly levered. And the way that you can look at the repo market, for example, the overnight repurchase market, where it's about $3.2 trillion gets financed every single day on an overnight loan sort of term, right? So 3.2 trillion is loaned overnight to other financial institutions every single day in the repo market. That is where SOFR and the secured funding overnight funding rate comes from. That's a $3.2 trillion market. Well, the way that it works. They are pledging. If I'm Bank A, I'm pledging $100 billion worth of U.S. Treasuries as collateral. Everything nowadays in the modern financial system,
Right.
everything is pledged with collateral. Well, what happens when the value of the collateral starts to fall, right? Think of if you're an individual out there, right? You own a home and you go get a HELOC, right? Your home's worth $1 million. You get 800,000 in credit against the equity. Well, what happens when the housing market crashes? Your $1 million home is only worth 300,000, right? The bank is screwed, right? Because they provided 800,000 based on your home value being $1 million. Well, your home isn't worth $1 million anymore. It's only worth 300,000. So that's kind of the way that the modern financial system works. And what Ryan's pointing out, which I think is a good point, is that when in the global system, when collateral values start to fall, that is how you get kind of a 2008 sort of financial crisis, given the amount of leverage in the system.
People would also park their money in assets or stocks especially, and say so that to avoid taxes, because they'd be like, well, I own this much in Tesla or whatever the hell it is, and then borrow against it, but never actually cash it out. So it doesn't count as income, and I don't have to pay an income tax. But they've been forced to sell because they were so illiquid, and they have to pay their own debts. And it was so leveraged that it's starting to bottom out. It's starting to snowball, is what they say. And it's only going to get worse for East Israel. And you can count all my crocodile tears for these people, these oil barons. They're losing it all. I think you're going to start seeing sheikhs jumping out of windows.
And not only that, right, but here in America, again, I really have an issue with people trying to claim that the U.S. is going to be immune from any kind of adverse consequence from this conflict. Like it's just not correct. It's
they're
very
all laughing. Spirit Airlines went out of business. I'm like, yeah, haha. You think that's just the first one? Frontier's next, and it'll keep going.
Yeah, look, if foreigners start selling U.S. equities, U.S. stocks, because again they're short oil, and the price of oil is ripping higher. If they start selling U.S. stocks like they did in 2022, where the supply crunch was 1/7, 1/8, 1/9 as bad, so way less bad in 2022, and we know they sold hundreds of billions of stock. If the stock market starts to go down here in America, well, that's a major problem, because a third of our GDP, right? Half of the 2/3 of consumer spending that is GDP, half of it, a third of US GDP is the top 10% spending their money, which is pretty crazy when you say it out loud like that, but that is true. About 30% of US GDP comes from the richest people in America spending their money. Well, why are they spending their money? They're spending their money because they own all the stocks. The top 10% own 92% of household equity exposure. So they own all the stocks. Well, stocks have been going up and to the right. So they look at their account and, oh, we're rich. Let's go buy the Louis Vuitton. Let's go on vacation. Let's go buy the Ferrari, whatever it may be. Well, what happens when that's called the wealth effect? What happens when stock prices start to go down? You just lost a third of US GDP right there, due to the fact that the wealthy are looking at their portfolio. Oh man, we got to cut back, right? And that's to say nothing of kind of the bottom 90% who have already been in a recession for the past, I don't know, 5 years, at least 4. The average American, median American's already been in a recession. If you look at the latest GDP report a couple days ago, personal spending is growing at a far faster rate than personal income. Well, how does that happen? The only way it can happen is if people draw down on their savings. So if we look at personal savings as a share of disposable income, personal savings rate, kind of nominal, both of those are near record lows, meaning that the bottom 90% do not have the capacity to absorb much higher oil prices. So they're going to pull back from spending pretty quickly here, right? And then that's 2/3 of US GDP, right? People like to, but the oil industry is going to make all this money. Well, number one, we don't have sovereign wealth funds here, right? That's not, the average American is not getting wealthy from that. It's the equity managers,
Alaska
which are
does, but the rest of them don't. Yeah.
yeah, and so the median American's not benefiting. In the aggregate for the U.S. economy. That's 1% of GDP. So yeah, is a corner, a tiny little sliver of our economy that is 1% of our economy. Is that doing really well? Sure. Is it going to offset the 65% of our economy that is consumer spending that is getting hit because the rich, right, from the negative wealth effect, and then the bottom 90 from higher oil? Like the math doesn't math. So, I think it's just really critical that if you're in America and you hear people making that argument, it is true on a very surface level, first order kind of thinking. But the problem is, very many of the people telling you that are not thinking things out, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 steps out. The global financial system, the global economy, macroeconomics broadly, is very, very complicated. There are, hundreds of thousands of variables, and you start messing with them, and there is a chain, a chain of consequences, chain reaction that will occur. And the problem is those people are only thinking about that first link in the chain. They are not thinking it out. The U.S. is not going to come out of this, unscathed.
Well, they'll say silly numbers like, well, the U.S. only imports X amount from abroad, the rest is from Canada, Mexico, and America, blah, blah, blah. A way to explain this to a normie maybe is to say, well, normally in any industry, when you have less competition, what happens to the price? Goes up. If you have less market competition, they don't have to compete against that Middle Eastern oil. Do you think the oil price from domestically is just kind of sit still? No, it's going up.
And not only that, but the debt, right? We were talking about the debt, the balance of payments funding gap that is going to arise. It's the same thing, but opposite, right? Where if everyone is trying to issue debt, Google, Meta, Microsoft, hundreds of billions of debt to fund this one sector of the economy that is propping everything up, and the U.S. government, right? Let's not forget about them. They're running a $1.7 trillion fiscal deficit, meaning 1.8 trillion of new US Treasury debt must be issued and then bought. Well, who's going to buy all of this debt? And that's in addition to, mortgage-backed security and normal corporate debt issuance. That's in addition to kind of the everything else that is kind of baseline, right? So that we are a huge net debtor. They're going to print the money.
They're gonna print money, and they're gonna gut Social Security and give it a giant IOU. Like, we don't take it, we borrow against it. Like, okay, it's stealing.
Yeah, see, it's really it's pretty concerning. And I've said this before, but like it's probably worth repeating. For the past 3-4 years, I've been very bullish. Stock market, yeah, it's probably going up and to the right. The GDP and the kind of U.S. economy, we're probably not headed to an official recession. Parts of the economy, I did my whole silent depression thing. Parts of the economy have been in a recession for decades. But but broadly, so I am not one of those like perma bear type people, that you hear that is always claiming, stock market's going to crash and we're going into recession. In fact, I've been very critical of those kind of perma bear people for the past 3-4 years. So I am not one of those people. When I am, saying the things I'm saying, it is very strange for those that know me to see me so bearish, because generally I'm not that person. And I think that I think it's important that people look into, when you hear those kind of perma bear people, look into how long they've been bearish, and whether or not that was accurate, because for the past 3-4 years,
it's the broken clock. Now when this happens, they're all like, "See, predicted this." I'm like, "Yeah, you've been saying it's for 20 years."
Exactly.
Like Peter
Yeah.
Schiff, like dollar's going to collapse tomorrow, and like they just say it. We are headed. Well, the whole world is headed for very bad economic times. This and it's all for what? Because Israel needed a war with Iran. This little parasite dragged us into this conflict, and this stupid fat orange man decided, yeah, why not? Let's bomb Iran. It was funny because John Kerry got on. I don't like John Kerry, but he said something true. He said, they tried to pressure Clinton into that. And he said, no, they tried to pressure Obama into that. They said, no, he used the word even. Even Bush said no, which I love the diss because he didn't say, and Bush said no, because even Bush said no, implying how dumb that guy was. And Trump was like, they just told him, like, you're Abe Lincoln, man. You're. And he's like, I'll do it. There was absolutely no national interest in putting sanctions on Iran or going to war with them or tearing up the JCPOA, which he did in 2018. He did it. And now look, we don't have a way out of this, and they're just digging the hole more and more. Like, if you restart this war and Iran wipes out the GCC, which it will and it can, there's no savior coming. There's no, oh, that's right, we'll just go over here. Like, no, you're just gonna have to lower your living standard. There
Yeah, if
isn't
the
a way out.
energy,
Like,
if
that's it.
the oil isn't there and we cannot print oil, by definition, the consumption of oil must fall by however much the supply is falling. Well, what does consumption of oil really mean? We're talking about economic activity. We're talking about your ability to, if the oil's not there and we cannot print oil, then there's no way to fill the gap other than for the
We're gonna have
consumption
to
of oil
invade
to
Mexico.
dramatically. Yeah, Venezuela.
We're gonna invade all this. We're gonna take out all of Latin America because how did our oil get under their sand?
Yeah, and with Venezuela, people that, we'll just ramp up Venezuelan oil production. The infrastructure there is crumbling, and it's going to take at least a couple years and hundreds of billions of dollars of investment to get Venezuela crude oil production back to where it was, 30 years ago. And it's going to take time, right? So a lot of time and a lot of money. And even then, you're talking about maybe 2 to 3 million barrels per day, right? That we would be able to get back. So yeah, look, like, don't listen to me. I am not my thing is kind of macroeconomics, not necessarily commodities and oil, but I've been spending a lot of time listening to the people that make their living in the oil market. People like Rory Johnston, people like Jeff Curry. Go listen to them. Go put their name in YouTube and listen to one of the podcasts that they've done or interviews, right? They are saying it's not a question of, do we go into a recession? It's a question of, is it a recession or a global depression, right? And these people are not alarmist type. These are very technical, quantitative. They're tracking barrels, right? They are tracking physical barrels to down to the 10,000 barrel increment, and that's all they do all day. They are not Peter Schiff, right? Like Ryan was mentioning, oh, the sky is falling and this. They are not those type of people. And they are saying, look, it's not a question of, do we go into recession if the war drags on. It's not a question of, do we go into a recession? It's a question of, is it a global recession or a global depression? Don't believe me. Go listen to the people that make their living in the oil market. They are the ones that are warning of $200 per barrel, right? They are the ones saying, look, this is like biblically bad. This is catastrophically bad already. And then you add in an escalation. I mean, the standard of living, the oil consumption, and therefore the economic activity that is premised on that oil consumption, energy broadly, must fall. In the aggregate, right, globally, it must fall by a lot.
I think one thing I might invest in, if you could, is something they're doing here in South Korea because they can see it coming. Is they're ramping up nuclear power because it's like you're gonna have to have that. You can't use fossil fuels for electricity. Like, you're gonna have to, as much of that as you can offset as possible with nuclear or hydro, whatever. And nuclear is the way they're going. But most places can't do that. Like, you got to be a first world nation to just build a nuclear power plant. They have the capital for that on hand and all. Most places can't do that. And the global south is going to suffer the most. But it's going to hit everything. It's going to hit Europe. It's going to hit America. And I'm just wondering when we invade Canada. They got oil.
Well,
And they
I
only have
think, yeah,
35. They only have 35 million people. They can't hold it.
yeah, I think that there's really the possibility for a Canada, Greenland, Venezuela, like some kind of economic bloc akin to the EU because look at what they all have in common. All those countries Trump goes on about, Greenland, Venezuela, Canada, they're all incredibly resource rich. So I think that's really important. Go ahead, sir.
Just some more breaking news. Quite a few bit of news coming out. I just don't want to interrupt because I think you guys are having such a great conversation. Senior military official from Iran says Iran has no plans to target the UAE. So I don't know. We're getting mixed messages there, but this was a senior military official saying it to Iranian TV. U.S. Central Command commander said 6 Iranian boats were sunk following an attempt to attack ships through the Strait of Hormuz. So they're claiming they sunk 6 Iranian boats. More missile alerts in the UAE. This is the 4th wave now. In addition to that, the US Navy has released official guidance for commercial vessels transiting the Strait of Hormuz. And the vessels choosing to transit the Strait of Hormuz should consider routing via Oman to territorial waters south of the traffic separation scheme. Due to anticipated traffic volume, coordination with Omanian authorities via VHF Channel 16 is advised to maintain safety of navigation. Transit via or in close proximity to the traffic separation scheme should be considered extremely hazardous due to the presence of mines that have not been fully surveyed and mitigated. Operators are encouraged to carefully review risk assessment and routing ahead of transit. This is interesting. I'm going to ask Ryan this as well, and I'm going to ask Pepe because we've got Pepe coming on in about 25 minutes. And but I'll come, let me give the rest of the news and I'll give that. Also reports 2 people were injured. What? It says 2 people were injured after a residential building in Oman was targeted. I think we'll double check that, but that's the report and it's been claimed. And then the UAE expects US and Israel to attack Iran in the next 24 hours. And that's the second question. So there's 2 questions I got for you, Ryan. One is, what do you think? Does it seem like Oman is conspiring and they basically said, well, these are within our territorial waters and therefore they're allowed to go through here. And then therefore, because Iran said, look, this is Oman's territorial waters, where I don't think they should have kept control of it completely. They're now saying that we're using them waters. A, what's your thoughts on that? And B, what's your thoughts? Do you think UAE attacks themselves or do they get US and Israel to do so?
Well, Oman can get bent. I mean, they have no means of, even if it was their waters clearly and blah, 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 they can't enforce that. Like, look, the Strait's got a blockade. It's the Strait of Persia now and will be until Iran, changes it. I don't think the UAE set a refinery on fire. Like, that's a bit of too much for a false flag. I think they got tagged by a drone. And it's like Iran's little warning saying, we know, like, there is intelligence, like you just said, within the next 24 hours, a joint strike by Israel and the United States. And they're like, look, more of this to come. You want to FO? This is what's going to happen. And sadly, I don't think it matters. I think they're committed to doing this stupid assault. And it's very sad because there's nothing any of us can do about it. Like, we're just going to watch 20% of the world's oil supply get devastated, and it's going to wreck the global economy. And it's like, why? Because America and Israel want regime change in Iran because they oppose Israel's ethnic cleansing and land annexation. These people are truly insane. There was like, you have a ceasefire. You have the 14-point thing, which is really the 10-point thing spread out over time. That's your way out. It's right there. And they're like, nah, let's try the same thing we just did for 40 days, like there's going to be any different result. And there won't be. You're just going to wipe out the GCC. You'll blow up some bridges and power in Iran that they'll repair in a few days. This whole thing is stupid. The only good thing is all those Israelis partying on the beach are going to have to go back to living in shelters.
غایبه But question, some more news. I'm just looking at the UAE. A lot of UAE influencers are out. They're out in huge numbers, and they're saying Iran is gonna regret this. They're gonna regret this tonight. You don't mess with us. Well, we're not gonna come after you. We're gonna get the US and Israel to do it. Do you think the UAE goes themselves, or do you think they're gonna just wait for Israel and thingy to Israel and the US to do the job for
I
them?
think a lot of these morons kept their money in UAE banks. They like the 0% income tax there. And I would get, if you're an influencer and you're keeping your money in Dubai or whatever, like go cash out right now, because they'll freeze your funds and you won't be able to get your money out after a while.
That's already happened. Yeah.
Well, there you go. That's already happened then. So of course they're out there going, "Dude, you're gonna regret it." We're like, oh yeah, just make it worse. You morons.
Yeah, there's already been anecdotal reports of banks refusing to wire money out.
Well, they do that to me even when there wasn't a war. That's because of my Epstein research. But yeah, they're not gonna be able to get their money out. I told everyone I knew that lived over there, I'm like, get your money, leave. Like physically leave. They're like, this is the best UAEs. I'm like, no. You don't get it. This isn't a pretend thing. This is a real war, and you're going to lose. The Gulf countries are going to lose the most. They have no interceptors, down to 10%, no radar. Anything can be tagged at will. And Iran has just been making it burr. They've got plenty of ballistic missiles and drones. They've learned more. You're going to get completely starched. And these morons have decided to throw in with U.S. and Israel. It's like, look, they got to fire over Iraq and Jordan to hit Israel. And the U.S. will protect them with their last Aegis system, their last paid, whatever they got to do. America, huge country, spaced out by an ocean, isn't dependent on a super resource. Y'all have oil. That's it. That's all, and you're gonna lose it. Those places are gonna be they're gonna be like Yemen level poor. They're gonna go from the richest places in the Middle East to the poorest, and it ain't gonna return. So stupid. This is what they deserve after what they did to Syria and Sudan and Libya, though. I'm like, I don't even have sympathy. Most of the people in Dubai aren't from there anyway. They just go home.
Do you think Dubai does anything kinetically? Do they have the capability or the ability to do so?
With what? Like they're completely. When you gotta throw imaginary crypto coins at them and OnlyFans panties or something, like they don't have a military. America was their military, and America's going to abandon them because they're fixed target right across the strait. You can hit it with a cruise missile. You can hit it with a drone. You can't defend it. The U.S. cannot even defend their bases in Iraq, which are a hell of more fortified. They're losing in Erbil. They're losing Victoria. They've been pushed into Jordan. And now they've lost airspace and ports over in Italy and Spain. So on the other side, I guess you can go to Diego Garcia. I mean, look, unless you want to throw in about 6 or 7 carriers, and they're not going to do it. Like, Trump is listening. Whoever his advisors are, I swear to God, I think it's like Alan Dershowitz and stuff. I don't even think it's military people.
It
But
is Alan
whoever it is.
Dershowitz. The whole blockade on the blockade was Dershowitz.
Well, there you go. It's the Epstein. It's Epstein's
lawyer.
It
was
it's Epstein's lawyer.
It's the guy you've been
Yeah.
researching for 15 years is behind the blockade of the blockade.
That's insane.
He's not just Epstein's lawyer. He's every pedophile's lawyer. Roman Polanski was his lawyer too. Yeah, this is, you know what? And he's just speaking on behalf of Adelson and Singer and, ding-a-ding-a-ding. I call them the donor class to be polite, but we know what it is. And these civilian oligarchs don't know anything about military affairs at all. They think you can just bomb the shit out of them. Like that's their idea. It's not going to work. But if you're as small as Bahrain, like, yeah, a solo air campaign can devastate you. Same thing with Kuwait or Qatar. But when you're the size of Iran, which is about the size of Western Europe, and you've got like 92 million people, hundreds of planes are not going to hit millions of buildings. Like, you can destroy a lot of stuff. They'll just build it again. You're not doing much battlefield wise. You're not blowing up ballistic missiles. Those are under the mountains, and which have granite. Like, you're just blowing up. You're being annoying, whatever. But it's nothing significant. You're not taking out their radar. You're not taking out air defense systems. You're not taking out ballistic missiles or any other offensive capabilities. But they are blowing that up on your side. That's why probably they had to bring in another carrier, because there's no ports available in Bahrain. And I think the airfields in Kuwait are like much more destroyed than they admitted. This is just based off satellite photos. I'm not there, but I mean, you know it when you see it. You're like, all right, yeah, that doesn't look like you can fly anything but a helicopter. They're getting waxed, man. And I'm like, this is what you did. You went into a war half-cocked thinking you could kill the Ayatollah and everything would collapse, and it didn't. And you only had one carrier. The Ford had mutiny, so it was just a Lincoln by itself. There was no army. Like, you thought you could do this all from sorties or something to Iran. Like, this isn't Venezuela. This is what happened. It sounds retarded, and it was, but that's what they did. At least with Iraq, when they went in for no reason and they lied about WMDs, they did have 6 carriers in place, and they had bases with armies that they could move because this is pre-drone and blah, blah, blah. And they knew, on a tactical level, they knew what they were doing. None of that has existed in this war. They're just trying new things all the time. Oh, we're gonna get Cargill, and we're gonna send in the Kurds. Oh, we're strafing the straight coastal beach and blah blah blah. They don't know what to do. And then the blockade on the blockade, which they don't even have enough ships to enforce a proper blockade. It's just more like a filter. But I swear to God, I don't even think their aim is any military objective. It's just to play yo-yo with the markets, with the military themes, because they're a bunch of profiteers. It's like, what's your objective? Was it the uranium? Because you said you blew that up. And then he said, we're going to go there. I'm not making this up. This is something he actually wrote down on Truth Social. We're going to go there and collect the dust. Because, he blew it up. So he thought of, like, how can I say I blew it up and I'm going to go get it? Oh, we're going to go get the dust. That's, like, childishly stupid. But that's what he said. And then they put out these plans. And this must be like Kellogg and those retards. He's like, we can do A, B, or C. And all of them are absolutely asinine.
And Ryan, doesn't this show
they put the plan out in public. I'm like, wait, what? Okay, why are you saying we're going to hit this island in this many hours with these ships, with these Marines? Right? You told them the names of the boat, how many people were coming, where it was going to be. Like, why are you telling them, the world, your military plan? Because you never intended on doing it. It was taco from day one, right? Anytime you see them saying some specific thing of like, we're going to take Cargill and we're going to use these boats, that was never going to happen. And now he's like, you get X. No, it reminds me of that Little Rascals thing where there's some fight between the kids. He's like, I did cross this line. And the kid crosses the line. He goes, oh yeah. And he puts like a stone on his shoulder. He goes, knock this off my shoulder. And the kid just knocks it off his shoulder. He's like, well, you're lucky I'm wearing my new cowboy pants. And he runs away. Like, he's so dumb. He's announcing plans and saying the crazy stuff. We're going to blow you in the Stone Age, civilization-wide destruction. Like, weren't you just saying you wanted to liberate women a day ago? And now it's like country level, time machine level, Stone Age, this and that. Well,
and Ryan,
he's
the people
insane.
here like the approval and the rope that, or the leeway that the average American is giving is vanishing like quickly. The polling is horrendous, especially amongst young people and especially amongst independents. You're talking like a 40 to 60 point swing, right? So politically here in the US, I think that point's really important too, which is that like we're all really over it, you know? And what does he just continue not caring? You know, like
Well, it's like you said about 2022 with Biden. It's like, okay, the price of eggs went up and blah, blah, blah. And he could say there ain't no inflation, but you could go to the grocery store and go, yeah, there is. And Trump could say, we're winning. And be like, when they fill up their car, they're like, I can't do that. I can't keep doing this. Like, there's so many people that live hand to mouth. And if you just raise the price of gasoline alone and they only go from their house to work and back, it just becomes unaffordable. You saw that in 2008. I remember when gasoline went way up, and people like, I can't afford to go to work. I have to go, but it's like I can't.
Yeah, in 2022, I was paying $8.50 a gallon for premium, and I literally was getting to. I was making decent money, but I was getting to a point where I literally couldn't afford to get to work. You know, and that was, and again, that was 1/7, 1/8 as bad as this particular shock, which is, you know, call it 15.5+ million barrels per day.
It's going to hit California more because they have all the green energy crap and taxes is liberal shit that already makes it expensive. And then you're going to have less supply, and you're going to have, of the supply that's left over, more hands trying to grab it. Prices going up. I think California could get to, for premium, oh yeah, $8 easy. It might be there already.
And yeah, and we're getting close, about 750. I saw the other day for premium. The other thing is, like, we are much more reliant on imported oil and refined products than we should be. I mean, we have pretty large oil deposits, but to your point, the suicidal energy policy of Gavin Newsom and the Democrats, which hold a super majority here, has really. I mean, we have refineries shutting down left and right or threatening to shut down. Like it could get really bad in America. That's my other problem with people claiming, oh, America's fine. It's like, yeah, maybe Louisiana is not going to have, you know, crazy high gas price and shortages and that kind of thing. But if you're in California, it's a much, much, much different story. I mean, we're a large country, and you know, oil's fungible, but there's a lot of nuance with grades of oil, which refineries and what part of the country can handle certain grades, pipelines, you know, all that kind of thing. So yeah, here in California, it's going to get very bad. I mean, like you mentioned, it's already bad. They're trying to.
They're coming into summer.
Yeah, and it's so bad that you have Democrats arguing to suspend the gas tax here in America, in California. That's how you know it's really bad.
I want to see Democrats saying drill, baby, drill, and get rid of the gas tax.
Just some more breaking news, quite a bit actually. And by the way, we are going to be switching over to the second YouTube channel. So if you're on this YouTube channel, you're going to be redirected, and the link is pinned in the YouTube nest, as well as it's pinned in the X nest, because we will be moving to the next YouTube channel in a couple of minutes, because we've got what's his name again, Pepe Escobar coming on. But I'm reading Brent crude's gone up to 120, but then I'm only seeing 113 when I check myself, so not sure about that. But there is breaking news. Bahrain has declared a state of national emergency. UAE is saying that the UAE is preparing a strong retaliatory response against Iran after today's attack, warning of harsh revenge. We also have the UAE Ministry of Foreign Affairs says we strongly condemn the renewed treacherous Iranian aggression using missiles and drones. We reserve the full and legitimate right to respond to these attacks. US Admiral says Iran's navy has been targeting commercial and US military ships with cruise missiles. If you remember, there was a lot of disagreement about that earlier, but they've confirmed that those attacks are happening. So that's the latest on that. Ryan, any last thoughts?
Tell Pepe I said hello, and I don't know. The UAE is just, their mouth is writing a check their ass can't cash. It's Bahrain is more like they ought to be begging the United States, please don't restart this war, because the first places that are going to get wiped out are the Gulf. And Iran has promised the UAE, they went light on them last time. They're like, they have pre-selected targets 3 to 4 times as bad as the first round. This is so stupid. I don't want this. Like, as funny as it is to be like, haha, F the East Israel. This is global consequences. This is bad for everybody. If they do this war again, it's going to hurt the standard of living for all. Like, we might go back to the paper age. Like, that's an exaggeration, but like, it's going to be bad. But tell Pep, they will be in Bahrain and UAE. They'll be back in the paper age, but they'll be lucky if they have drinking water. Like, they're so dumb. But tell Escobar I said hello. It's been a long time.
I will. He's great. Love you both, actually, to be honest. Much love to you, Ryan. Always appreciate it, guys. Make sure you're following Ryan's. And Ryan, when you do another collab, maybe on Wednesday on Substack as well. But everyone follow Ryan's.
Yeah, let's do a roundtable Substack, man, and we'll get mine in there too.
Yeah, let's do it. That'd be awesome. Everybody, make sure you're following Ryan on Substack and his website, ryandawson.org. Make sure you go there and follow him. Stop being lazy, guys. Follow him on Substack. Follow me on Substack. Make sure you're following us. That's awesome.
Hey, Robert, I want to get you on a show just to shoot the shit on economic stuff. It'd be fun.
Yeah, I'd love to. I got to jump, by the way. I'll be back in about an hour.
Appreciate you, Robert, as always. Thank you so much.
Have a good one, guys.
Appreciate it.
Suleiman, real quick.
Yeah.
Still got Ryan on here. Real quick on this. I was looking at some of the footage that they released about the missile attack on that frigate. Well, actually, they said destroyer DDG. That I looked at it carefully. That's a classic submarine SSN ADCAP Mark 48 hit. It comes underneath the keel, lifts the keel up out of the water, and then I went and double checked. That's an old frigate. Our old frigate, that was a sink exercise our submarines are doing there. That was, some of it, I'm reading one now. So, there's some of it's fake footage out there, but no doubt they did fire warning shots, but they didn't sink it.
Well, we need to discuss this. So straight after these interviews, we need to discuss this in detail, Andrew. So take your next bit of time, look through the different images and footages, and we're definitely going to get through that as well. Andrew's another expert. Ryan's another one. Robert is another one. Much love to everyone. Make sure you're following all these guys. They're amazing. Okay, I'm going to be starting now. So hopefully it starts.
2 a.m. I'm going to bounce. I'll catch it when I wake up.
Appreciate you, Ryan. Let's see if it's working, guys. We're not live yet. We're live on X, I think, and on Kick, but we're waiting for the YouTube stream to load up. So be ready for it. It's going to be awesome. If you're on the other X stream, everybody, YouTube stream, come across. It's pinned. The thing is pinned, so I'm going to go live there now, and then I'll be ending this YouTube, so be ready for this. We're live on YouTube. Iran has allegedly bombed and struck the UAE. UAE has been struck multiple waves in multiple areas. Fujairah port has been hit. In addition to that, the United States of America said they began Project Freedom, which was a mode or method to go into the Strait of Hormuz and commandeer vessels out of the Strait of Hormuz. We always said that we believe this would become kinetic. You saw our interview with Larry Johnson yesterday, relaying the exact same point. Oh, God. Okay, it's muted. Let me try again. Guys, welcome to YouTube. Appreciate you. Breaking news. UAE has been bombed, allegedly by Iran, multiple areas, multiple explosions, 4 waves. Dubai has been hit. Abu Dhabi has been hit. Fujairah oil industrial port has been hit. Many vessels have been hit. Huge attacks on the UAE. In addition to that, Trump began his Project Freedom, where he said he was going to go into the Strait of Hormuz, commandeer vehicles, and take them out. We said that this would result in major escalation, and there are reports that missiles were targeted towards US vessels. Today we've got on Pepe Escobar, we've got on Anthony Aguilar, Lieutenant Colonel Anthony Aguilar, and we've got a Lebanese journalist, Mohammed Khaled, because we don't want to forget about what's happening in Lebanon. I know most people are not bothered about it. I always see like the views aren't great on that, but we're going to persist because I think it's really important for people to know what's happening in Lebanon. They should not be forgotten, especially when they do the Gaza treatment to it. On the other YouTube stream, it's about to end, so come across to the other channel. The channel is pinned, so you can see it. If the admin can keep posting it, because I'm about to end this, that would be brilliant. And I'm ending it now, so